Good afternoon and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, and this is the Jcsa live YouTube English broadcast. My name is Callum Helliwell. I look forward to bringing you 12 fantastic races here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but I'm not on my own. I'm joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi, our expert tipster. In good form?
As long as I beat you, that's the most important thing, Callum. If it's 1-0 to me at the end of the day, that will be a victory, and hopefully it'll be a little bit better than that.
I think you might be 2-0 up, to be perfectly honest, because we drew the first day, so we'll say 2-1. Do we call it 2-1?
Well, 1.5 a half.
One and a half a half. Oh, see, this is why he's ahead of me. He's just technically better all round. But we've got three very exciting horses to look forward to, and I think we should take a good look at them right about now. The first horse is Fudapine in the blue colours with the blue headgear on board as well. He's still unbeaten here in Saudi Arabia, having brought in good form from Europe. He's been an interesting contender, having a first run in Riyadh. Monchoir is going for Jimmy Jerkins, who has been in fine form recently and has every chance of doing the business in our penultimate contest if he can repeat the form he showed last time when absolutely bolting up. And finally, we get to look at Theodad, who is so prolific. 17 wins in the career here in Saudi Arabia. He's back from a little bit of a break and he takes on Toronto, who ran him very close last time. But Toronto has an awful lot to find in the weights, doesn't he, Rory? I think he's got a really tough task on his hands today to try and beat Theodad.
Yeah, it's always worth looking at what weights are carried in these contests. There was a really good race between the pair of them last time. I saw that winning by half a length, wasn't it, in the end? But they meet again, and it is Sodad who's better off with the weights to the tune of 4 kilos.
It's a big swing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it means he should be winning that by daylight in the rematch. But as we've seen often again, and you look at the runners in that race, they do tend to beat each other at different times. And if you don't get the rub of the green in the early stages of these races, it's difficult to recover. So you do get the form getting turned around quite a lot. But according to weights and measures, Sodad should be beating Toronto again.
Well, if we're talking about weights and measures, one man who brings his full weight to the commentary broadcast is our man in the sky, our voice from above. It's Mr. John Blanc.
Well, I mean, that's an unnecessarily flattering introduction, Callum, and thank you very much. There are 12 races, yes, indeed, to enjoy here today. Our first is at 3:20 local time, local bred horses handicap. Quite a tricky little race, actually, to sort out. I think I'm still trying to sort it out. The 3:45 is a maiden race for local bred horses, and we have an open race for local breds as well. A smaller field, there, but 1 or 2 interesting runners. And then we've got non-winners of 3 lifetime, or horses who won 1 or 2 races. That's over 1,400 metres. We've got an Arabian horses race at 5 o'clock local time. Then we've got a maiden race at 5:30, another Arabian horse race a little bit later on, and we go all the way through to the big races at the end of the card, the 7:50 local time, the Jcsa Challenge and the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup closes proceedings there at 8:15. 2 people who are always ready, Callum and Rory. Oh, we've got the first race to come. The first race to come as well. It's a local bred horses handicap, 0 to 75. And horse number 1 is Najm Al Sarah. That's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 3 is Waredom. Abdullah Al Lorfi is aboard. Horse number 4, Yehebni, and the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 5 is Hod Huri. That is the mount of Sultan Al Mimoni. Horse number 6 is Zahat Teshreen, Camilo Ospina. Number 7 is Tamu Al Thoraya, Mohammed Suleiman. 8 is Najm Al Wasil, Adal Al Faradi. Horse number 9, Card Al Kamar, Jose Rodriguez is aboard that one. Horse number 10 is Awal, that's the man of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 11, Ali Al Zouk, Luis Morales. Horse number 12 is Kanajer, Yasser Al Bakawi. Horse number 13 is Atam, Ayad Al Turisi. Number 14 is Sapta, Eddie Castro. Number 15, Monser Gemar, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. And number 16 is Fazat, Rayan Al Tuesh. And horse number 17 is Nashea, in the hands of Ali Al Mimoni. So there we go. The horses are in the parade ring. All about preparation this game. Well, of course, we can get back now to our boys who prepared extremely well in the studio. It's Rory and Callum.
You are too kind, John, and yes, the horses have been going around the parade ring. Quite interesting that we're starting with a 0 to 75 handicap rather than a maiden. I'm looking at these as if I'm looking at 2-year-olds, and then I realise they're quite a bit older and quite a bit more mature.
Indeed, and they're a lot harder to pick between. Normally with the maiden races, you can look at a little bit of the proverbial deadwood, and it's easier to find them. But in a handicap where the vast majority are rated in the 70s, it's not so easy. Although we do have some low 60s later on, so it's not massively oversubscribed those races. And I think some of the lower weights actually make more appeal than those at the top.
Yes, and just a little bit of housekeeping, just a reminder that Mokhtar, horse number 2, is a non-runner, and Rayan Al Taresh, who is aboard Fazat, horse number 16, is putting up 2 kilos overweight. So Rayan Al Taresh, aboard horse number 16, is putting up 2 kilos overweight. All that information is available free to everybody to find it on the Jcsa Stewards Twitter page. And while we talk about our online action, we are live on YouTube, and we always love it when people get involved in the comments, and thank you everyone for tuning in, and hopefully we can see plenty more people in the viewership numbers as we get through the card today. But feel free to drop us your tips, any questions that you have, we'll be more than happy to answer them. Rory, let's try and find a winner in this opener. Is there anyone that jumps off the page to you straight away?
I wouldn't say anything jumps off the page as such, but you can quiz me on anything you like, really.
Well, I'm going to tell you one that jumps off the page to me, and as if by magic he's on screen now. It's Kanajar. The only concern is he's been a bit wound up in the parade ring, but I'm really keen on this horse's chances. He won a 0 to 80 handicap and an open contest at the end of the Riyadh season last season and at the beginning of the Taif season. He found it tough since then, but I thought he ran a mighty race last time out. I think of the horses that I've seen in this race, he's the one that's really caught my eye.
He was 4th in this grade last time out, and you'd expect him to be competitive again. So yeah, he'd have to be in your shortlist. We're seeing Monza Gemma here. Used to be a half-decent performer, but he's been in the doldrums for a while. Hard to fancy here. Fazat would be interesting, but as you said, carrying 2 kilos overweight. He is low mileage, having only had the 7 starts. He won a 6-furlong maiden at Taif in October and doesn't look overburdened with a mark of 62, but that's essentially 64 now with the overweight. But he was interesting, I thought. Jcsa at the bottom, we just saw the better effort at Riyadh this term, went 3rd in a 0 to 65 over a mile last week. This is tougher, and obviously dropping to the 1200 is probably not ideal for that one. Again, I thought the top ones were difficult. So we're going to see Najm Al Sara and Zarat Teshreen in action.
I think there's a story about Zarat Teshreen, isn't there? If you just look at the way this filly, or mare now, she's 5, so the way this mare has sort of developed, she was on a good run of things, and then she refused to start. So if you see on her form, she got a meeting 32. She got a 17th place on that occasion. She just refused to leave the stalls. But we'll see her later on. The first one we're going to look at is Najm Al Zara, when we just see in short here, horse number 1 going down the post. No negative in the parade ring for me. I thought Najm Al Zara actually looked quite good, and this is the winning performance from September the 14th. And this is a good effort because the race, although it fell apart in front, this long-time lead is going to stop, and Najm Al Zara is going to come right down the stand.
You don't get to see her for quite a long time in this race, and she'll appear from the clouds. But they've gone too hard here. And the initial chaser's probably gone too hard after the leader, who ties up quite badly inside the final 200 metres.
There she is!
Here she suddenly appears, Najm Al Sara on the outside, and gets up to win a pretty gnarly. I thought there's not much between the front 4 there. The way the race panned out probably suited him, and he's up now carrying top weight in a better class race. I thought that was tough from the handicapper. This is Zarat Teshreen we're seeing. Again, we'll see her, she's in the red sleeves, the red cap, in about 6th place as we see it. She just keeps plugging away here. She ends up finishing 2nd, but it looks unlikely for a long time, but she just keeps running there. And she's one of the more obvious ones in the race there, this 5-year-old mare, because she's twice been 2nd in 0 to 75 handicaps. This is clearly her grade, and the track and trip suits her really well. She was no match for the winner, it has to be said, but she's beaten the rest well enough. They're in a bit of a heat behind. That's a slight concern about that. But when you consider how many negatives there are for so many in the race, she has to be on your short list. Running through a few others there. Tamu Altarea was interesting in the first place. He brought up a hat trick. And I was looking at it thinking, this time last year he's going to come run into form. Actually, it was 2 years ago, a hat trick, and then he was off the track for a while, and he hasn't really recovered his form since. So big question with him having only raced once last year. whether how much ability remains after what you imagine is some sort of minor injury that kept him off the track. Najm Al-Wasil has got a poor record in handicaps, has had multiple tries, has finished 6th at best. He's got fair enough form in other kinds of events, but big field handicaps don't seem to suit him. Khaled Al-Kamar has been well beaten of late. So I'm
any
going to
word
go
for Hodari?
Yeah, well, Hodari, we saw him quite a lot of Taif, and I thought this is a much more realistic task. He was well beaten last time out, but his win came in a 0 to 60, and I thought the handicapper hadn't been particularly kind, given that it wasn't a particularly impressive win.
It wasn't an impressive 0 to 60 either.
No, and he's been beaten 3 times since, and yet he's still off a mark of 73. So I thought that was a little bit harsh. So I thought Fazat was very interesting, but I thought Sapta was the one I was going to go for. Jeff Woodruff's horse, Eddie Castro on board. Doesn't tend to run too many at Taif, Jeff Woodruff. And this Sapta was 6th and 7th in a couple of runs in the summer. Hasn't been seen for a while. Was a course and distance maiden winner in March at the end of the last Riyadh season. As I said, didn't really get involved in Taif, but is the kind to bounce back on this slightly different surface. So I thought Sapta, who's fairly lightly raced compared to a few of these, I thought she might bounce back fresh at this track. But it's a really tough contest.
Yeah, so you're going for Sapta. I quite like Canagir here. I'm going to stick with my early mention there. Canagir's just getting a bit worked up. She's only 3, and I think she's just getting a little bit worked up in the preliminaries. But
we saw her in that footage, didn't we? She was 4th in that contest.
Yeah, and I think she showed blazing speed on that occasion, and then just ended up falling into a bit of a heat. But she dropped some trip today. She's down to 1,200 metres after being at 1,400. So for me, I think she's got a serious chance, and she would be my selection in this one. I just thought she jumped off the page when I was going through the form. So I'm going to go with Canagir, and you are going to go with Septar. So you're coming from stall 5, and I am coming from stall 12. Anybody else we need to give a mention to, or are those the two that we're quite keen on? It's fairly tough.
There's a few we haven't mentioned. I'm trying to throw them there. Waradom obviously carries the represents powerful connections. Was a 7-furlong maiden winner. But it's been well held since, but does drop markedly from 2,000 metres, so that might help Waradom to bounce back to form. Yohebni, number 4, towards the top of the weight, just one solid effort from his last 4 and needs to bounce back to form. Who's going to get involved here, but it wouldn't be a massive surprise.
No, not a massive surprise at all. So Sapta for yourself, Canagir for me, and it's time to listen to the voice of reason, John Blanc.
That's very kind of you. I'm not too sure how much reason has gone into this, but it is a difficult race. And Zarat Teshreen for me, it's interesting. We've been looking at Riyadh races ever since we came down here for this part of the Saudi season, and middle to wide draws haven't been necessarily the disadvantage that racing common sense would tell you that they can be. Zarat Teshreen has the advantage of Camilo Ospina in the saddle. Should be able to position up reasonably well in this stall 10. I still wouldn't like to be too wide, but it's not too bad, I don't think, for this horse's run style. And 3 from 26 is not a particularly great record, generally speaking, but in the context of this race, 3 wins from 26 is relatively prolific. And as Rory was saying, has run some pretty good races in this company not so long ago as well. So confident, well, not confident, a selection anyway for Zarat Teshreen there, but not desperately confident. Anyway, they're going in, and of course, remember here the saddle cloths don't correspond to the post positions, so just bear that in mind as well. Don't be looking for horse 1 emerging from stall 1. Horse number 1 will be emerging from stall 13, and horse 17, Jcsa, will be coming out of stall 1. As you can tell, I've been worried about that in the last few minutes as well. This is Sapta going in, Rory's selection. Jeff Woodruff, the trainer. Eddie Castro aboard. Castro goes in aboard that one. Ali Al-Zawq to go in. This is Waradom to come forward, horse number 3. Abdullah Alofi rides. Horse number 5, Hodhari, going in. The black cap there, the red distinguishing cap for Jcsa. Just to clarify that as well. Awal goes in. Looks like Waradom to come forward. Once again, very, very quick and efficient loading here in Saudi Arabia. Here comes horse number 6, Zarat Teshreen, the poor creature that carries the weight of my expectation. And horse number 16, Fazat, to go in as well. Fazat is in. Zarat Teshreen is in as well. Locked and loaded. They're ready to go for the opener. They're off and racing. Very slowly away was Waradom, certainly awkward out of the gate. Another one that was quite slowly out the boxes was Tamu Al Thuraya as they go through the early stages. Speed from Card Al Kamar, that's just about your leader. Also prominent is Awal, the red cap, towards the outside as well. Another one showing good speed is Kanajer in the hands of Jcsa Al Bakawi. That's your leading trio at the moment. Then up the inside, the red cap of Nashea is showing pretty good pace. After that, towards the inside, we have Najam Al Wasil. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, Monsieur Jamais doesn't have too many behind it. Neither indeed does Atam. Also towards the rear of the field is Zarat Teshrin, who's got plenty to do from there. But as they make the swing for home, it's Awal that leads them and leads by 4 or 5 lengths here. Has set sail for home a long way out. Here comes around the outside Sapta now, throwing down a challenge in the two-tone blue. Still there battling away is Kanajer as well. It's Awal by a diminishing margin to Sapta, who's coming down the centre of the track and finishing off pretty strongly. Awal and Sapta. Then in between the pair trying to get going, Najab Al Wasil, and it's Najab Al Wasil who's being produced here late. Najab Al Wasil is kicking away here for Adel Al Faredi and racing up towards the line. Najab Al Wasil, the easy winner, to in second position. But that's tight in it. I think still hanging on for that was Awal. It was an absolute lineup for third. That's one for the judge as far as the bronze medal is concerned. But absolutely no doubt about the winner. It was horse number 8, Najam Al Wasil, who just latched onto that early pace, about 3 or 4 lengths off it in the early part of the race, and then when that gap became available, with about a furlong and a half to go, was able to get straight through. Najam Al Wasil has won the first race in the hands of Adel Al Faredi, the champion jockey here over in Saudi Arabia. Awal, a bold front-running effort to finish in second, but in the end was beaten by 5.5 lengths. So it was a comprehensive spanking for that one. And then Nashea, I think, has finished in third, and the fourth horse home was Kanajer. So that was the third and the fourth. The field trailing all the way back to the stragglers, including my tip, Zarat Teshrin. 'Twas ever thus. Najam Al Wasil, though, the winner in 1:13.33 seconds in the opener. Nicely ridden by Adel Al Faredi. You can't keep a good man down for too long. This horse has now won 3 times in 39 efforts, so not the most prolific of all time, but has got the job done this afternoon.
Najem Al Wasil wins the opening contest here in Riyadh, and Adel Al Faradi is just mustard when it comes to judging pace, isn't he? He seems to have a clock in his head. It's just a little bit different to everybody else's, and when it comes off, it just looks so impressive.
Yeah, he's judged this to a nicety, and not an easy horse to win with. Najem Al Wasil, as you can see from that career record of 2 from 38 coming into the contest. And as I mentioned, running through this, he's got a bad record in handicaps. He's run in 5 handicaps. He was 6th on the first of them, and no closer than 9th in his 4 most recent starts in handicaps. Now, he was rated in the high 80s a couple of years ago, and he's been sliding down the weights since that. But essentially off a mark of about 71 here. He's gone and won, and he's more capable of better than that, but he's not always taking his opportunities. But he found the man on his back, just easing him into the race in a way that he didn't really realise he'd been in a race. Did he?
Yeah, he was nursed into the contest. We can just see one of the horses missing the kick dramatically right there, but he was nursed into the contest and just sort of allowed to roll on into it at his own pace. Meanwhile, our 2 selections were front up there quite early. Canada, you just see there chasing the early leader, who's Arwal, who's got a cross from stall 11 and has now led Canada here. And then they just sort of sat off Arwal because he's gone too quick. You can see the time that he was doing.
Well, in fairness, you say that he's hung on for seconds. So the horses are sitting behind him thinking he's gone too quick. Haven't got past him, aside from Najem Al Wasil.
So he's sitting in about 6th here.
You said, as we swung off the bend, you said, "Oh, we're going to be 1st and 2nd here."
I did. I was getting very excited.
And we've ended up. You were completely ignoring the leader. It's gone too fast. That'll fall in a hole. And at this stage, we moved into 2nd and 3rd place, and it seems like reasonably good timing for those two. But they end up finishing out of the frame.
Really flying now, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting going, and then just pulling out for his challenge here in the final 200 metres and going past the tiring leader. But fair play to Awal, who set a very strong pace and then held all the others off. As you can see, clearly tiring in the last 100 metres or so, but has done well to hold on. Now, he didn't show anything here earlier in the year, Awal, and then he was well beaten in his return, but he's clearly benefited from that run and is back to form. So he's potentially well handicapped if turned out quickly, but he needs to prove that he can hold his form, given his record is rather in and out.
Jcsa has been running a few nice races, ended up coming 3rd here, jumped out from stall 1. Ali Al-Mimoni on board as well, which is good to see. The interesting about him is that he's now finished, his record now reads 1st, 11th, 3rd. So he's clearly in quite a good feel of himself, and that wasn't a bad run there, and I think he could be one to keep an eye on. Still only rated 62, won't go too much higher.
She's been busy over. This is her 3rd run already in Riyadh this season, and she ended her time in Taif with a win in meeting 46. So, yeah, she was also appeared to be reasonably well handicapped in the grand scheme of this race. Her run last week was over a mile, obviously in weaker grade, and she was going on well at the finish. I think she got a pretty bad start. I say she got a bad start. She didn't start as badly as Tamu Al Turaya, who was the grey you saw falling out of the stalls. He's the one who'd been off the track for a long time with what must have been an injury, and clearly still a little bit reluctant to let himself down early. But shortly after that, actually it might have been Hodori in the same colours who was held out towards the back of the field. But Nashea's run well, and clearly there is scope from a handicapping point of view because she still qualifies for a lower grade handicap.
She can go in 0 to 70s, can't she?
She can go to 65.
Yeah, well, if she sticks in there, she can be a 0 to 65 horse for sure.
You can't really put her up for finishing 3rd, can you? So that gives her a decent opportunity in those sort of races. You see Hodori in the same colours as the 3rd running on there.
Zarat Teshreen as well. I had my suspicions that she was probably at her best in meeting 56, and now is going to give us the downward spiral that she showed in Taif when she kind of hit her peak and then just started to drop down. So I think there's going to be more fun to have with Zarat Teshreen. She's always a very regular contender here in Saudi Arabia, but I imagine that the best we'll see her is in 0 to 65 contest possibly. It'll take a long time for her to drop to that, but I imagine towards the end of the season we might see her actually coming into fruition.
Her last 2 placed efforts are coming up to 75 company. She's not the most consistent, but she's...
That was a strange old racer last time, wasn't it? Because she never really quickened. The winner went away. And she
never looked like winning the race. Yeah. All she does, she just needs a race to be run to suit her, and she'll plug away. But she was never in a particularly good position today, the way the race panned out. And She's, you wouldn't put her in your notebook. She's not exactly a winner waiting to happen, but things will fall her way at some stage, and a race will fall into her lap. But
she's a popular mare here as well, because we see her so often, don't we? So she's always running. She was busy in Tyson. No doubt she'll be busy in Riyadh. But Najim Al Wasil is our race winner, and that was mightily impressive, I thought, just in the way that the ride, more than the equine performance, I thought the ride was just exceptionally talented from a rider who is trying to win his second jockey championship in a row, but had an awful long way to catch Camille Ospina, who is kind of running away with it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. Well, you don't want to predict anything at this stage of the season, but Camille is well clear and going great guns at the moment. But yeah, that doesn't mean that those jockeys who are chasing are not top notch either.
Well, we move swiftly on to race 2. We're going over 1,200 metres. This is a local bred horses maiden. This is more like it for the beginning of a card, and it's time to hand over to John Blanc.
Many thanks, Callum. Yeah, race number 2 on the card, a local bred horses maiden race. Horse number 1 is Sam Al Kobal, the mount of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 2 is Shewa, in the hands of Fawas Wanas. Amarilis is horse number 3, Ali Al Mutib's mount, or Amaralis, get that right in the end. Ibn Al Jazeera is Nawef Al Mudiani's mount. Horse number 5 is Roya Al Karim, that's the mount of Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 6 is Lashawa, or Lashawar, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 7 is Kohelen Najd, Turkey Alofi. Horse number 8 is Ashkar Al Galana, the mount of Luis Morales. Horse number 9 is Mahabain, it's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 10 is Athalj, yet to get a jockey for that one, but it is horse number 10. Horse number 12 is Al Rey Al Sadid, Victor Gutierrez partners. Horse number 13 is Hero Keen, that's the mount of Fahad Al Dahasi. Horse number 14 is Halad Al Moghtara, Abdullah Al Orfi. Horse number 15 is Alina, Abdullah Al Said. Horse number 16 is Kasa, Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 17 is Lazamar, that's the mount of Ahmed Al Shra. And horse number 18 is Mojeda, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. And horse number 19 does run, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 19, Mashur Najd. Jose Rodriguez on horse number 10. I'm reliably informed by my extremely diligent producer that Jose Rodriguez is aboard horse number 10, Athalj. So we have a maiden race coming up here for local bred horses, fillies and colts. They're making their way into the parade ring. Now, from the pre-parade ring, we can get back to Rory and Callum.
Thank you very much, John. And we talked about racing, horse racing names with slight puns in the title, and I'm going to really bully my co-presenter here, Rory, and my producer when I say Amaryllis. What's the pun linked with that name? Don't worry. No, it's not the road to Amarillo. It's nothing exciting like that. Iggy Azalea had a song which started, first things first, Amaryllis. So there you go.
That's terrible. That's not a pun.
It's all day of the week.
That's just a word that appears somewhere else. Here's a better connection to the word Amaryllis.
Okay, go for it.
Who rode the winner of the Fox Hunters at Cheltenham in 1997? Who was the winner of the Fox Hunters at Cheltenham?
How old was I in 1997? How old was I in 97? In March in 97.
If you ask me who won the 1970 Grand National, I would say I couldn't possibly know that. Right,
let's have a look at some of these runners. Sam Al-Kabal is horse number 1, only rated 40, probably not in with much of a chance here. But Amaryllis, horse number 3, we just mentioned, is certainly in with a bit of an opportunity in this contest. Rory, for me, little bits of form in this sort of company in September and November last year. Maybe not the same force, but that reappearance was quite disappointing in beating 16. Hasn't been seen since.
The recent form figures 12-17, 12-9, 13 suggest that Amaryllis is rather out of form at the moment. She seems to have lost her mojo.
We go further down the field. We're looking at Ibn Al-Jarrah, who's horse number 4, who's a big chunky sort as well. I've seen a couple of these who look quite nice in the parade ring. 5 is Roya Al Karim, rated 52. Has been busy enough this season though, with plenty of starts.
Yeah, and not showing a huge amount. 16th here on the first week of the season. and he does have ability, but he's not really showing it at the moment.
La Shawa is a horse that's only making his second start of the season so far. Had plenty of chances, 0 from 13. Another one that you're probably looking over, I imagine.
He's a 6-year-old. He's still a maiden, and he's had gaps in his grade, so he looks like he's hard to train. And he was tailed off on his return, so no great hope for him here. He'd been off for a long time before that, but he ran so badly. You'd think he'd need a couple more runs to be ready to go.
Good number 8, he's a debutant, carrying quite a bit of condition, but Mahabain is one that I'm interesting. 3 seconds in his last 4 starts.
Yeah, runner-up 3 times in maidens, between 6 furlongs and a mile, and he's the clear form pick of these if he's ready to go. He just got mugged on his most recent start. That's gone back to January. But if he's ready to go after that break, he's got a big chance on form.
And the horse that beat him, Arda, went on to win a 0 to 70 handicap afterwards, so certainly not a bad level of form, boosting that form.
Yeah, normally you'd look for something slightly better to win a maiden like this, but this looks like a pretty moderate contest of its type. So Marhaben is clearly the one to beat.
Your notice will go straight from 10 to 12 because number 11, Mosafella, is a non-runner, so no runner for the white stables in this contest. They've had a very good week so far, so it's a bit of a shame they haven't got one in this.
No, exactly, but we might as well move on to something that is running, mightn't we?
Al Sadid, let's talk about that one. It's just in short now, getting a good view from the Arabic team on camera.
Yeah, has been second over 1,800 metres, so we'll stay this trip well and probably needs further, but recent efforts have been disappointing from that one.
We're looking at Hero Keen, number 13, unlucky for some, a smaller type, very different to what we've just seen.
Yeah, another one that was tailed off on his return to action after a break and doesn't make an awful lot of appeal on that evidence.
This is Halat Al Mukhtara, interesting newcomer, powerful connections.
Half sister to a winner in Daklat Nora, and does represent powerful connections, as you said. So good enough pedigree. I mean, I think she's got 4 or 5 siblings, and only one of them has won. But Daklat Nora has won a race.
So looked red hot fit, but it's showing his fitness and ready to go because he's absolutely flying down to post.
Yes, I wouldn't take that as a massive positive. We did skip over a couple going through there, didn't we? One that you well, yeah, you didn't particularly think it was fit, but Ashkar Agalana
Yes.
is an interesting one on paper. He's a son of Blue Burner, so by the same sire as Kafla who we saw winning so impressively last time out. It's always interesting when we see a Blue Burner newcomer there. He does look big and probably in need of the run, but again, we said that about one of the winners yesterday, that
yes.
he looks like a bull, and sometimes that's an impression that they're going to need the run, but you know, he ran like a bull as well, so I wouldn't rule this one out on debut.
Let's have a look at Mahabain in action. You've just seen cantering down to post, and he's there in his traditional pink noseband on this occasion, and not a bad run, but typical second item.
Yes, but again, the question is, what is he doing wrong in this race? He's set down to tackle the 2 in front, and I think he's looked perfectly genuine in going past the grey on the inside here. It looks like he's going to win the race all the way. You know, he's got himself to the front. He might be idling slightly when he gets there, but he's not refusing to go past, and he literally gets caught in the very last stride of the race. I wouldn't be too harsh on him for that. I do think when he gets to the front, he probably thinks he's done enough. I think you get lots of horses like that, but the key to a horse like that is you've just got to ride them with a bit of confidence and try to put their head in front reasonably late in the day. What you don't want to see is a horse cruising up to challenge and then not wanting to go past. That's the worst kind of scenario for a horse like this. But the fact is, he went past the rival he was asked to go past. It's just when he went past, he thought, well, that's it, I've won the race now, haven't I? And put his head in the air a little bit and then got caught. But he will win when things drop right for him, and he won't get any better opportunities than this because his main danger by a long way is a non-runner. Yes. The one that was interesting on paper, you reckon is not fit?
Yes. Owned by the same owners as Maltahead and a few others. They're steadily getting more involved in the ownership game. These orange and black colours, I think we'll see more of them when we were here in Riyadh that we didn't type.
Yes, and this is definitely quite a nice type. Out of Luis Morales rides. Obviously, he does like riding winners on Saturday.
He does, Big Race Louis.
Big Race Louis. The other newcomer is also reasonably interesting, Alfalj, with Jose Rodriguez taking the ride. I didn't think the pedigree was quite as impressive with that and by Saif Al Riyadh, but he didn't look bad in the parade ring, and it wouldn't be a massive surprise. Again, when you're looking at these newcomers, the older they get, the less interesting they are. By
Absolutely.
definition.
4-year-old first half is always a little bit of a concern, and we've seen it before with horses who have just a little bit of conformation issues. You can see they're maybe turned in or turned out, a little bit bow-legged. So sometimes you're like, oh, you can see why they're taking so long to get to the track.
Some of those end up being okay. And ironically, often you'll see the big stables who have horses like that sell them as 2-year-olds because they're going to take too long to get to the track, and they often end up running on bumpers.
Yeah.
And every now and again, you get one of these horses running on bumpers, proving above average, coming back to the flat and proving themselves to be very good handicappers or even group class horses.
Yeah, especially if they're trained by Rebecca Menzies. She's very good at that sort of job. I'm going to go for an early selection here. Halat Al Mukhtara. I'm not keen on any of the ones with experience, so I'm going for a stab in the dark with a newbie. I think the Red Stable are in such fine form at the moment that Halat Al Mukhtara for me.
Yeah, and I'm going to go, I was thinking of going for number 8, but I'm going to go for Marhaben, who looks straight enough to me and does have the form in the book to win a race of this nature.
So as they begin the loading process, Rory likes Marhaben and I like Halat Al Mukhtara. So number 14 for me, number 9 for Rory. Over to you, John.
Thanks very much, lads. Yeah, I'm a number 9 man as well here, Marhaben. If you go back through this horse's form as well, doesn't have any problems running well off a long layoff, which is obviously could have been an issue, and ran pretty well this time of the year. Last year as well here at Riyadh. It was just a week or so after this weekend. It was the 18th, I think, of November when they're finishing second, and probably a better race than this. So I think, yeah, it's been a while, 13 races, still not managed to get its head in front, but I think today could well be the day. There's Al Real Sadid in shot down there towards the bottom of screen. Also there in shot is horse number 14, Halat Al Mukhtara. The 3 horse is Amaralis. Ali Al Mutib takes the mount on that one. We are going in corresponding post positions and saddle cloths here. There's horse number 1. That's horse number 14. That's Al Mukhtara. Horse number 10 going in is Athalj. Rodriguez riding Athalj and going in there alongside Mashur Naj, the 19 horse who gets the late caller. Marhaben into stall 9. This is horse number 2 going in, Sheawar, into post position 2. You see post position 5 there, Roya Al Karim. You don't get any colours published for that one in your race card, but gold with the black epaulets. In goes Athalj. It's again fast loading. Halat Al Mukhtara to come forward. Horse number 8 is Ashkar Al Galana. Ashkar Al Galana goes in, or it's about to go in. Horse number 4 is Ibn Al Jazeera. Stall number 4 for Ibn Al Jazeera. Still a bit reluctant to go in Ashkar Al Galana. 2 others at the back. Amaralis, I still think, to load. Also still to load is La Shawar. Nefal Nazi for that one. Horse number 12 is Alri Al Sadid. And it's horse number 12, Alri Al Sadid, is the one that's a little bit detached from the rest of them. In goes La Shawar. On to go. Alri Al Sadid. Coming forward now. Alri Al Sadid. Goes in. 1,200 metres in front of them. Gate back and away they go for race 2 on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. Pretty good start from Marhaben into a good early posse. The white cap there with the pink and black sleeves. Another one that's prominent in the early stages is La Shawar in the hands of Naif Al Nazi. They're then followed in third spot by Lazamar. The one that's prominent is Kahale and Najd in the green colours. Right round the outside, the yellow with the blue spots of Athalj. That's the leading quartet or so. Then towards the inside, Amaralis, who's got the rail. Right round the outer, Moje Dar is very, very wide on the track as they make the turn. The lead is in the possession of Marhaben, this 13-time non-winner, just just causing one or two problems up the inside there for Lashawer. Nepal and Nazi just pulling that one back at that particular juncture. Athalj is now trying to throw down a challenge. They're then followed in fourth by Cahalan and Naj. That's your leading quartet, followed then by Mojeda, who's trying to build up a head of steam down the centre of the track. But it's Marbain who's got on here by a couple of lengths to the grey in second. Athalj who's trying to throw down a challenge. Marbain just swishing the old tail a little bit, coming out towards the centre of the track, still leads by a couple of lengths to its second position. Athalj, they're well on from the rest. Marbain and Athalj racing up towards the line. Marbain, Athalj has gone past. Athalj goes on to win. Marbain in second. They were a long way clear of Alina, who got up for third, I think. Also there in the ruck for that was Alri Al Sadid, but it's Athalj who's got there from stall 10. And, well, Jose Rodriguez in for the spare ride late, has got past Marbain, who's travelling really strongly. And then just, well, we were wondering whether this horse had a bit of the old seconditis for a reason. And in fairness, here has exhibited far worse traits out in front than we saw on the VT from earlier on. Didn't really seem to want to go through with it and lugged towards the centre of the track, lost ground in doing so. Athalj, who has come from just 3 or 4 lengths off the pace, has been as straight and true as he could be in the closing stage and has beaten Marbain. In third was Lashawer, and Cahalan Najd has finished in fourth. And also there on the scene late was Alri Al Sadid. 3/4 of a length, though, is the final winning margin there. 1 minute 14.71 the time. And Athalj has won in the hands of Jose Rodriguez on debut as well. Not a bad effort at all. And Marbain, well, back to the drawing board with that one. Travelled really strongly. Looked all over the winner, swinging for home. Got good gate speed. Lots of very good credentials as a racehorse, this Marbain. But when it comes to sticking the old Gregory Peck out in a finish, maybe not quite so much. Horse number 10, Athalj, has won. Has beaten Marbain. Lashawer did hold on for third. Kolela Najd finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 2.
First time for him.
Thank you, thank you. I know the horse is good horse, so bring Sasi, give me the opportunity. So very thank you for that. So I'm very happy. I know this horse. I work this horse, so I know this horse is equipped for this race. So alhamdulillah.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise. Jose Rodriguez speaking some English there. I didn't realise that was the case. That was a bit of a surprise. Jose Rodriguez speaking English. I thought he only spoke Spanish, so I'm excited for that. We'll definitely get an interview with him later on in the day, and hopefully, if he has a winner today and gets a double, we'll go and have a quick chat with him. But take nothing away from his debutant winner, Ahtajil, is just very impressive there, I thought. In fact, now, let me rephrase that. Was he impressive, or did the eventual runner-up throw it away?
Yeah, listen, there's no doubt that Marhabain did show distinct signs of being ungenuine there. Interesting tactics on him. I said I thought the best way to ride a horse like this, who will go past but then idle in front, was to produce him as late as possible. It's not necessarily easy in a weak maiden like this, but Connections went with the you're the best horse in the race and gun it from the front and get them all off the bridle. But he didn't like being in front at all, did he?
He drifted under pressure quite a bit, didn't
he drifted, he flashed his tail, he didn't want to be on his own. Now, again, the question of, you can define that as ungenuine, and he is ungenuine, if that's what that means. I still think he will win races as long as you produce him as late as possible, because he will race quite happily, he'll race perfectly genuinely when he's behind runners, and he will put his head in front, but he doesn't want to go away. Now, if you can find the key to horses like that, they will win races.
Look at the different style of jockeys here. The jockey and the winner, Jose Rodriguez, is flat to the boards, and your rider aboard, Maher Bain, is desperate not to pick up the stick, and then when he had to, because he's already running all over the place, and that was before the pressure even came. So they clearly had a plan, like don't touch him unless you have to. And he's just got tight. There's a bump, but it will mean nothing because the winner's got away and done it nicely.
No, the winner's hanging in a little bit, but the runner-up has hung out towards him. And I thought the jockey on the runner-up was happy for him to drift out, because if he drifted out into the path of the seconds, that helps him to hang on. But he didn't. He wasn't going forward enough to do that, and the winner came past him. He showed signs of greenness himself. He wasn't racing on an even keel up the straight, but he's clearly got ability. This was a race where you were looking for a newcomer. You went for one.
Yes.
I nearly went for another, but you said, you basically warned me off that on grounds of fitness.
Well, we see my newcomer absolutely fell out the stalls as well. That was Halat Amakhtara, ran on late and came wide, and it was more of a first day at school type run.
Yeah, very much. He didn't know what to do. Whereas we see horses from the White Stable all the time who are absolutely clued up for the gates. But most newcomers will tend to be a step slowly away, and some of them then won't really know what to do until the race is on in earnest. But yeah, with such a moderate bunch of horses here in terms of the form, most of them very exposed as well, and regressive as a whole, it did look like this was open to a newcomer, but this was the least likely newcomer on paper, I suppose. I say that in that it was just difficult to get clues from the pedigree with Al-Taj being a son of Saif al-Riyadh out of a mare called Jcsa. I can't find an awful lot of information on that kind of pedigree here, but he's done it all right. He wouldn't want to be he won't get a handicap mark on the back of this, I wouldn't have thought. They do sometimes give them handicap marks.
They're a bit older, don't they? When they're a little bit older,
yeah,
so he's a 4-year-old making debut. So
because there aren't that many options for them, so he may get a mark after this. But you would have thought the winner's not run to a mark of 70 because he's basically dogged it when he's in front. 60. Would not be that far away. But yeah, with a winning newcomer, you give them credit for a little bit extra. So somewhere mid-60s is what he's liable to get. And it'll be interesting to see if he comes on for the run, because he did look pretty green. A special shout out to Naif El-Anazi on La Shawar, who had his momentum checked at a crucial stage, just coming around the bend. He was trying to follow the eventual runner up through, but just never got the gap and had to kind of regain that momentum, and then runs on nicely. You can just see him in the blue noseband there, just running on nicely to take third. He's never threatening the first or the second, but I thought that was an eye-catching performance considering that was only his second run of the season, and a much better run than we saw last time. It was, yeah. Now the question is whether he's able to go on for that, because he seems to have been hard to train through his career. So hopefully they'll get a clear run with him this season. You've got to say, if you didn't know any better, you'd swear that Marhaban was an Arabian there, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
showing
all the telltale signs.
Yes. And he's got that little tail on him as well. But yeah, he's got the ability to win races, but unfortunately, they're going to. I think he might be able to win a handicap, oddly enough. He'll probably drop in the handicap for this performance. And if he gets a knot to 70, receiving a little bit of weight, because what will happen in a race like that is there will be a solid pace all the way through, and he might be able to come late. But here's the replay of the race again.
Look at the way one jumped out exceptionally well. That's Sama Al-Bukal, who absolutely flew the start there under Khalid Al-Mimoni. He's riding full of confidence after winning yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sam Al-Kabal has a little bit of early speed, but doesn't show much beyond that.
For how far back in the field he is now.
He dropped back very quickly.
There he is, just not really in shot at all.
And quickly, Marhaban got himself to the front, and Sam, I guess the idea was ideally get a little bit of a breather off the bend and then kick away from these moderate horses and get the job done. And it seemed to work pretty well. And indeed, the vast majority of these are beaten off the bend. The two who aren't are the two who are placed Lachaux, where, as we said,
Yeah,
who was
first
hampered
and
trying to come with a run on the inside off the favourite. I'd be interested to see if the jockey and the runner-up gets a little ban for this, because there was two bits of interference that arguably he was partially responsible for, even though his horse wasn't the straightest on the day off his own account.
I must have been on the first one, Lachaux. Nathan Anardi was going for a gap that really wasn't there. I think there was a peep of light, and he said, "I'm going to go down the rail," and just unfortunately didn't make it through that gap. Now, we'll move swiftly on to race 4, and this is the first of our nice races. Race 3, I'm getting ahead of myself. Race 3, but this is the first of our nice races. We've got a really interesting contest here. It's for 2-year-olds. It's over the 1,400 metres, and there's a few here who could go on to bigger and better things. And John Blunt will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Oh, look at that. Very nice backdrop to the runners and riders for this local bred horses open race. It's for 2-year-olds. Esther Webb is horse number 1, Khaled Al Mamoni. Horse number 2 is Johar Bladi, Adel Al Farid, already on the score sheet today. Horse number 3 is Taj Al Anea, in the hands of Abdullah Al Rashed. Horse number 4 is Fiber. Ali Al Mamoni is aboard that one, regular partner. Horse number 5 is Katim Al Wad, Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 6 is Tejahom, got there in the end, Luis Morales. Horse number 7 is Bihabs Al Rahman, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 8 is Hazur Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 9 is Here We Are, Ayad Al Turisi. And horse number 10 is Doa Al Thakrin. Camilo Ospina is riding. So just the 10 going to post here for race number 3. 1 or 2 with reasonable ratings. 1 or 2 which might still improve a little bit further, and some lovely photographic work and indeed directing from the boys and girls here at the Saudi Jockey Club. They're making their way into the parade ring, and we can make our way back to Callum and to Rory.
Yes, thank you very much, John. And we've gone through the 10 runners and riders here, and there's plenty of horses here with very different profiles. Tejahom is one who jumped off the page immediately to me, a winner back in meeting 7. He won quite impressively there, but he's very lightly raced, only making his second career start today compared to some of the other runners we hear. Doa Al Thakrin making 8th start today, Fiber making his 10th start today. So there's different profiles coming to play here.
Yeah, as you'd guess, expect of an open for 2-year-olds. Tejahom, obviously quite an interesting one. Had 3 winners behind when winning that 6 furlong maiden at Taif in June. She was gunned to the front and had the race won really off the home turn, and then tired inside the last 200 metres. So it's difficult to know exactly how much better she was than the opposition. We've seen horses win like that at Taif, taken advantage of the nature of the track and then not go on from it. But she's seemingly put away since then. That was only at meeting 7 in time. Yeah. So it's all that she wasn't raced again there has come to Riyadh. Now, she had 3 winners behind her that day. 3 of those she beat have gone on and won maiden races since. And one of those in behind her was Ayat Al Mohammedia, who was a massively impressive wide margin winner here on Thursday. So the form was working out. But there's a slight question mark about how, whether this has been the plan with her all along, or whether she might have had a little bit of a setback, or there's also a slight issue about whether she will stay the trip based on how she went through that race.
Also, Best Alakem was behind her on that occasion as well, and that horse won on Thursday too. So the form of that race is holding up quite nicely. It's just whether she can maintain her ability. We're looking at horse number 3 here, Taj Al Anaya. Now, this is certainly the form horse of this race and the one they've all got to beat on paper.
Yeah, I mean, has a bit more experience, as you said. 7 furlong maiden winner, and then was second here last time out behind Daidan in a slightly odd open race. It was only a very small field, and he was beaten 10 lengths.
Yeah, Daidan looked in trouble down the back straight as well.
Yeah, because they went very hard there. Yeah. Daidan came home very strongly to win by a wide margin, was possibly flattered by the margin. But of course, the third, who Taj Al Anaya got up to beat on the line, came out and won on Thursday as well. As you're saying, that's Best Alakan, as you were mentioning earlier on. So that's, in terms of the ratings, he is the one to beat. It's just a question of Do you think he improved last time despite getting beaten 10 lengths, or was he just running to the same form?
I think we've run to the same form. I think they ran very hard up front and he tried to maintain and got very tired in the straight.
He's probably vulnerable then, if that's the case.
There is Teja Holm. I just saw Kartim Al-Wad. I want to give a shout out to that 2-year-old colt. It's only his first start. He looked magnificent in the parade ring, but here's Behaz Al-Rahman, who's interesting, I think, is the way to say. Started off really exciting with the second back in meeting 26. Couldn't build on that in 2 subsequent starts, but they weren't easy.
Yeah, they weren't easy, but he was very well beaten, so has a bit to prove. I was going to say can go well fresh, but that's rather not really the point now, because he ran on the final day of the Taif season and ran a poor race to be right out the back, so has something to prove now. And I think even back to that debut form, probably has a little bit to find.
Here we are, he's making third start today, needs to step up massively from what he's shown before, but Doa Al-Hakreen is one I'm really intrigued by. That run on penultimate start, second in the very competitive Fillies auction race. We've been openly saying that the Fillies race at Taif was better than the Colts race. Doa Al-Hakreen came flying home, just missed out on the win, came flying down the outside. They stepped her up in trip next time. I didn't think that was the way to go, although she finished fast. You've said it plenty of times. Stepping up in trip is not always the answer. Sometimes the race just falls into your favour. But I think back down to the trip where we saw her last time, over the 1,400 metres, I think she could be dangerous.
I think she's flattered by the run in the auction race, to be perfectly honest. She did really catch the eye. Looked like she might win that for a while, but the winner of the race, I think, made her move too early that day, and that was Naya. And Naya looked like she was going to win very easily, and then tied up late on, and Doa Al-Hakreen came from the clouds. I think that flattered her because the race was collapsing essentially up front. It's a strange old race, given that there were a few good horses in it, a few very moderate horses in it, and that big auction contest. And I think Doa Al-Hakreen, the balance of her form suggests she's not good enough to win this race. And I'm inclined to not ignore the run, but basically mark her down a little bit for the fact that everything fell her way that day.
Joe Bladi, we haven't spoken about that runner. Second on debut, meeting 36, comes here for a bit of a break. I thought she showed a lot of quick pace there on debut. She showed blazing.
I think he almost should have won. He got to the front and went hard. Looked like he was going to win the race, a furlong and a half out, but wandered quite badly in front, and then was nabbed close home by Moela. The third was a winner next time out. He was 5.5 lengths clear of the third on that occasion. I thought that was a better run than it looked because he ended up going too hard. Now, he might be another one who, when he's in front for a long time, gets a bit lonely and wanders around as he did there. So you can take that as a negative if you like, but I think with a slightly more balanced run, you'll see a better horse. And on pedigree, he should just about stay this trip. He showed plenty of speed at Taif, but this trip should be within his wheelhouse, and I think he'll go pretty well. I
had concerns about him stepping up, just in the idea that did he get lonely or did he get tired, and we just don't know. And
I think it's always a bit. He definitely got tired. Yes.
Yes, because he went so fast.
This lonely makes no sense. It's an expression we use about a horse wandering around in front, but.
Let's have a look at Teja Holm, who is running here. This is back in meeting 7, the only start we've seen. And like you said, Rory, blasted to the front, got a nice lead, and then just got a bit tired out in front.
Yeah, race is won at this stage. And he's actually, she's maintaining the momentum at this stage. It's only in the last 50 yards or so you begin to see signs that she's tiring, and the margin does shrink a little bit in that last 50 yards. But she's done it nicely enough. I think she's probably better than she looks just looking at the footage of the last 100 metres there, and she should go on.
This is Joao Bladi we see in front here, and I think the difference between him and the horse we've just seen is the fact that when he gets tired, the wander comes, he feigns away from the stick there, and then his head just goes straight in the sky, and it's just like, we're trying to get more oxygen into my lungs at this point.
Yeah, and he loses concentration as well, but you're more likely to lose concentration when you tire. He still maintains his lead over the third horse. He does rally when he's challenged and then just gets done, but he didn't help himself by losing momentum and losing concentration there. The third went on to win next time, so I think that's good form, and I think he'll run well. This
is also good form. Best Al Karem, you see on the inside, was a winner on Thursday, and we can see Taj Al-Aneh, who's going to pass him but get nowhere near this leader who relished every step of this trip. Yeah, it takes Taj Al-Aneh the whole race to get past the runner-up, and when he won on Thursday, the filly he was up against threw the race away. So I don't think he necessarily showed over that ride, are you on that one?
to win that race. So I don't, He didn't show himself in the best light, the grey, in this race by going too fast in front. And I think that, again, slightly flatters Taj Alanea, although Mark Aveti is roughly where you are with him.
Well, let's talk as they're getting the tack adjusted. A couple of them getting tack adjusted. That's horse number 9 and horse number 4. So here we are getting adjusted, and Fiber getting adjusted. I thought Fiber looked lovely in the parade ring, but we know where Fiber is at this point in his career. He's had the 9 starts, and in fact, he was a very disappointing 10th last time out. So I think we can step aside from him. Who would be your selection in this race at this point?
I think I'm going to take a chance on Johar Bladi. I thought he was better than the result when he got beaten last time out, and I think ridden with a little bit more patience, he can show himself to be better than that.
I am going to go for Teja Hom. It's been a really tough one. I was looking at Doe Alta Cream, but the run last time was just a little bit frightening for me. So I'm going to go for Teja Hom in this. So horse number 6 for me, horse number 2 for Rory, and I'm pretty sure John told us before we came on air that horse number 3 is his nap of the day. John, am I right?
Well, yes, to an extent, Callum, in the sense that I think he's got a very good chance. I may have slightly exaggerated for comedic purposes, but yes, Taj Alanea, I think, will go pretty well in this particular context. Abdullah Al Rashed is aboard, drops in class, drops in trip. Yes, it was. We're not used to seeing sort of forerunner races here in Saudi, but it was quite a competitive little contest. Rory's been through it in a great deal of detail. Doesn't need a great deal of extra input from me, really, but the winner last time out is now rated 93. Taj Alanea was well beaten on that occasion, but the horse in third has gone on subsequently to run a good race. So I think it does set the standard, and I think we'll take a bit of beating here. And also didn't quite run to the usual style last time out. Is usually more prominent in the run. I think stall 3 will help in this regard here. So we will see. Here we are goes in. Horse number 4 is Fiber into stall number 4. Next to go in is Johar Bladi. 8 is Hasur. Still waiting for Taj Alanea. Katim Alwad. Teja Hom to come forward as well. And horse number 10, Doa Al Thakrin, is out the back. This is Taj Alanea. Ahmed Al Rashed, Abdullah Al Rashed. He's got some good mounts today, actually. 1 or 2 others to look forward to as well. Katim Alwad to come forward. Horse number 5 there in the white, red and blue colours. Once Katim Alwad has gone in, there'll be 2 to go. Then goes Katim Alwad. Teja Hom. Doa Al Thakrin with Camilo Ospina aboard. Doa Al Thakrin goes in. Teja Hom. Callum's selection here. Rory, of course, likes Johar Bladi. Always keeping track of their tipping grudge match. Just about ready. Stand by. 1400 this time. They're off and racing through the early stage. It's not a bad start from Esther Webb right up that rail. Taj Alanea is prominent, so too is Teja Hom. And it's Teja Hom that gets across here to, in second position, Johar Bladi. They're then followed by Taj Alanea, then towards the outside of that one, Katim Alwad. Then Bifaz Al Rahman, that's the leading quintet out in front. Then Esther Webb, who's just dropped back a little bit. Hasur's in the light blue colours. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, Fiber. Also towards the back is Here We Are. Another one is Doa Al Thakrin, who's dropped out of the early speed as they make their way around the big sweeping turn here at Riyadh. And it's Johar Bladi that leads them to, in second position, Teja Hom. They're then followed towards the outside by Taj Alanea. Right round the outer is Bihaz Al Rahman. That's the leading quartet. They're well on at the moment from Esther Webb, who's racing in fifth, but has plenty to find from there. And then after that, Katim Alwad and the rest as they start to make the swing for home. Just about the leader, Teja Hom, but being tackled by Johar Bladi and Teja Hom. Then in third spot, Taj Alanea, who's now pulled out for a run. They're then followed in fourth by Bihaz Al Rahman. Down towards the closing stage as they come, it's Teja Hom still battling with Johar Bladi. Tejahom just going towards the centre of the track. Yoa Bladi's not finding a great deal. Taj Alaner is trying to stay on, but loads of work to do from there. And it's Tejahom that's got on by a couple of lengths here. Tejahom increasing the advantage in the run to the line. And Tejahom will not be caught here and is going to make it 2 from 2 here in Saudi. Tejahom the winner. Tight for second between Yoa Bladi and Taj Alaner. Then Bihavs Al Rahman has finished in 4th. Tejahom the winner. Callum Helliwell new has scored very nicely indeed. Horse number 6 was here last time when Tom Collins tipped 7 winners. And you get a pretty good deal from our experts there in the studio. And you've got a winner there in the case of Tejahom, 1 minute 27.97 seconds. Yoa Bladi 4 lengths down in second. Has gone a bit straighter and truer this time than last time out, which is good news for his followers. And Taj Alaner has finished a head further down in 3rd spot. But it's Tejahom that has scored with Yoa Bladi in second. A 1-2 for the VT department as well. That's no great surprise. The 3rd as well, of course, from the VD department. So if you're on the trifecta, the exotic there, you've done very nicely. Tejahom, 1 minute 27.97, a horse who's almost certainly destined for bigger and better things than this on the basis of her 2 runs so far. Tejahom, a very nice winner of race number 3. Still 9 more races to come from Riyadh here this afternoon. Don't you dare go anywhere else.
Well done, Lewis. Good race.
Thank you so much. Nice race.
Tell me about the race.
No, pretty good. We start pretty fast from the beginning. And we have a little bit much from the beginning to the 400, and then she responded very well when I asked her. And she just took off in the last 100. Alhamdulillah.
And Louis Morales is here in our winners enclosure aboard Tejahom, who's a lovely looking individual. Remember, haven't seen this one run since meeting 7, so it'll be interesting to see what the jockey has to say about it. Plenty of people getting involved. It's another Saturday winner for Big Race Louis, so he's done it again, so we're looking forward to hearing from him. Not the biggest of youngsters that we've seen here, but certainly got plenty of room to grow, and just you could just see the shallow shoulder there. He's not particularly the biggest animal, but I think he's got room to grow, and Louis certainly one to follow on these big Saturdays, and we'll grab a quick word with him after he weighs in. Smiles all round. I'm going to grab him before he tries to run away. Louis, how are you doing? You good? Now, you're a big race Saturday man. You're always having winners on these big days. Why?
I think for the support of the people, you know, been a long time here trying to find the proper horses, and they supporting me right now, so thanks God for everything.
Now you've got the support with this horse. He hasn't run since meeting 7. What were you feeling when he was coming off such a big break?
Well, she showed me a lot of speed in the beginning. I have another horse matching her, so I try to make her relax, you know, as much as possible. and try to make one run. And she responded very well. I don't scare with Sham. He's a really good trainer. He always brings the horses in good shape and fit. So sometimes when you have confidence like this, you just need to try to do the best thing, for the horse.
Now, you were going from the front. A lot of horses have been winning from the back. Were you worried that you were going to get caught?
No, I was worrying about, the horse beside me, because he was, making my filly a little bit nervous, and she wanted to run off from my hands. So I was more concerned about the pace we had, and try to I want to come back to second position, but she was pretty tough rank, So I said, okay, I will keep you over here, like we are galloping in a race and work out, and then we'll see in the last 400. And she responded in the last 400. Wow, nice.
Well, she responded for you. Well done, congratulations, and best of luck with the rest of the day.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Luis Morales, the winner of our third race here in Riyadh. Let's go back to Rory for a rerun.
Yes, we're just seeing the head-on of the finish here. Tetra Home, his winning time 1:27.97 from Juhar Bladi and Taj Alanea. This looks solid form. The three horses that we looked at in the video footage have finished first, second and third. And Taj Alanea had a very solid 80 rating going into this. So for him to be third suggests that the winner is pretty decent. We see that although he does wander off the inside a little bit, or she does rather, Tetra Home, in the last 100 meters. And again, we see on the head on the Juhar Bladi, who did that on his debut, also wanders off that inside rail as he tires in the closing stages. But I think it's about tiring rather than anything else, really. The winner should progress again, as we heard from the jockey. The trainer can be relied upon to get them fit after a break. Again, not absolutely in love with the noseband bouncing up and down on her nose there. I don't think that's a massive help if it doesn't stay in place. But she's a smart sort, and she's going to go on to better things than this, you would imagine. We see the race from the start. Fiber gets squeezed a little bit at the start between Taj Alanea and Kasim Alwad. But things soon settle down with the winner going to the front, Teja Home in the noseband there with the blue cap. But very quickly, from stall number 2, Juhar Bladi and Adel Al-Faredi come along to join him on the inside, and Adel is desperately keen to get the inside line as they come round the bend. Interesting to hear from Luis Morales, rather than trying to shut the door on his rival here, which would have caused interference. He said the most important thing for him was to keep this filly relaxed. You have to ride the whole race and not think of a battle early on with one other horse. So he wants to make sure she sees a race out. She tired late on her debut over 6 furlongs. She was stepping up a furlong on trip here, so it was important that he didn't ask her for an effort too soon. He also doesn't want to let his rival get away from him, so he just has to keep her close to that rival and keep her relaxed for as long as possible. And it's a case of which one of these shows distress signs first, and it was Juhar Bladi. They had a really good battle for a fair way, but you see Juhar Bladi on the inside. His stride begins to shorten at this stage, and he tires, and that leaves Teja Home in front. And although Taj Alanea, the one with experience and fitness on his side, tried to finish strongly on the outside, he was never really able to lay a glove on the winner, who, despite the bouncy noseband, which is a bit of a pet hit of both of ours, has looked a good prospect here, and she can go on to better things, as we heard in commentary.
Yeah, Taj Alanea. Sorry, not Taj Alanea. We could talk about Taj Alanea with the fact that it came there with the experience and were you concerned about the position always being out wide? There were 4 of them, all going gung-ho for the front, and we were discussing in running that, well, we don't want to all be here, we could fall into the lap of something else, but they clearly had the class angle, but the one who was widest of all ended up finishing third.
Yes, you also had Bihav's Al-Rahman going up in a wide position, I think probably widest of all, 4 wide at the bend before fading out of it. Maybe not ideal for Taj Alanea, but to be honest, I think I don't think her rider would have wanted the race back to do something different, because the likeliest way for him to win the race was that the front 2 got in a real battle. Bear in mind, these are 2 who tried to make all the running over 6 furlongs on debut, and neither of them fully got home on that occasion. So ideally, if you're riding a horse who you know is fit and stays the trip, you'd love to see these 2 have a battle and hope that they soften each other up. And that could have happened. I think Luis Morales was very clever. He said to you, I just try to keep her relaxed, don't get involved in a battle.
And don't pull her in behind.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to let the other one go, but you also don't want us to get down in the saddle and start riding her, because then you're forcing her to make an effort too soon, and she wouldn't have got home if he'd done that. I thought that was the sign of a very experienced jockey.
And it's another winner for Prince Sal bin Salman Abdulaziz, whose string have been flying at the moment. I think that's 4 winners over the last 3 days for the team, and they've had a winner each day, and they've got some very exciting 2-year-olds to go to war with. And Louis Morales, big race Louis, doing the business again. Now, we should move swiftly on to race 4. This is our next contest. It's over 1,400 metres. It's for non-winners of 3, and John Blance is standing by to take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, the horses look a little bit like this. Abo Calaf is horse number 1, the mount of Jose Rodriguez. 2 is Fard Naj, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. 3 is Mojazal, Ryan Altoesh. 4 is Tia. Wigberto Ramos makes an appearance. Fardair is next, Nawaf Al Fayruz. Horse number 6 is Lajal Thati, Luis Morales. Horse number 7 is Saad Al Aiz, Ayad Al Turisi. And horse number 8 is Lama Al Zulfi, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 9 is Thawi Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 10 is Meshayal Fahed Al Faradi. Horse number 11 is Sayaf, in the hands of Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 12 is Andar, Abdullah Al Fayruz in the white stable colours. Horse number 13 is Karkash, that of Khaled Al Memoni. Horse number 14 is Kaba Mohammed Saeed. Horse number 15 is Mozakar Osama Al Sharani. Horse number 16 is Azam Badawi, Abdullah Al Rashed. And horse number 17 is Sa Al Taif, that is the man of Mohammed Al Shurima. So they all got a post for this 4th race on the card. It's a non-winners of 3 lifetime for fillies and colts. And once again, a nice view of the bird life here at Riyadh. It's called a bulbul, apparently, this bird. Obviously, I'm not one of nature's ornithologists. 2 people who do like looking at the birds, though, Callum and Rory.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Yes. Thanks, John. I'm going to have to deal with that when I get home.
That's ironic, because you are looking quite twitchy now.
Stop it now. Stop it. One thing that is interesting there is that's Andrew on camera doing all the nature photography. So shout out Andrew for getting the shots of the birds all around this beautiful racecourse in this wonderful part of the world. But as the runners walk into the paddock here for this non-winners of 3 event, I found this nearly impossible to dissect. We talk about horses with different profiles in the first race. A lot of in our last race, a lot of these in this contest have very similar profiles and they look in the grip of the handicapper.
Yeah, and I started looking at this as if it was I had to remind myself a couple of times this is not a handicap race, because it really feels like it all the way through. But they're pretty. Most of them are pretty tightly handicapped. Essentially, you get a few. The likes of Saad Al Ayaz, who seems to have plenty on his plate, but a lot of them rated within 2 or 3 points of each other. And some of them are in form, and some of them are out of form, and some of them might be bouncing back to better form than they've shown in the past. Tough race.
Yes, I'll just start with a horse I'm quite interested in, Mojazal, horse number 3 on your race card. I think he ran a very good third in that 0 to 80 handicap. He finished ahead of Lajal Tati on that day, who I know a lot of people at home would have on their short list. So I think he's got form ahead of Lajal Tati. The last run, though, wasn't particularly exciting. It was the 7th place finish, but he likes to come from off the pace, and he needs a lot to fall in his favour if he's to win a race.
Yes, he's got solid place claims here. He's only 1 from 19, but he does tend to be there or thereabouts in this sort of grade. It was a 0 to 80 he was running, and this feels like a 0 to 80 handicap.
It really does, doesn't it? Yeah. Of the top horse being rated 78, and then, like you say, Saad Al Ayaz is rated 60. This is a real tough ask. Basically, almost carrying level weights to a lot of these too. It's just going to be a really tough ask to get involved with that low rating.
Yes, I mean, he's rated 60, ran okay on his reappearance here, been kept very busy, ran, in week 51, meeting 51, meeting 52, right at the end of the Taif season as well. So no reason why he will do better than he has done of late. He's in reasonable form, he's just not quite up to this sort of class.
Horse number 8 is Alama Al Zafly, who has 2 wins from 18 starts, rated 78, but was last seen running in the Asia Cup. ran a good race for a very long time there, drops dramatically down in class here. Would you be giving her a chance?
Yeah, if Lama Al-Zulfi comes on for that run in the Asia Cup last time, she's got a chance. She was just behind Nigel Fati in that race. And again, Nigel Fati would be a fairly obvious one, dropping in class after that run. It probably wasn't the deepest contest, in terms of cup contests here, the Asia Cup. Hence, you're seeing horses
Early
like
Riyadh
those
Cup contest,
finishing reasonably close. So maybe they're a little bit flattered by that. But on the ratings, the pair of them have chances. Nigel Fati is waiting to come out on top again, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if Lama Al-Zulfi improves a little bit for that first run in quite a while.
Anyone else you want to give a mention to as they make their way down to the start?
I can mention them all.
Well, let's go through them. Let's start from the top. Abu Khalaf.
Hasn't been in the money recently after finishing fourth in a 7-furlong open back in meeting 25. Seems to be going through the motions a little bit.
Fard Najd, who's number 2.
Off since finishing fourth in a 0 to 80 over a mile here in January. Might just need the run because of that.
And we're going to have a look at horse number 12, who is Adan, who is an interesting runner for the White Stable, who has been doing better as he's been dropping back down in trip.
Yes, a kicked clear on the turn in this race that we're watching, and then gets run down late and finishes fourth behind Al Washmi. This is a 7-furlong open contest. I think this wasn't the smartest ride in the world. You can steal the races off the turn in time. You don't steal races off the turn at this track. You've got to rate your horse a little bit more evenly than that. And I would give Antam a pretty good chance of going close with a more measured ride. I think if you look, he managed to kick about 4 lengths clear, having travelled well coming into the turn. Just the wrong time to make an effort. Not the easiest to win with, it has to be said. 2 from 16. A little bit of a short runner, but when you're a short runner, you need to be asking for that effort later in the day.
I think he needs to drop back to 1,200 metres, personally. I think 1,400 still might be a step too far for him. They're trying him again over this trip, which you can understand because a lot of connections will probably say that wasn't a great ride. If we ride him more sensibly, we could get a better result over this trip.
Yeah, but again, he's waited to finish reasonably close, so they're entitled to give it one more go. You may be right that utilising his speed over shorter might be the way forward for him.
Well, we're watching the race from our studio, but it's great to see we've got viewers from all over the world. Marcus is watching us from Argentina. We say hello right back to you, Marcus. Great to have you on board, enjoying the coverage here from Saudi Arabia. I'm sure you've got plenty of interest in all our South American jockeys who are riding here, and it's been a real big South American community of the jockey show.
Or indeed Central American jockeys, if you want to be geographically accurate about it.
Yes, we do have Central American jockeys too as well. And we had Spanish champion jockey yesterday too, so they're popping up from all over the place here in Saudi Arabia.
That's underneath France, by the way.
Niger. Tyr, horse number 4, is rated 79.
Ideally best suited by 6 furlongs, I think. A dual winner over 6 furlongs here. Been in pretty tough races since. Actually has a chance. This is handicap debut for Tyr. Rated 79. Weighted accordingly. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him run a much better race than he has done. He was fourth a couple of times in Taif, disappointed when last seen, but given a break since. I thought he was one of the more interesting ones in the race.
Far Day, I'm going to ignore, rated 66, was struggling this, having
not
finished,
even rated 66 anymore, been pulled down to 63 in the last day.
It's going to be very hard. Tawi, horse number 9, rated 80, a regular that we saw a lot in Taif.
Yeah, second in a Fillies Open over 6 furlongs at meeting 21 in Taif, but he's been below his form. If he couldn't be a Fillies Open if he's a colt, I'll put a line through that. But second in an Open meeting 21, below form all 4 starts since. In fairness, this would be an easier task than most of those, so there are chances for Tharwe to bounce back again. Perhaps the switch to Riyadh will put a bit more spark in Tharwe.
Another one who's been busy is Messiel, horse number 10.
Yeah, kept very busy indeed. Too busy, I would say. That's having its 6th run since meeting 43, which was in September in Taif. Running pretty well, to be perfectly honest, on the whole.
Is it running with credit, considering he's had that many? This is start 94 of the career as well.
Yeah, but only 2 wins.
Yeah.
So, Meshael, if everything falls right, Meshael could fall into the frame, but is unlikely to win. On the ratings, he's got every chance. He's a 7-year-old entire. He's rated 81. He is weighted to go well, but I think he just saves something for himself. Unsurprisingly, for an entire of his age, I think that's why they keep running him. They don't get to the bottom of him in his races. He doesn't come back blowing. Everyone's like, might as well run him again, mightn't we? But he looks after himself. And every now and again, you get a race where he's looking after himself, and they all kind of
Do the same
fall in
thing.
a bit of a hole, and he can come through and win. But the fact that he's done it twice in 93 starts so far shows that it's a fairly rare occurrence.
You won't be able to miss Sayaf, the bright grey in the red colours. Ran in the Sprint Championship at Taif. Ran in last season's Sprint Championship. That was here, but finished third on that occasion. Has been running in cup contests since then, and this is a big drop in class into something that looks more winnable.
Yeah, I was trying to work. I was trying to work out if the Sprint Championship was the Thai Sprint Championship. Was
It was the Thai Sprint Championship.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry,
but
I got
that's
that
the
wrong.
thing. His best form is at Taif. He's a 7 furlong handicap winner in Taif last year, and that third in the Taif Sprint Championship was a good run. But he's been below form since, and his form at Riyadh is pretty ordinary.
And when he's at Taif, he keeps bumping into first line. He's one of the best sprinters out in Taif, and I think that's why he keeps getting beaten in those races. He keeps coming up against first line, trying to challenge him, and then ends up finishing down the field. No first line today, but still some worthy adversaries.
His last 3 runs at Riyadh, 14th, 10th and 9th, so he does need to step up markedly on that. Again, with a rating of 76, he doesn't have an awful lot to find on the pick of his form, but maybe this isn't the ideal scenario for him.
Carcash, number 13, another we haven't mentioned.
Carcash is interesting. It's on my short list. The form figures look like a car crash. If I can do that, I'm on the wrong page for him. But won the Course and Distance Ministry of Media Cup in February. If he's back to that form, then he's got a good chance. His form was regressive in Taif last year. His last 2 runs here in the spring were poor. He then went to Taif and didn't run terribly well, but he's had a break. He didn't really have much of a break going into Taif. He's had a break since his last run when he was the disappointing 12th. If he bounces back to the form he was showing right at the start of this year, he would have a massive chance, and I might well take a chance on him to do that.
And just quickly, we'll run through 14, 15, 16 and 17 altogether. Kabar is going to struggle here. His best form comes in weaker races than this. Mosaka is an interesting one. Azam Badawi, I thought caught my eye, but his best form was the early season Taif, so you can probably ignore that.
He was in the Taif Derby last time, so it's been tough ask from his last couple of starts, but he's won poorly all 3 times since winning a non-winners of 3 and meeting 22. Back to that form gives him a good chance. And I think he just seems to have lost confidence by running in tough races. The Taif Derby would have been well out of his comfort zone last time out, but he could bounce back. Mostakar has got claims, but it's down to a mark of 70 now, and is 1 from 43 lifetime.
Let's look at selections. I like Lama Azufi, horse number 8. And who do you like, Rory? Are you sticking with your sneaky selection at the back there?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Carcash. It was a toss-up between Carcash and Tier for 2 who might bounce back from poor runs, but Carcash it is.
So Rory likes 13, and I like 8. And it's over to John.
Thanks, chaps. I quite like Tier here, but again, it's a rather tricky old race to sort out. But in terms of a wins to runs ratio, Tier's is pretty good when compared to most of these. Might just have a little bit of improvement to come at this sort of level. And good to see old Wiggy back on as well. Kabar goes in. A bit conspicuous by his absence at Riyadh so far, Wigberto Ramos, but I'm sure there are plenty of winners still to come. And this horse might give him a chance here. Lajol Thati to go in. Horse number 1 is Abo Kala. Going in as well is Azam Badawi. This is horse number 2, Fard Najd. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. Still waiting for the 4 Tier to go in, and also horse number 12, Andam. Andam in the King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons, colloquially referred to as the white stable colours. 2 to go. Tier to come forward. He's got the old blindfold on. Backing away. Wiggy's got his personalised breeches on there. Great to see. I'm sure there's plenty of Wigman merch available in Saudi. Now just backing towards the start Tier. And by standards here in Saudi, this is pretty bad behaviour from Tier. On start 12, like I said, not as experienced as quite a lot of these, actually. I mean, start 12, still experienced enough for a racehorse to behave itself. But quite a few of these have had a lot of attempts at winning more than 2 races. Meshael being the obvious example on start 94. This campaign for Meshael. Tier is nearly in. This is Andam coming forward as well. And then when Andam is in, we'll be ready. 1,400 metres. 7 furlongs in old money. They're ready. Gates back and away they go. They are racing. through the early part of the race. Nice early speed from Saad Alays in the yellow jacket. Another one that got out quickly is Sayaf in those red colours. The grey horse Andam is also prominent in the early exchanges. Another one that got out well is Fadea, who gets to the front as well. So it's Fadea, Andam, and then Sayaf. That's your leading trio. They're then followed in third spot by Karkash, who's getting into a nice position. Tears just up the inside there, the black and grey colours. Then towards the outside in the light blue and orange is Mossakar. They're then followed by Said Alays, who's in the yellow colours. Then right up the inner there in the green and white jacket, that looks like Abo Kalaf, who's trying to make a bit of headway right up the inside. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Lalma Azulfi, Fard Najd also has quite a few behind it. Another one that's towards the rear of the field is Mojazal, but that's often his way of running. Starting to make the swing for home. It's Sayaf who leads them, to Andam sitting in second. They're then followed in third position by Fadea. Tia around the outside of then the yellow colours of Said Alays. That's your leading quintet as they make the swing for home, and they go inside the final furlong and a half very shortly. And it's Sayaf that leads them. We're sticking to that inside rail. The Saad Alays in second. Tia's in third spot. Now down the centre of the track, trying to get going as well, is Karkash, but it's still Sayaf that's out in front and has been for most of this race. The cavalry are coming, but are they coming in time? In second position, Saad Alays. Here comes Laj Al Thati, who's absolutely flying home. Laj Al Thati gets up to score. Laj Al Thati from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula has scored there. And Luis Morales again, double on the day for him, slicing through them like the proverbial knife through butter. Sayaf made a bold bid to just about go from coast to coast there, and one or two others are on the pace throughout too. But it's a couple of closers who got involved there late, Laj Al Thati and also Mojazal, who likes to come from off the pace as well. But it's Laj Al Thati, 1 minute 27.39 the winning time there. Laj Al Thati in the hands of Luis Morales. There's going to be another Luis Morales Caleb Helliwell show coming up here, I reckon. In second spot was Mojazal. Third horse home was Saad Alays. So in the end, the speed didn't quite hold up. They probably went a split or two too fast. One or two of those other horses have just faded in the very latter stages of that race. Laj Al Thati, Mojazal, Saad Alays, and Fard Najd finished another horse who was quite a long way off the pace. I think I only mentioned that one as being off the speed in the early part of the race, but has got through them as well. So a race where a lot changed in the closing stages, but it's Laj Al Thati who's gone on to score and make it 3 wins from 29 starts. Hadn't been too far away, in fairness, in one or two races at Taif and then coming across here to Riyadh. So has been busy during this season, and she's got the job done here. Filly by Hailstone in the hands of Luis Morales has scored.
Three certainties in life: death, taxes, Lou Morales riding winners on a Saturday. It's just what he does, and he guides Laj Al Thati from an impossible position to win our fourth race of the day, Rory, and I thought he's done that nicely. It's really, really tight. Plenty of horses in with chances towards the end, and plenty of horses which we've selected running big races.
Yeah, it was a real blanket finish in the end. Sayaf travelled really strongly, but this 7 furlongs is just as far as he wants to go. Just a better horse at Taif. over 6 or 7 furlongs there. But yeah, looked on very, very good terms for themselves, but tied up quite badly in the last 100, just 150 metres really. And then it was a case of who was going to get their head in front, and there were 5 or 6 horses queuing up to challenge. One or two of those flattened out late, having tried to challenge earlier, and it was Lajal Tati who came home late to get her head in front. She ran a cracker to be 6th in the Asia Cup last week. You look at her form figure, 6, 7, 4, 13. Not entirely inspiring, but that run last time out was almost good enough to win this, dropping in grade. And I did briefly write, thrown in if repeating that effort last time out, and then I put a line through it. But must remember it's not a handicap. So it's like, yeah. So she would have been going up in the weights for that run last time out.
Just look at this here. Sardales, who we said was going to really struggle here, has run an absolute stormer. And it's come there absolutely cantering at this stage. Doesn't find much of an arse, but finishes 3rd eventually, which is a mighty race, a career best effort for him. But I was really taken aback by the way he just sauntered into this contest. He was front ranked as well all the way through.
And he's been kept extremely busy. It wasn't like he was, he ran okay here to be 6th last time out, but in a weaker race than this. And you wouldn't have expected him to be competitive in this company. But yeah, that was, again, he ran in the penultimate week and the final week at Taif of the season there, and is already having a second start off the campaign at Riyadh. But he's run, as you said, the race of his life there. It shows you that it was a rather messy affair, and it's not necessarily for him to be dogmatic about. But there were some positive signs for one or two of these who've been out of form, particularly Sayaf, who just faded out of things very late in the day.
You see him breaking out now and making a beeline to the front, and Dan with another who wanted to be up there early as we expected but wasn't able to maintain. In fact, I think he's run a worse race than he did last time as well. And then you've got Fardea, who is up there with the early speed too. Now, if you can see Fardea is up there, you know it's cheap speed, because that horse is not going to be able to maintain alongside a horse that was running in the Sprint Cup only a few starts ago.
Indeed, yes, and it's Fardea doesn't hang around there too long, but of course you're saying that, and we got a horse with a very similar rating, actually a lower rating, and Saad Al-Ayas finishing a 3rd in the end. I thought it was a better showing for a long way from Karkash. He came out very well and went up almost to dispute the lead, but was taken back. And I think he's just lost a few positions mid-race in the blue colours there, in about 6th place on the outside of the field before running on late.
Look at your winner in your second, the Lajal Tati, the grey and the red and yellow, and Mojazel, who's just going to sneak down the inside. I want to apologise to everyone at home. I didn't mention Mojazel was putting up a kilo overweight, so I'm apologising for that. I failed to see that before they jumped off. But that kilo may have actually been the difference here in a really tight finish. You can see Lajal Tati gets first run, but Mojazel is all the way through and probably gets a bit of a clearer pathway than Lajal Tati. You have to pass the eventual 3rd, Sardales, in the final strides. But that it's just really worked out there for our winning jockey, Louis Morales, who looks set for a treble because he rides Food de Pine in our next race.
And you can hopefully have a chat with him after that. You'll be a disappointed man if he isn't victorious on that. But yes, fascinating race. Messy. The early pace was marginally too strong. The tactics on Anne's hand were strange, given that he's ridden too aggressively and didn't get home last time, and they've just ridden him equally aggressively.
Exactly the
again.
same. In probably a more competitive looking race, to be perfectly honest.
Definitely, yeah. A race with more depth in it. Whether they've all run to their form is another matter altogether, of course. And you do have a horse in there who holds the form down in 3rd place. But it's interesting to watch. Yeah, as you said, the second was carrying overweight, but got a clearer run through. The gaps really opened up for Montchazal. But sometimes it's actually beneficial, especially in a slightly tricky horse, if you do run into a tiny bit of trouble. If you just check for half a stride here and there, you might have a chance of getting a breath, but also just keeps them interested. They're not thinking about what they're doing. They're thinking of avoiding trouble. And next thing they know, they've run themselves to the front.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree with you more. We talk about our selections here. Lama Al-Zufli, who ran a mighty race, having to come really wide, lacked the early speed that I thought this horse would have, but ran a really nice race. And Karkash with another horse that you selected that ran well too, showing much brighter early speed, and that was a better performance.
You see him with a white face on the outside, just going out a short. He looked like he was going to throw down a challenge with 200 metres to go, but just got tired very late on. But he's shown more than he had been showing for his last 4 or 5 starts, and he does have good winning form over the course of the distance. hopefully that's a sign of him running himself back into form. But yeah, really interesting finish. Good one for the camera guys. As long as you've got your lens pointed at the right one in the finish. You don't want to have a lingering close-up of Sayaf, for example. It was, very, very crowded finish. If you're looking at the head-on.
Fardnage running a big race there as well. Horse number 2, 79 rated Fardnage, is probably one of the few that's run right up to rating there.
Yeah, the question with Fardnage was whether he'd be fit after a lengthy layoff. And actually, he's run, as you said, pretty well. And run close to form.
We'll get them crossing the line here, and we'll see where all the sort of selection came. Fardnage has run a mighty race. They've actually finished fourth.
I think Sayaf might have just held 5th ahead of Karkash.
Tawi and Lama Alzifly both came out of stall 8 and 9 in it. Both ended up finished the widest of everyone there. So clearly there was a big bunch towards the rail, as horses like Ardam and others came from wide, and Sayaf as well came from wide and sort of clogged up the middle of the race course. So everything else who was drawn in the middle ended up having to come wide as well.
Yeah, well, that's often the way. If you're a middle runner in a race like this, but you are going to be delivered late, or you're not looking to get to the front early on, even if you just want to race reasonably handy, then what happens is they're always, those drawn wide don't want to be hung out desperately wide, so they tend to try harder to get forward in the closing stages if they can, and obviously those drawn towards the rail want to take advantage of that good draw, and it's sometimes those in the middle who are not too worried about the draw who end up losing out and getting squeezed.
We just saw that start there as well. It's a beautiful shot we get as they jump out the gates, but you could just see the rider aboard Sayaf was in perfect symphony with the horse. They were almost one as they came out there and just sort of glided their way and used his class to get to the front. You then saw Andam, who was a much more different sort of style. The rider aboard Adel Al Farouz was really getting behind him and having to force him to go forward, and didn't get the kick that he wanted, and then was trying to do better later on.
Indeed, yeah. It's the array of shots we have here, particularly with the slow motion camera, gives you an insight into the race you don't notice first time around. And,
well, that's it. We wouldn't have noticed Fardnage at all unless it was for all the various shots that we get.
Yes.
And,
he's going on at the finish as well. He doesn't weaken on the last 50 yards as if the race is needed. He's actually going on as they hit the line. So fitness is not a concern for him, and he's clearly come back in decent order.
Is he in your Saudi notebook now? Is he the one that you have to add into the notebook? Don't you?
No, the thing to bear in mind with your Saudi notebook is that you don't need to stick one horse in the notebook for every race. There is that tendency, you say, the one horse to take from this race is X. Often there's nothing to take from it. Sometimes there's 4 or 5.
Yes, and hopefully John Blanc can take us through the runners and riders for race 5.
Thank you very much. You're always going to have a notebook in racing. Don't worry about that. Right, this is the 5th on the card. It's for Arabian horses. It's an open contest. We have 11 runners in all. Horse number 1 is Shibal Gouda in the hands of Abdullah Al-Rashed. Horse number 2, Hafedak Ala Al-Khaladia, Fahad Al-Faradi. Horse number 3 is Tagruda, eliciting memories of about a decade ago in the Oaks at Epsom and Paul Hannigan. Fawaz Wanas rides this particular Tagruda. Horse number 4 is Adelfa Jorda, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Horse number 5 is Saklawi Al-Khaladia. That's the mount of Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Horse number 6 is a non-runner. Horse number 7 is Mahaba Al-Muntakaba, mount of Ayed Al-Tarizi. 1 or 2 here that don't want to get involved in the driving finish, frankly. Horse number 8 is Afdal Jazur, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 9 is Fuda Pine. Luis Morales looking for a treble and would have a very good chance on ratings if you take those at face value. Horse number 10 is Bayrak Al-Hezam. Camilo Ospina is aboard. And horse number 11 is Yazmi Athbar in the hands of Khaled Al-Mimoni, looking for a second win at start number 4. So those are your runners. The 10 in all going to post in the absence of the sixth for our very first Arabian race of the day. They're in the parade ring. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. And yes, just a little bit of housekeeping for this race as well. Fawaz Wanas, who rides my favourite Arabian horse in the world, Tagruda, he's putting up 2 kilos overweight. So Fawaz Wanas, 2 kilos overweight. And interesting, we were just talking about horse number 5. That's Saklawi Al-Khaladia. So not Al-Khaladia, but Al-Khaladia, but it's by an Al-Khaladia stallion.
It was not just by that. First of all, I'd imagine they want to pronounce Saklawi Al-Khaladia. It's by a sire called Saklawi Al-Khaladia. spelled the proper way, a genuine Alcalá horse. But yeah, so they've given it a remarkably similar name, but just a slightly different spelling.
Yeah.
Which really, I'd be putting a line through that, say, try again, lads, give it a decent name.
Well, let's have a look
But that's
at
what
some
they've
of these. So this is Afdal Jawad, who won a maiden last time out. This big step up.
Yeah, this would be a pretty tough ask for him here, and I think others are more likely to play a big part in the finish.
Looks good in the parade ring, though, so certainly not a paddock negative. This is the horse we were talking about, Saklawi Al Khuladia, horse number 5, making debut here. Unsure if this horse has runs overseas either, but what we are seeing is a horse who is getting very, very excited in the parade ring, and a complete different to Marba Al Muntakaba, who's horse number 7.
Both running on the same colours, both making their debuts. They won't have raced anywhere else. I don't know which one's in the first colours. The 5 will be in the first colours, won't it?
Yes, you imagine so, yeah.
This is a pretty tough race to be making your debut, and I don't think either of them are going to figure in the finish.
Yeah, here's horse number 8, Afdal Jazor, who we were just speaking about here, also still looking for his first win. And here is Fudapine, a horse who I absolutely adore. He's been a revelation since coming to Saudi Arabia. He built like a sprinting thoroughbred, and Louis Morales is looking for the hat-trick.
Yeah, we'll see him in action. He didn't have much to beat on his most recent run. It's been a distance thing between the first and second and the second and third that day. But the form of the first race he ran in here has worked out very well. The horse he beat went on to win the King Faisal Cup for Arabians at the end of the season. So his form is working out very well. He thoroughly deserves that 110 rating. He might be even better still. The most interesting one against him is probably the stable companion, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, well, I would say the interesting thing that you see is these wonderful paddock shots that we're getting. You can just see the difference in Lucas Gaetan's Arabians compared to the others. They're just built different. They're much stronger, they're much stockier, they're much more powerfully built. They look like thoroughbreds, and they train alongside thoroughbreds. And I imagine they're just a step ahead of their purebred Arabian rivals.
Yeah, well, this one also looks very well. Yasmi Athba in the parade ring. Looks a bit like a rocking horse, lovely dappled grey, looking in really, really good order. Disappointing last time out, that was in the King Faisal Cup when he was only 10th, so he's behind Hafidak Al-Khaladia in that. But previous to that, he'd won a 1 mile maiden with 4 subsequent winners in behind him that day, so looked a decent sort. And I'd expect him to, I think, he'll turn the tables with Hafidak Al-Khaladia, who was ahead of him there, even though that one's got the higher rating.
Now, we've talked about the King Faisal Cup, that very valuable listed contest towards the end of the Thai season. Not quite the end, but towards the end of the Thai season. There was a big story coming out of that. We can't get away from it. Fudapine was withdrawn at the 11th hour before the race.
I see, he was Fudapine then because he was trained by an English. So at that stage he was Fudapine. Now he's trained by a Spanish speaker. He's Fudapine.
Now he's Fudapine. So so at the time he was Fudapine. He was withdrawn at the last minute when looked all set to go and would arguably be the most likely winner, considering his form held up. We had to wait and see him again, and we'll see him now. He's just in shot. Firstly, he looks magnificent. Well done to everyone at the team at Lucas Gaetans who's turned this horse out, just looking spectacular. This was him winning a 3-runner affair. One of the horses in this race was making debut. Another horse was still a maiden, and Fudapine, he was Fudapine at this time.
He was, yeah.
Absolutely hacked up.
Yeah, he's won by a distance, I think 33 lengths, I think it was in the end.
The time was remarkable as well.
The time was very, he was on the course record essentially. So although he's geared down, he's run a very good time. And essentially it was just him against the clock. It wasn't him against the opposition. His previous race was more interesting in terms of who is taken on. But he's looked a very, very good horse in those 2 runs. And it was unfortunate that he had to be withdrawn.
The other Gaetan runner, Yasmi Athbar, looks fantastic in the parade ring, but we know that horse's level when stepped into listed company. That was a poor run in what was a very big race.
It was a very bad. I don't think you say you can know if a horse has had 3 lifetime runs, and that was a second run of the season on the back of a win. It was too much too soon for him at that stage.
We also don't know if he did anything overseas either, because a lot of Lucas Gaetans have done.
He's only 3, so so no would be the answer to that.
Did they run a bit too?
I think he had a run here last season. He was 7th at Riyadh before he won that maiden next time out. But yeah, no, I don't think you get many obviously you can get a few running as early 3-year-olds here. Doesn't they run at 2?
No.
And obviously you wouldn't tend to import 2-year-olds. Some of the older horses get imported. But anyway, Yasmi Athba, I say ignore that run last time out and give him a chance to prove how good he can be. I think he can be a better than his mark. He was impressive in his maiden. He's very lightly raced. And it's also worth bearing in mind the form of the yard. I mean, this stable is genuinely flying. 3 consecutive winners. It would be a big surprise if they don't have their 4th consecutive winner here. And they've got other interesting runners going on. Not too many, not a huge number of runners per meeting from Lucas Gaitan, but they are winning at a very, very solid rate. So with the stable in such good form, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the pair of these dominate.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the top 3 here. Shibal Gouda, who won last time out here in Riyadh. Hadfik Ala Al-Kaladir, who is an Al-Kaladir, so always has to be watched. And Tagruda, who may find this all a bit too much, especially as far as Wanaz putting up overweight.
Yeah, Shibal Gouda, his win was actually at Taif last time out, and he won by 16 lengths, which looks fairly good. But we saw a fair bit of him at Taif, and although he was far from the worst there, the opposition that he beat last time out were pretty moderate.
He got a lead as well. He was able to dominate on that occasion.
He was, yeah.
Hard to see him do that here.
That was it. He also won in the first week of the season, but I think he summed up by his mark of 85.
Now, let's go for selections. It's very easy where I'm going. I'm going for a horse who I'm thinking can one day take on Afsan Al-Kaladir. Fuda Pine for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on Fuda Pine, and I would say that I feel reasonably strongly that Yasmi Athba will progress enough to be the biggest danger, and might even give him a fright. Yeah.
Again, you never know. So, Fuda Pine for both of us. That's horse number 9. Now, everybody at home, sit back, relax, and enjoy a top-class Arabian contest with John Blance in the commentary.
Yeah, the horses are down at the start, and well, interesting on the old pronunciation stakes as well with Fuda Pine. If the consensus over there in the studio is Fuda Pine, I'll be going with Fuda Pine as well. Never a man to try and get one over my colleagues, so we'll go with Fuda Pine. There's horse number 4, Aldefa Jordar, and horse number 1 going in as well. There's Shibal Gouda. There's quite a few in dual ownership here, so we've got 1 or 2 distinguishing caps to keep an eye on as well. This is Shibal Gouda going in. White cap for that one. Has joined Mahaba Al Muntakaba. This is horse number 5 in shot, Saklawi Al Khaladia. Horse number 11 is Yasmi Athbar in those second Athbar Racing stable colours. First, of course, reserved for Fuda Pine. Horse number 4, Aldefa Jordar goes in, red distinguishing cap for that one. If we get into the race calling business, a big packet of felt tip pens is always very worthwhile investing in. Bayrak Al-Ezam goes in. So too does Hafadak Ala Al-Khaladia. Ready down at the start, 1,400 metres in front of them. That's Saklawi Al-Khaladia. And they're off. And racing for the 5th on the card, our first Arabian race of the day. Tagruda got a good start there in the shocking pink cap. Yasmi Athbar is also shooting forward. Fuda Pine has got a nice position, a little bit wide on the track, but just nestling in behind the leaders. Also prominent there is Hafedak Ala Al-Khaladia. Fuda Pine now in around about 3rd position. Right up the inside is Shibal Gouda. They're then followed towards the outer by Saklawi Al-Khaladia. Right round the outside is Bayrak Al-Ezam, who's very wide on the track at the moment. Mahaba Al-Multakaba is somewhat detached, and right at the rear of the field is Afdal Jazur. So they're making this sweeping turn. It's Yasmi Athbar, maybe just doing the old domestique duties for Fuda Pine. He is now moving into 2nd. They're then followed in 3rd by Hafadak Ala Al-Khaladia, the black cap, who's now being driven along. Then Shibal Gouda up the inside, followed by Tagruda and the rest. So it's Yasmi Athbar that leads as they level up for home. Fuda Pine. He's got about 3 or 4 lengths to fight. Just being asked a question or two now by treble-seeking Luis Morales. They're then followed by Shibal Gudar, then Hafadak Ala Al Khaladia down the centre of the track. But it's still Yasmi Athbar who's leading in the hands of Khaled Al Mimoni. Fuda Pine is trying to draw alongside, but still has to find 3 or 4 lengths, and at the moment is signally failing to do that. It's Yasmi Athbar who continues to lead inside the closing stages. Not a great deal from Fuda Pine. Shibal Gudar's finishing off pretty well as well, but racing up towards the line. This is going to go to Yasmi Athbar, who's I think just beaten Fuda Pine into second. Third horse home was Shibal Gudar, and the fourth across the line to Gruda. Well, Yasmi Athbar, one of the 2 runners for the Athbar stables, looked as though, in terms of run style and the fact it was designated with the yellow distinguishing cap there, that we were talking about the stable's second string, but maybe we weren't. Yasmi Athbar, who is rated 100 in his own right, Fuda Pine rated 110, but this is no back number, this horse, and has now won 2 from 4 in the hands this time of Khaled Al Mimoni. Has beaten Fuda Pine, I think, just into second there. Third horse home was Shibal Gudar, and the fourth horse home was Gruda. Producer doesn't want to call it yet. Oh, and I'm wrong as well. It was Hafadak Ala Al Khaladia. No, it's not. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It was Fuda Pine who finished in second, and the third horse home was Shibal Gudar. But we'll get all that sorted out. Fuda Pine was second. Oh, ye of little faith. My producer has worked with me for years, and he still thought I was wrong. Honestly. The people you have to work with here at the Saudi Jockey Club. Fuda Pine's finished in second. Shibal Gudar's finished in third, and Gruda was fourth. But no doubt about the winner. Yasmi Athbar has scored for Khaled Al Mimoni and Louis Gaitan, the trainer. Callum's gone down to talk to Winning Connections as well. So we'll be hearing from Callum very shortly.
We've just seen a really impressive winner, and now we're going to try and grab a winning trainer really quickly behind the scales here. Lucas Gaitan, you've had the 1-2, but not the way we all expected.
Well, yeah, before by rating and by what he was doing, maybe Fubo was the favorite, but this is a great horse. Jasmine is a great horse. Last time in the Cup, I was a bit, well, he changed the stable, he had many things on the other side, but it's a horse that in the mornings is a bit difficult to relax him, but it's a great job by his exercise rider, Ali, and today he showed that he's good.
Now, you mentioned him changing stable. When did you see a sign that he changed? Because he looked so good in the parade ring before the race.
No, he's a horse that since the first day he arrived at the stable, I said, oof, I think he will be a good one, just by the looks. And well, his first race here in Riyadh, it was a bit heavy. Then in time he won. In the Cup was a bad race, but we recovered the horse. That's the most important thing. He's a good one, and he's back.
He is back indeed, and you continue to keep on flying. Is that, what, 4 from 4 now?
Yeah, 4 from 4 between last week and this one, so we have to enjoy when the good form to the stable arrives, because it's not always like this, so now we have to enjoy.
Well, congratulations and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Lucas Gaitan very happy with the result here, despite the defeat of Fudapine, because Yasmi Athba clearly in the same mould and a very, very promising performer in his own right. The grey 3-year-old gelding looked in very, very good shape coming into the paddock for this race, as indeed did Fudapine. But yeah, I think Callum, the first horse he talked about when I came here was Fudapine, absolutely in love with the horse. But essentially, Lucas Gaitan has shown himself to be an excellent trainer of these Arabians, and Yasmi Athba was ridden with confidence by Khaled Al Mamoni. There was a moment where Callum thought, "Oh, this is a pacemaker now for the favourite. That'll work very well for us." But I didn't think that with the form that he'd shown last season, I said that maiden win was very impressive last year, and he just didn't give his running. First time in listed company in the King Faisal Cup. So Yasmi Athba proving himself to be very good with that winning performance. We're seeing connections posing for the winner's photograph there and looking suitably delighted. So clearly they had faith in this horse, and they weren't just expecting Fudapine to be flying the flag. If that's not the case, they're hiding their disappointment very well indeed. Smiles all round in the winner's enclosure, as you would expect. And that is now a 4th consecutive winner for Lucas Gaitan. He is a trainer in exceptional form at the moment. And the only thing stopping him getting 5 in a row was that 2 of them raced against each other here. So great to see that from Lucas Gaitan and Khaled Al Mamoni. Yes, of course, we were talking about Luis Morales having a great afternoon riding the previous 2 winners, and of course he was expected by many to have the treble here. Fudapine, now listen, he's run a decent race. He's given the winner a little bit too much rope. But what worried me about him in this contest is that he drifted to the rail. If the leader was going to tire and Fudapine was going to come with a run, he wasn't going to be able to come through the horse in front of him, and essentially I think he's hung his chance away. From the 200-metre pool, I think Luis Morales had decided that he was only liable to come second because he wasn't able to get him out wide to throw down a challenge, and I think that was the horse hanging in towards the rail that did that.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on all points there. I gutted, absolutely gutted for him, because I think he's just so talented. But clearly, speed is what he needs. And I remember Lucas saying that when he ran last time, it was at the peak of his distance, and he's gonna find it tough. And they've dropped him down in trip. And I think when they dropped him down in trip in a tougher contest, he actually, at this level, he wants to be doing 1,200 metres, which suddenly the opportunities in purebred Arabian races over that trip are few and far between. So he finds himself in a bit of a situation here. I do think he's different class. I'm gutted with the second, but Yasmi Athba, take nothing away. And Lucas, as per usual, absolutely brilliant in the interview, saying that at the end of the day, the excuses for the last run, he's changed stables. When he arrived, we thought he was really, really talented, but he's just taken a while to adapt to everything, and he ran a stinker last time, but put a line through that. He's a much better horse than that. So not a bad day for the yard, and they have kept the 1-2. Fudapine has held on for second. Shibwell Gooder, I thought, ran a very good race on the back of his win to finish third. The runners in third, fourth and beyond, they're all going to be running in these sort of limited handicaps where they're able to sort of run against horses of their own class. They won't often bump into animals like this, but take nothing away from Yasmi Athba, but I can't help but say I'm a little bit gutted.
I think the interesting thing, looking at the head on here, Shibwell Gooder is actually making good ground on the front two later on. I think they're both sprinters, Yasmi Athba and Fudapine. And I think Yasmi Athba is built like a sprinter, really powerful, built like a thoroughbred sprinter, and he never looked like being caught here, but you can see from the overhead shot of the rest of the field, you can see that the pair of them are coming back. The Fudapine, as you said, beginning to get a little bit tired at this stage and hangs across to the rail. He does manage to get out a little bit from there, as we see from the head-on shot, but it was never going to be easy to get him out, even if the leader had faltered. But yeah, he is the leader is definitely slowing down a little bit in the closing stages, and he will be an even better horse at 6 furlongs. But as you say, there aren't that many opportunities for them here. I don't know about the international program. I'm not an expert on the Arabian racing scene internationally.
There is an Arabian Sprint Championship here, so
Yes.
there is an option for him at the top level sprinting. But Khalid Al Mimoni, take nothing away from the jockey there. He's in fine form. That was a winner yesterday and a winner today. He's a jockey that I keep hyping up and telling everybody he's a really, really good lad. And in these Arabian races, he's just mustard. So I think he's got this horse to the front. He's ridden him to get to the front as well because they missed the kick. So it was good to see him do the business there. Again, we've seen an Arabian race now. How has your opinion changed with them as you've been here, the longer you've spent in Saudi Arabia? Because everyone's opinion is very different of these sort of races. What was your thoughts from the beginning to now?
You get two different kinds of Arabian races. We do see a lot of these sort of 0 to 65 handicaps, and their entertainment value always very high. But you're not always in love with the antics of the horses involved. Again, you tend to get tail flashing, high tail carriages, high head carriages. But again, interesting races to watch. But the top class performers all look a little bit more straightforward. And again, they don't always look. I mean, if I'd seen this horse in the parade ring, walking around pre-race, I think maybe he was a little smaller than I might think he was a well-built 2-year-old. I wouldn't necessarily think he was a purebred Arabian looking at him in the parade ring, and that's possibly true of Fudapini as well. They're a little bit smaller than you'd expect.
More rotund, aren't they?
Yeah, but they don't look like a lot of the Al Khalidiyah horses. They're more classically built. They look like proper purebred Saudi Arabians, whereas Fudapini and Yasmi Athba built much more in the thoroughbred mould. Despite having the correct breeding, obviously, but yeah, they're a different kind of animal. They're more about speed as well because of that power, because that's where you get speed from. You got to have the powerful hindquarters to show it, and the races at the sprint trip will always suit horses with that kind of physique. Whereas I think the more interesting Arabian races tend to be races over longer trips, and again, the purebred Arabian really built more for stamina than speed anyway.
Yes, the momentum, and that is clear that momentum is very important. What is also important is the standings as we see it right now. Now we're going to bring up the tables. As per usual, these tables are a little bit out of date. They were as of race 1, so you can see Camille Ospina at the top of the jockey standings. Adel Al-Faradi is just in behind him. Naif Al-Nazi is going to be behind, but Luis Morales will jump above him because he's had a double, and Alexi Moreno is there just behind underneath in around about 5th. Remember, Adel Al-Faradi's had a winner today, and Luis Morales has had 2, which is good to see. So looking forward to seeing how that shapes up towards the end of the season. And remember, Adel Al-Faradi was last season's champion jockey. Let's have a look at the Trainers' Championship. Ahmed Mahmoud is absolutely running away with things. He is the White Stable's leading trainer and doing the business. Said Mutlaq has had a quiet week so far this week. He trains the Al Khalidiyah Arabian stable. He's been very quiet, yet to have a winner this week. Ahmed Al Musa is there in behind, and Bedan Al Sabai has crept up a position to go now into 4th. He was in 5th yesterday. And you can just see it's very tight in behind because you've got Lucas Gaita, Jimmy Jerkins are all beginning to fire in the winners. Now we've made it to Riyadh. And remember, these scores still include what was done at Taif. And here we go with the Owners' Championship. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons is flying along. They are the White Stable. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz is in 2nd. Now they've got 29 points. They've been champion owner for a very long time, and it's clear to see they've got an awful lot to do to reel in the White Stable, who were rattling through the winners in Taif. The Al Khalidiyah stables are there with 24 points, which is really interesting as well. And you've got Sultan bin Mashal bin Abdulaziz, who's there with 19 points. Rory, at the Owners' Championship, I think that's all done and dusted, isn't it?
Yeah, there's very little doubt that not much is going to change there, with a gap of 50 odds points between 1st and 2nd. I thought a trainer you might see start getting onto the sneaking up in the top 10 not before too long will be Hisham Abdul Wahed, who I think might have sneaked in at the top 10 today. He's training all the horses in the white with the blue braces.
Oh, the Prince Saud bin Al Salman.
Yeah,
yes, they're going to do better.
They looked like a very powerful team. They've got some nice horses, and they've clearly laid a few out for this as well. So Hisham knows what he's doing. I think he went up to 14 winners, or 14 or 15 today. And given the powerful team they have for Riyadh, that's going to go up considerably. There were very few running in those colours, or the horses who ran in Taif in those colours tended to run once and then
they were all put away, weren't they? They've got a powerful string, and Pat Cosgrave was actually the retained rider for them for a little while, but Pat is no longer here in Saudi Arabia. He is doing his riding in Dubai, and I'm not going to say it's because he couldn't cut it, but he couldn't cut it. Now, let's move on to our next contest, race 6 on the card. Now, this race has been obliterated by non-runners, so keep an eye out on those. There's 7 non-runners in total, which means a lot of our reserves will get in. So, John Blant, it's a tricky little card to read. It might be even harder to find the winner.
Indeed. Well, we'll give it a good go, though, Callum. Right, horse number 1 is a non-runner here. Number 2 is Al Shamek. That's the mount of Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 3 is Unitarian, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 4 is In the Storm, Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 5 doesn't go. Number 6, Wild Rover, Abdulaziz Al Musa is riding that one. Keirin is horse number 7, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 8 is Abdo Al Dafrat, the man of Ahmed Al Shrar. Horse number 9 doesn't go. Number 10 is Wisdom Keeper, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 11 is Blue Oud, Asl Al Saidi. Horse number 12 is Kaiser, Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 13 doesn't go. Horse number 14 doesn't go. Horse number 15 is Thebe Al Gar. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Lawfi. Horse number 16 is Mokam, Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 17 is out. Horse number 18 is out. Horse number 19 is Simt, Ayad Al Turisi. And horse number 20 is Asal, Mohammed Suleiman. And the reserves do run. So 21 Waterfront, will it be a contender? That one is in. Number 22 is Fayad. Horse number 23 is Mudhim. Jockeys to follow on those 3 reserves, but they do all get runs. So it's, as Callum was saying, it's a somewhat decimated field here for this contest, but there's still, in the end, a pretty big field. We can start looking at them in the parade ring now.
Good.
And they are in the parade ring now. Thank you very much, John, for giving us the runners and the riders for that. In the Storm just coming by now, number 4 looking lovely in the parade ring too, just walking out, carrying a little bit of condition, but not too much of a concern for me. Horse number 6 is Wild Rover. Now this one has form in the UK, and that would explain the obscenely high rating of 82. Kerain is a nice runner here. 3 starts this season and 2 starts last season. We go straight to number 8, Abu Al Tafrat, who is another one who just carries a little bit of condition, but is a lot more lower built. Now, number 10 is gorgeous. That's Wisdom Keeper. What do you think of that one?
Yeah, well, I wasn't ignoring you.
I thought you were ignoring me. I didn't know what was going on there.
I was desperately keen to get a look at this Wisdom Keeper, who I think might be an absolute monster. I think he might be the reason for some of the non-runners in this race. He's got an absolutely tremendous pedigree. He's by Quality Road out of a mare called Life is Sweet. Do you remember Life is Sweet? Of course not. You remember anything, do you?
Not at all.
You're about 12 years old. Life is Sweet was the filly who used to give Zenyatta a run for her money. She was the winner of the Breeders' Cup Ladies Classic when that race existed back in the day. Thanks. That'll be probably a decade ago now. Absolutely top class filly, Life is Sweet. She hasn't produced anything of her ability thus far, but she's produced winners. And I thought this was just a really interesting pedigree for here. This horse running in the colours of last year's Saudi Derby winner, of course, Commissioner King. And I thought Wisdom Keeper, very much in the same sort of build as well. Proper US dirt pedigree, proper classic pedigree, and really looks the part here. So I would be disappointed if he doesn't turn out to be well above average.
And the stables, the FMQ ownership, have a big hand in American racing. Those who are big fans of racing overseas will have seen they had Saudi Crown, who ran in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He was also a Grade 1 winner in the States too. So it's great to see them not only doing work in Saudi Arabia, but also across the Atlantic in the USA. And there's plenty of American influence in the pedigrees. And as you can see with Wisdom Keeper, that is clearly a horse that they bought from the sales that's come over here. And it'll be an interesting one for sure. And I think you were saying to me that he could be the reason why we've seen so many non-runners, that people just have seen this thing in the mornings and they don't want to go anywhere near it.
Well, I think that it's odd that we got so many scratchings here, and it's not that there's any issue with the track because there are virtually no scratchings through the rest of the card. But what is it? 7 scratches? 7
Yeah,
scratches
I think it's 7 non-runners, yeah.
So that's there has to be some sort of reason for that, and I suspect it might be no one wants to run into a horse like Wisdom Keeper. Certainly hope so. It'd be disappointing if he comes out here and is nothing special. It's gelded already, but I just think that helps his growth.
Yeah.
You know, he's well grown, he's really powerful, he's very relaxed at the moment. I'd like to see him come alive a little bit when he's mounted, but Nath Al-Nazi will be getting on him shortly. And he is potentially a standout. On the ratings, you mentioned Wild Rover earlier on. This is a horse he was, well, I'll tell you, the interesting line with Wild Rover, he was 4th to the British Cup Juvenile Turf winner Victoria Road on his last start in Ireland. He didn't win in Ireland. He was 2nd in a 6-furlong Navan maiden for Jesse Harrington. But his form since he came out here has been abysmal. Absolutely dreadful. He's basically been tailed off in 2 starts, hasn't acclimatised at all. That was last season, though. They didn't take him to Typhus. This is a horse who wants turf, really. He's a son of Saxon Warrior, and he's liable to show his best form on turf. We don't get any turf racing for a while, so maybe this is the case of him just getting warmed up. Maybe they thought, right, well, he's lost condition having travelled over from Ireland, hasn't adapted to the very different climate, different conditions. He just needs a big break. So coming back off a long absence might actually be beneficial for Wild Rover. He's still only 3, obviously. You know, he showed his form as a juvenile, but didn't show it when brought over here for the last Riyadh season. But missing the summer and coming back might just enable him to come back. And a rating of 82 would make him an interesting yardstick. You couldn't guarantee he'll be a yardstick in this race because we don't know which level he's going to run to. His Riyadh level, which is terrible, or his Irish level, which is pretty good.
Be good enough to win here, wouldn't it? His Irish level. Fayard.
It wouldn't be good enough to beat Wisdom Keeper.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know, but it might not be good enough to beat Wisdom Keeper, of course. And there are others that we
Fayard, horse 22. I thought ran a really eye-catching race when 3rd on debut here early in the Riyadh season. I thought that was a good enough race.
I would actually like him better than I would like Wild Rover in this race. Of those with form, he's the one I like the most. Again, he's representing the powerful stable of Prince Saud. He showed promise when 3rd to Al-Khwarizmi over course and distance. Runner-up's been beaten since, which is a little bit of a knock to the form, but he finished really well from a poor position. He looked like he was pretty green that day in the early stages. Put in a strong finish from a bad position. Again, he's got a good US pedigree, beaten by Medaglia d'Oro. He will appreciate further in time as well, but he looked well in the parade ring, so he would be the other one that I'd have on what is a pretty short list, I have to say. Would
Mood Him not be on your short list as well? One of the other reserve that sneaks in right at the bottom?
Yeah, listen, he's got he was 5th behind O'Sheik in an 1800 metre open on his latest start. That was last week, and he was twice runner-up in 1 mile maidens at Typh. He ran, that was Open Company ran in last time out, so he's dropping back in class. He's the one I put up as the genuine yardstick. You know roughly what he's going to run to. He's going to run to a mark, I would say, in the mid-70s. I think 73 is a generous enough rating for him, and I think he's more reliable than Wild Rover, because Wild Rover's got, you know, it's difficult to put a rating on him at the moment. If he runs to the form he showed behind Victoria Road, for example, then you would put him around 80. But you know, he had 4 or 5 starts for Jesse Harrington, didn't get his head in front, and obviously he's run poorly in 2 runs here. So we don't really know where we stand with him. He could bounce back, but he could end up, you know, being a mid-60s horse here, or maybe nothing at all. You know, some of them just never acclimatise and end up constantly running out the back of the field. So he's hard to judge, but Mutim is pretty reliable, and I think he will run to something in the mid-70s. So that will give us an idea. Hopefully, we get a big run from Wisdom Keeper. It'll give us an idea of how good that horse is exactly. Obviously, I'm reading that as if he's going to come out here and win, but I very, very much hope so.
Yeah, Blue Oud, I thought, has been improving with each start. Fourth place last time, which sounds worse than third place on his previous start, but I thought it was a better race he ran in meeting 41. He's the horse that needs him to absolutely fly in front and fall apart, and then he's going to be the one picking up the pieces because he's got no pace.
He's got no pace. He will plug on, but I mean, he is very moderate. He's got a rating of 56, and to be, he would with a handicap off that mark if the race was run to suit him. But he's not good enough to win a maiden, and even when he finished fourth, you're right. The race he was fourth in last time was a stronger race than the one he was third in the time before that. He was beaten 13 3/4 lengths, so that gives you an idea of where he is. You know, in these races where the field gets blown apart and something wins by a margin, he's the kind of horse who's running on past beaten horses into those sort of minor places, but he's never really running to anything higher than sort of, low to mid 60s at the very best, and his rating of 56 gives you an indication of the mountain he has to climb here.
Yeah, I think Wisdom Keeper is clearly the selection that you're going to make if someone's lost a shoe. We don't know whether it's in this race or in a previous contest, but we have found the shoe. It's lucky, my friend. Keep it. Keep it on side. I can't keep my eye off Mood In here. I just think he could be quite dangerous in a race where a lot of these look fairly ordinary.
Oh,
and that's what draws you to the newcomer, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's some very moderate form and offer. There's with the non-runners, the vast majority of this field would struggle to make a rating of 60. So you're hoping. Look at him; he's absolutely stunning compared to these. He also looks pretty fit.
He does indeed.
I wouldn't say you can see his ribs. He's not run up light at all, but he looks fit. And I'd expect him to produce something of a bit of quality, because we need a bit of quality on this race.
We've not seen SMQ truly play their full hand with 2-year-olds yet. They had Jcsa, who won a maiden and then won a conditions event. That was quite an impressive performance. My concern is, why have we not seen more of them? Because they're definitely buying them as yearlings. They're quite powerful in the buying situation. Why are we not seeing more of the... And some of the 2-year-olds we have seen have been really poor as well.
Okay, well, this is not going to be one of them.
It's not going to be one of them. So you're going for Wisdom Keeper number 10. I'm going to go for... I was stuck between Mutim and the other reserves that got in, but I'm going to go for Fayard and hope that horse can improve for Prince Salman, Bin Salman and Tel Aviv and give that owner a double on the day. So just to go through that one more time, I'm going for horse number 22, Fayard, and Rory is going for horse number 10, Wisdom Keeper.
You're a dark horse, aren't you? You spend 10 minutes talking about one and then you tip the other one.
John Blanc, over to you.
Great to have a presenter and studio guest both singing off the same hymn sheet. They're making their way in. Horse number 2 is Al Shamek going in, the red cap. Incidentally, into stall 1 has gone Waterfront. Obviously, we got these reserves replacing the horses in their draws as well, although there's only 3 reserves replacing. In the end, 7 horses have gone out, and that was a really important point I think that Rory made. Hadn't really dawned on me. It wouldn't be the first time that something will have dawned on Rory and not on me as to why there are so many non-runners in this race, and it could well be the presence of this Wisdom Keeper. Ordinarily speaking, when you look at a race like this, you look at the horses that have form first, and then when you realise the horses that have form aren't particularly good, you're then immediately drawn to the newcomers, and I think Wisdom Keeper is definitely in that category. This is 22 Fayad going in very quickly as well. Horse number 6 Wild Rover. He's got a vaunted rating, but not on the basis of what he's done thus far in Saudi. And this is the 10 Wisdom Keeper, who is going to be the last to go forward in the hands of Naif Al-Anazi. Prolific Taif was Naif. Quite so good here, but anyway, they're nearly ready. All present and correct, I think. Just 1 or 2 things being checked over towards the near side. All in. Gates back and away they go for our first mile race of the day. Wisdom Keeper got a pretty good start, in fairness, this interesting newcomer. Another one that's prominent in the early stages is Unitarian in the red cap, and it's Unitarian that's gone on to Wisdom Keeper, who's also prominent, as indeed is Abo Aldafrat in the blue colours. The first three. They're then followed up the inside by In the Storm in the dark blue and white colours, another sporting dark blue and white colours. Then in fifth place, we've got Wild Rover, who's in mid-division at the moment. Very, very wide on the track is Mokham trying to get in. Kaiser is also there wide on the track, and the big white face of Thebe Al Garar. They're all in danger of approaching the turn in very wide positions. Towards mid-division at the moment, Waterfront and Wigberto Ramos. They're then followed towards the outside by Simp. The field trails back to Blue Oud, who's standing alone at the rear of the field. Starting to make the swing here. It's Unitarian to the inside, but Wisdom Keeper on the outer, and Wisdom Keeper has now just quickly eased into a 3 or 4 length advantage. Goodness me, off the final bend they come, levelling up for home. Wisdom Keeper now 5 or 6 lengths to the good, to the green jacket of Thebe Al Garar, who's getting going in second. Then in third, Mudhim, who gets the first mention and stays on. Then Kaiser and Unitarian, but Wisdom Keeper took this race by the scruff of the neck as they swung for home with just over 400 metres to go. And now with 200 metres to go is well clear. Wisdom Keeper looks above average, I think it's fair to say, as far as this newcomer is concerned. Wisdom Keeper well clear. The rest in a different part of Saudi and racing up towards the line. Wisdom Keeper just far too good. And a little flourish from Naif Al Anazi at the line as well. In second position was Thebe Al Garar. Mudhim finished in third, and the fourth or so was Fayad. Wisdom Keeper, this 3-year-old by Quality Road. Hats off to Rory. He flagged up everything you needed to know about this horse, and possibly why so many had been frightened off by its presence. We get lots of horses that are imported to Saudi, come from different parts of the world, obviously, and have cosmopolitan pedigrees. But this one on that score definitely stood out. 1 minute 39.78 seconds. We've got only under mile race. Sat down the card as an Arabian race, so difficult to compare it to anything today. But that's a pretty good time all told. Thebe Al Garar has finished in second. Thebe Al Garar rated 67 and has been relatively consistent in its Saudi career thus far, but has been absolutely obliterated by Wisdom Keeper, who's jogged over the line as well. I think we're talking about a horse definitely already running to marks in the 80s and possibly even higher. Thebe Al Garar in second. Mudhim has finished there in third, who's also rated 73. So I think we could be looking at a horse definitely already in the 90s, and with the possibility of much more to come once we get to starts 3, 2, 3, 4 and beyond. Wisdom Keeper has made mincemeat of this lot and has won by 11 lengths, 3.5 lengths to the third. Fayad finished in fourth, Sint was fifth, and Keirin has finished there in sixth. But that was all about Wisdom Keeper, who was first. The rest were nowhere.
Well, the great thing about being able to come down to the Wooded enclosure is that you get to see some absolute monsters up close, and Wisdom Keeper fills the eye. Look at the size of this. I have not seen a 2-year-old look like this in a while. He is absolutely stunning. He's going to go on and do better and get bigger in time. Like Rory mentioned, he'd been gelded already, so imagine he's just been given time to grow. He's got the blinkers on as well, no issues there. And Nath Alanadi, it's a bit of a pressure ride because, as Rory mentioned, a lot of these horses have been scared off because of what this animal's been doing. And they've decided not to run. He's decided to take his chance, and they've been rewarded for it. It's been a really impressive display, and hopefully we'll grab a word with Nathan and let him know. His hugs all around and there's no surprises about it. You've got a lot of the key members of FMQ are here as well, and it's good to see them all, and we'll make sure we catch Nath too. As Susie weighs in, I'm going to dive in like a panther. So we'll wait for Nate to just get weighed in. Yes, I'm sure it'll all be fine, and then we'll go and grab him. Oh, they're just checking. Because we just got to make sure that he is okay, and just make sure that this horse is fine, and he's just been taken away. There are a couple of conversations with the stewards here, so we're just going to take our time and just wait for this. Okay. Nate's just going to grab you very quickly. Firstly, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you, my brother Cal.
Good to see you, and what a good horse he is on debut.
Yeah, actually, thanks God, my brother Cal. This 3 win for me, trouble for me this week. Congratulations for my brother Mamdouh Al Ali, and I hope to say for him thank you about the horses today. How he's come. Thanks God about this win, Cal.
He's such a big, strong horse. Was your idea always to go to the front?
Yeah, actually, Cal, this horse too much big. I think this horse, when I go the gate, maybe 2,000, 1,800, because, you know, top this horse and first race today. But this horse is have a good brother, like Broad. This father horse, Quality Road, you know him. Best horse. I hope, inshallah, for this stable more future. And this horse, I hope so, inshallah, he coming best horse in 3 years.
That is very, very exciting to see. One of the best 3-year-olds here in Saudi Arabia. Now, there were 7 non-runners today. Were they scared of you?
Yeah, I hope so, inshallah, more future for me and all my brother.
Well, congratulations, and congratulations to the entire FMQ stables. Well done, and that's a good horse.
Thank you, my big brother, Cal. Thank you, my friend.
Marvellous, his big brother. I think Nath does think that Callum might be a lucky symbol for him, because he always seems to do well when Callum's on the scene. This was exceptional, as you heard from the winning jockey there. Almost too big, he said, and he is. He's an absolute monster compared to these looks-wise. You saw after the line that the saddle had slipped forward, making it rather uncomfortable for Nath as well. But he's won this by 11 lengths and 3.5 lengths. So he's beaten a horse rated 73, who's very consistent, by 14.5 lengths. And you would have thought you're almost looking at roughly 2 pounds a length. So that puts this horse in the 90s, really. And indeed, if you look at the times of horses who've run over a mile this season, only 2 have ducked below 1 minute 40 for this. The Man of the Night, who won the best race of the season so far of this trip, did 1 minute 39.3 odd. And for this horse to win in 139.78 on his racecourse debut, eased down, suggests that he's not far short of Cup standard already, having just started his life. Obviously, he's been gelded. They put blinkers on him first time out. The suggestion was that he'd done plenty of work and he looked very fit as well. So I don't think he's going to improve a load from this. I don't think there's an awful lot of scope for huge improvement for a horse who's put up such a performance on debut. But you'd like to think that the experience won't be lost on him in terms of what he's learned about racing. and he's clearly something very, very interesting to go to war with. Again, these connections won the Saudi Derby last year, the Saudi Derby over this mile trip, and you would have thought that this horse's campaign and the fact that he's starting his career here is a suggestion that he's working backwards from that race again, and connections are clearly always going to the sales in Kentucky looking for the next Commissioner King, a horse with a very similar sort of pedigree. But yeah, to get a horse like this out of a Breeders' Cup winner is a pretty remarkable achievement. She hasn't quite produced anything up to her class. Life is Sweet on the racecourse so far, but she's produced winners. And when you've got a filly as good as her, and she would have been a champion in the States, but for the fact that she was racing at the same time as Zenyatta, that's a great pedigree to have here in Saudi Arabia, and tremendous to see Wisdom Keeper able to show that sort of form, because obviously you can't guarantee with good pedigrees you're going to get good horses. They can disappoint, and we didn't know exactly what to expect of this horse until he went out in the racecourse and showed what he could do. But he was mightily impressive, remarkably similar in terms of looks to Commissioner King, a horse who was just a hand bigger than everything else when he came to racing tight. The one time we got to see him, which was a real pleasure. He won last year's Saudi Derby, as I said, and this horse clearly on a similar sort of path. Callum, he's clearly not just above average. We see lots of maiden winners who are quite impressive and say, well, this is above average. This is a horse who's probably run to a mark in the 90s straight away. You didn't get very, very few horses who were able to do that first time out on dirt, and we've got something to look forward to. You could even see at this stage his saddle is gone, and therefore you'd have thought he'd be capable of doing even better, because he wasn't in the perfect position there, with Nath having to crouch further up his neck than he normally would do. So he's not perfectly balanced there, but Nath never looked in trouble, did he? He never panicked, and this horse has run strong and true to the line. What was really, really pleasing was he didn't just put the race to bed off the turn and sort of idle in front. He went further and further and further clear to end up winning by 11 lengths. Yes,
he was very impressive, and we talk about saddle issues and saddle slipping, so we had a tack issue there with the saddle slip. The noseband aboard Fayard was halfway up the horse's face around the bend. That was very difficult for that horse to run. I think it's a surprisingly good run considering that tack malfunction.
Yeah, indeed. That's a second from the stable with the same issue. They need to get a different kind of noseband or get the noseband fitted a little bit better.
You can see that when it floats up, you can actually see the undercarriage where the actual noseband on a bridle will fit. It's got nothing in it, so they've clearly just tried to stick it on. You do it with a lot when you've got cross-country horses, and you try and put a noseband on them, you kind of just sticky back it on. But if it rises, it just flips up and steadily just goes up their face, and that's a nightmare. So I thought Fayard ran well, but let's not take anything away. Wisdom Keeper, I called him a 2-year-old down there, he's 3, so I apologise for that. What a performance. And when he came up close, I wasn't so blown away with him when I was seeing him in the parade ring, because I hadn't had a good chance to have a good look at him. But that's the great thing about being able to go down there and just have a look at this horse in flesh. And
this is why I turned my back on you earlier on.
It was nothing personal.
It was nothing. I mean, the plenty of what you've said might make me turn my back on you, but I wanted to get a look at this horse with my own eyes rather than looking at the monitor in front of me, because you get a much better idea of what they are. And he did not disappoint, did he?
And I need to tell everybody at home that Rory Delagi said to me straight away this morning, he said, this horse has scared everything off and I cannot wait to see him. And he was absolutely right, and that's why you are our fearless analyst, and you are always trying to find the people at home lots of good winners. We've got plenty more racing to bring you, and the next race will give you the runners and riders with John Blythe.
Thanks, chaps. Yeah, we've got our second Arabian race of the day. Horse number 1 is Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladir. Naif Al Anazi, straight back in the saddle. Horse number 2 is Jamran Al Khaladir. Abdullah Al Lofi rides. Horse number 3 is Jalamur, and that's the man of Abdullah Al Tayar. Horse number 4 is Dagui Lotois. Luis Morales rides. Horse number 5 is Awamir. Rahid Al Fayroz aboard. Horse number 6 is Out. Horse number 7, Es Ramani. Ahmed Al-Shra rides. Horse number 8 is Umran, the mount of Ali Al-Mimoni. Horse number 9 is Badi Al-Cham, Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 10 is Katifat Al-Khaladir, Eddie Castro. Horse number 11 is Amaland, Yusuf Al-Hussein. Horse number 12 is Lazaz Al-Lali, Mohammed Al-Dahan. Horse number 13 is Katir Al Khaladir, Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 14 is Bariz, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 16 is Al Hareth, in the hands of Asil Al Saidi. And horse number 17 is Saloum Al Khaladir, Adel Al Furedi is out. Horses 6 and 15 are the two non-runners in this particular spot here. It's race number 7. We are past halfway over here at Riyadh. Still plenty more to come, though, as the horses, the Arabian horses, make their way into the parade ring. And we can get back to Callum and Rory.
Yeah, thank you, John. We are looking forward to plenty more racing, and we start with our second Arabian contest of the day. And we mentioned earlier, looking at the Trainers' Championship, the side Mutlaq hadn't had a winner. The Al Khaladir Stables hadn't had a winner. Well, that could all change here. They've got 3 runners in this, and 2 of them you've got to give a very big chance to.
Yeah, they got the top 2 in the race, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir with an official reading of 112, and Jamran Al Khaladir with an official reading of 111. I would say that the top one is a little classier than Jamran Al Khaladir. He's probably gone up the weights for beating Fakir Dupuis in an open contest last time out. Of course, we don't get to see how that would work out because Fakir Dupuis has been a late scratch in the race. But Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, you can argue he was a wee bit disappointing in the Taif season. I don't think the track at Taif suits him particularly well. But in fairness, he was still running in all the top races and running very respectably.
Running into the back of Aston Al Khaladir.
Yeah, it's not easy. But you know, he was a cup winner here in January. He won the Al Daria Cup. He's also 3rd in the Group 1, the Arabian Classic.
The Obeya race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obeya Arabian Classic.
So that's that's very good. He's got 2nd in another very good cup contest as well. So his form in Riyadh entitles him to be the likeliest winner here, even though he's got very little in hand in Jaman Al Khaladir. The Fakir Dupuis got the same rating as well, who's out of it. But you've also got a few who are going to struggle in here, and this is a tough race for a couple of newcomers as well. But you've also got Lazaz Al-Ali, who's rated 107. Al Hareth's rated 110. You know, there are some. This looks very tight at the top, but I do think the top weight is the class act in the race.
Yes, I think Lazaz Al-Ali is one of the tough runners. Mohammed Al-Baham on board. He showed extreme toughness last time out, repelling Al Khaladir runner in the process and winning. And that was the 2nd winner this season because he won early in the season in Taif as well. So he's clearly got ability, but you mentioned the class act. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir is a top-level group performer in purebred Arabian circles. So a lot of these are very talented individuals within their own rights, but they're not quite at that level. Now, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, at his previous best in Riyadh, is a walk in the park all over these. But the Taif form is there, and although he might not suit the Taif course, it's hard to ignore that he's had a string of not great runs.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, some of those runs are very good. He's always been there or thereabouts. But yeah, not from 5 this season. His record last season was 4 from 11, and he was a regular winner. But he struggled to get his head in front in Taif. And the question you have to ask here is whether you think it's track related, whether he's able to get back to his best here. You don't have to. You know, we've talked about horses through the card earlier on who've been running really badly and thinking, well, maybe coming back to Riyadh will get them back to form. He hasn't been running badly at all.
No. He's just been running, not winning very good races.
Yeah, exactly. His form is very close to the form of 4 other horses in this race at Taif, and you wouldn't make him an outstanding favourite based on how they've been running, as you said. But looking at historic form in Riyadh, going back over the last 18 months, he does have an edge, and this is his opportunity to show that he can beat these pretenders.
Do you think the switch from Taif to Riyadh is even more pronounced in these purebred Arabian contests because of the long galloping nature of the track and how momentum, which is something we always talk about with these Arabian horses, is so important?
It definitely is an issue. We heard Wilberto Ramos talk about it yesterday in the Arabian race. He said, "I've ridden this mare in all her races at Taif, and she could not win because she simply cannot quicken on the surface." You know, he said she's a hold-up mare, and she needs to come with a run. She needs to quicken from behind horses. The races at Taif never work out for her. She can plug on, but she can't quicken. But at this track, the same tactic. She can actually. She didn't look like she was going to win yesterday.
No, she came wide.
But she's picked up really well from off the pace, and she has. I mean, quickening is a relative term because obviously you're racing on dirt. it's a case of slowing less than everybody else. But essentially, you know, you're finding that little bit extra at the end of the race, which he was never able to do in Taif. That's remarkable.
Yeah, but say
colouring,
Jcsa, gorgeous individual there with the
almost bird's eye.
Yeah,
Jcsa, you won't see many horses with that sort of colouring, but really took my eye. So
Dagua
excuse me
Latois
for
as well. We just saw
getting
there.
confused. Yeah, Dagua Latois is going to struggle at this level, I would have thought.
Yes, Our Mir is the other horse in short here, who looks magnificent in the parade ring, I have to admit.
Looks very well, not to 95. When I say not to 95, up to 95. I'm going to call all those handicaps 0 to 2 because that's the way we tend to do it. But that's really his rating, and I think he's going to struggle against horses rated 105 to 110.
I love these Arabian contests purely because of the amount of greys you get to see. If you've got a soft spot for a grey, you'll have a great time. Umran is a horse who I think a lot of people really enjoy at home. He's always there or thereabouts, but not quite often at the top table.
Well, Umran and Dagui Latois are very similar, 1.6, 1.7. They both get identical ratings. They both frequently run races they don't really deserve to be in, but they brighten up the show by being there. The newcomer, Katifat Al Khalidiyah, looks terrible, I thought.
Got very warm there,
Yeah.
you just saw there. Horse number 11, a big, strong type. So Aimland is another horse who's had the one run here, but hasn't won here. Won in multiple winner in France, or one-time winner in France, sorry.
Well, it has, won once in France. Wasn't just beaten here, it was beaten literally furlongs. In that race, so clearly it must be better than that. But I don't know when
that was
wrong.
in the Alderea Cup as well, though. So it was a tough
no,
first half.
yeah, it was a good race, but we're talking. It was literally beaten 2 furlongs, beaten 28 seconds in that race, and that's clearly a massive issue. Now, obviously, when the chance had gone, the horse was eased down. But when you're beaten by that kind of distance, you can't make any judgments other than crikey.
Now, he's a winner in Dax in France, and Katir Al Khalidiyah was actually a multiple winner in France, won a shed load of races out there across the channel from England, and he actually ran a career best effort when making first appearance here in Riyadh, finished third last time out. I think he's a horse that could improve and could be a danger maybe to the top horses.
Do you think he'd improve for a step up and trip? That's the question.
Do you know what? He got there so early last time and faded, didn't he? So it's almost one of those things that I'm not quite sure the step up and trip is exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, or again, we talk about change of tactics, and then when you talk about change of tactics, it might help, and you see the same tactics being employed again anyway. So it'd be nice to know what's going to happen. But he's only beaten ahead by 2 very good horses, Jamran Al Khalidiyah and Fakir Dupuy.
And
so
he looked set to win at one point. He really just kind of burst away from the pack towards the middle of the course, and then they just weren't able to reel him in.
No, exactly. And I thought that was a very good performance. We're going to get a look at Jamran Al Khalidiyah here.
Yeah, just jogging down to the start here, no concerns for me. Legs down long for the jockey, and not too much of a problem. Fakir Dupuy also does feature in this race, but Fakir Dupuy is not running today. He was a late scratch, which is a shame. But Jamran Al Khalidiyah, take nothing away from this horse, who won this contest.
Well, it doesn't feature a Fakir Dupuy, of course, but it does feature
Katir
Al Khalidiyah is a horse on the far side.
Yes.
So he ends up getting done for seconds.
But look at him battle back here as well.
He does, but in fairness, the leader wanders towards the stand side and tries to pull himself up in front. So it's a really fascinating finish.
This is Lazad Al Ali, who we're seeing right now in the pink colours. This, what I said, was a very gutsy performance because he looked beaten at just about this stage. And then when he decided to knuckle down, he really did just grind it out. He's
very likeable. He's straightforward. He gets headed here and he battles more than the runner-up. Now, it's worth pointing out this was a 2,000-metre race, and I think he needs that trip. Both of his wins at Taif came in 2,000-metre handicaps, and this is maybe not his cup of tea, but he will win plenty more races with the attitude that he has.
Do you know who he's like?
Who?
Shalat Al Nakail, who's in the same colours, wouldn't you believe it? So great to see that both those horses are running one day after another, and Shalat Al Nakail, a favourite here on the Saudi channel. Any of the ones that we haven't mentioned that are worth mentioning? I hope Aimland runs a better race than he did last time, because that would be nice. But Katir Al Khalidiyah will probably be my selection. I'm really intrigued by that one. I think he's got a hard time beating Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah, but I think it's worth having a go with Katir Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, I don't blame you if you're doing that. I thought there were. You'd be slightly worried about Jamran Al Khalidiyah and the way he behaved in the last furlong of that contest.
You just want horses to be, we said it before, we just want them to be simple and direct and just run their best race rather than doing any funny business, no matter what the formula is like.
Yeah, we should mention Al Hareth as well. He was 4th in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, splitting Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah and Hamdani Khalid Al Khalidiyah. And obviously he does have that margin. He was 2 lengths ahead of Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia last time out. Actually, that was 2 starts ago, rather, I should say, and that gives him a big chance in the ratings as well. I'm going to stick with Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia because I do have this view that he's a better horse here, and he's got a tremendous draw on the inside and stole 1 here as well. We know you can win from out wide, but for a horse with a bit of class, having the real draw is definitely a bit of a bonus.
Yeah, Al Jerez is interesting for me because I think he's a very, very slow horse as well. He tends to just kind of crawl into races that fall apart. And we saw what happened to Blue Oud in one of our previous contests, a horse who needs the race to sort of fall apart in front. If it doesn't, you know your fate pretty early is just that 10, 20 lengths off the speed.
This is true, and obviously a horse like him is always liable to maximise his finishing position by running on past beaten horses who've done a bit more serious running mid-race. But if you own horses, it's nice to get winners, but it's also nice to have horses who keep running into the frame and getting you a bit of prize money to pay the training fees.
The training fees are no concern with training fees with horses that keep running into the places, is there? And that might be why they're running so often.
Indeed, yeah.
Business isn't going too well. Let's keep the horse running. That will keep everything paid for. I'd think we're both going to be against Jamran Al Khaladir just because of his habit in the finish and just the way he sort of ran around last time.
Yeah, listen, he ran around last time. He has won 4 times. And he does have the second highest rating in this race of 111. Clearly, he's got every chance of winning this. But the way he wandered across the track when he had the race won last time is a definite concern for me. So I'm going to go for Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir.
This is a really important race for Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir because for me, you're back on your home turf.
Yep.
You're back where you're happy. You're in a race where you're not facing the strongest competition he's going to face throughout the season.
Yeah, he is. Listen, if he's back to his best, he's good enough to win the race. If he doesn't win the race, then you start asking questions.
Exactly.
You can easily ask questions after the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, in which he was 5th last time out. But this is his track.
So number 1, Hamdani Al Khaladir is your selection, Rory, and my selection is number 13, Katir Al Khaladir. A big race for Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, and John Blanc will take us through it.
Yeah, many thanks, Callum and Rory. I'm going to stick with Jamran Al Khaladir here. I understand everything that's been said, but if you actually look back at this horse's form, 1,600 metres is the ideal trip. And if he's right today, I think Abdullah Al-Orfi will get a decent ride aboard him. And, well, there's not much between him and Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, of course, on official ratings. And, well, maybe horse number 1 can put its best foot forward here at Riyadh as opposed to Taif. But once again, if you're getting into these Arabian races, this is a very nice little contest. Lazaz Alali did me a good turn last time. I'd be loath to go against him, but this is a slightly tougher assignment. That was a 0-95 handicap he won last time, Lazaz Alali. This is an open race with better runners in it. This is Dagui Lotois to go in. Still waiting for the 5, Awamir to go in. Awamir is in. Oh, sorry, Awamir is not in. Awamir is the last one to go in. There is, by the magic of television, Awamir to go forward. Awamir moves in. Stand by, they're ready. 1,600 metres the trip, second Arabian race of the day. Moving on to Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir there in the starting gate. So 1 or 2 jockeys not happy. I think it actually involves Naif Al-Anazi. I almost recognised Naif's voice in there, but off and racing. Away they go over the 1,600 metres for this open Arabian race, and a good start was made by Awamir in the purple noseband, but tracking across from a wide draw is Saloum Al Khaladir in that yellow distinguishing cap. So it's Saloum Al Khaladir that leads to Awamir, who sits in second, the dark colours there with the purple noseband. Also up with the pace is Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, and just being followed through by Jamran Al Khaladir, the black cap there. Also prominent is Dagui Lotois in the orange colours with the white cap, the red and black colours. One of the greys in the races there towards the outside is Katir Al Khaladir. Another one that's pretty prominent but rather wide in the run is Al Hareth. Then the pink jacket of Lazaz Alali just in behind the front rank. At the moment, the back marker would only marginally be Amalan, but they're not too well strung out here. Also towards the rear of the field is Jelamir as they start start to make this long sweeping turn. And it's Saloum Al Khaladir towards the inside, Awamir, the black and gold colours towards the outer. Then Katir Al Khaladir, who's racing in third. Then De Gouy Lotois, who's just now being driven along in fourth spot. Then right up the inside, Jamran Al Khaladir and Hamdani Al Khaladir as well. So they're starting to make the turn for home now. And it's the yellow cap of Saloum Al Khaladir who's out in front. To in second position, Awamir. Here now moving nicely in the red cap is Jamran Al Khaladir, who's beginning to take aim. Another Al Khaladir horse, Qatar Al Khaladir, is down the centre of the track. And then Lazaz Alali. But as they go towards the closing stage, it's Saloum Al Khaladir, but travelling strongly on the outside is Jamran Al Khaladir. And it's Jamran Al Khaladir looking for a fifth career victory. Now goes on by a length and a little bit more. And it's Jamran Al Khaladir to in second position, Saloum Al Khaladir. Lazaz Alali is finishing off strongly, racing up towards the line. Jamran Al Khaladir has beaten Lazaz Alali. Saloum Al Khaladir finished in third. Fourth horse home, Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladir. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Jamran Al Khaladir straighter and truer today than last time out. I said before, this is this horse's ideal trip, and he's run as if it was. He got away quite well into a not very prominent position, but just off the back of the speed, and then made very nice headway in the latter stages to score there. Jamran Al Khaladir in a time of 1 minute 49.47 seconds has got the job done. Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladir has finished fourth. It wasn't a bad effort, but maybe not quite running to the level that this horse has achieved in the past. Lazaz Alali very rarely runs a bad race. In third spot, Saloum Al Khaladir got into a good position early. And then the fourth horse home was Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladir. And then we had Al Hareth racing in fifth. So in terms of ratings and the form book, that race has more or less worked out as you thought it might. But in the end, it was Jamran Al Khaladir, just a little bit too good for them. Wins by 3/4 of a length. The Saloum Al Khaladir, who finished in third, for the further length and a quarter down. And Hamdani Khaled Al Khaladir finishing in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 on race 7 on the card today. Still plenty more to come. We've got a local bred horses maiden next, but that was our second Arabian race of the day, and it was another very good race for the Al Khaladir stables.
Abdullah Al-Orfi came close in our last race. Well, I say came close, couldn't lay a glove on our eventual winner, but has come out on top here, and he looks absolutely chuffed to do it. And well done to John Blant in the chair with Jamran, who has done the business. Jamran Al-Kaladir, who didn't wander this time when under pressure. I imagine, as John mentioned, the drop and trip has probably helped him.
Yeah, I mean, the horses are more likely to wander when they're tired.
Yeah.
And that, you know, I pointed out beforehand, he's won 4 races. He's not a rogue, but it was definitely a worry that he's almost thrown a race away last time. But yeah, he was. You see him. He did actually. He's inclined just to drift out to that side again, but his rider's making sure that he stays straight. But
I think
yeah,
he's helped by Saloon Al-Kaladir, just on his inside, just keeping him company.
Yeah, I think if he ends up on his own again, you're more likely to start wandering around. Then we talk about horses getting lonely. I said it's a bit of a nonsense talking about lonely. They're not lonely, but they're behaving as if.
Well, they're herd animals, aren't they?
So they wander. They're looking for company there. And that's what tends to happen. But at least he had. Saloom held on really well.
Saloom
right at the end.
Absolutely flew the start as well. My goodness, absolutely put length between himself and his rivals. He was across by the time they got to the cutaway.
And there's a remarkable turn in fortunes. He was actually beaten behind Tanguy Latois last time out, finishing 8th behind Jamran Al-Kaladir last time out, but has improved an awful lot for that run, helped by being able to get to the front from that wide draw, certainly.
Yeah, Dagri Latois, as we said, is just sitting there in 3rd or 4th, just on the outside of our eventual winner. He sat there, and Hamdani Khalid Al-Kaladir, he's following the right horse, but just gets into traffic problems down that straight.
No, I think he's just lost a little bit of pace. I think that's the bottom line with Hamdani Khalid Al-Kaladir. You can see even at this stage he's being nudged into the bridle to try to hold his position.
Passed by Umran, which is never a good sign.
Yeah, if Umran doesn't get past him, thankfully, but the fact that a horse like Umran, with his rating, is able to keep pace with you, just shows that the reason Hamdani Khalid Al-Kaladir isn't winning the races that he was last season is just because he's lost just that tiny bit of tactical pace. It doesn't take much. It just means that you can't get the position you want, and you just got to be riding for luck from that stage onwards.
He's always behind the 8 ball, isn't he, at that point? Because once his pace is quickened, he's chasing.
The holes have appeared for him when he needed them, but he just wasn't quick enough ever to make his own fortune, and that's clearly going to happen to him through the season. That these races are going to develop tactically, and he's going to be a little bit on the back foot, and I'm hoping they go too hard in front of him.
Look at Katir Al-Kaladir here, who just looked to be right at a prime position, and then the step up and trip proves too much. Lazaz Al-Ali staying on all day as we expected.
Well, yeah, Lazaz Al-Ali really needs further than a mile, and is one of the most genuine performers you'll see in this division, and has run an absolute stormer to be second.
Got sessioned as well, hasn't it? Yeah, very, very
going on nicely at the finish, as you'd expect, and actually closing rapidly on the winner of the line. Yeah, the winner really does have a stamina limitation, doesn't he? And John was spot on. I think if he going another furlong, he would have.
He'd have blown up, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Whether he'd have wandered off the straight line again, I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those things. You know, when horses if they're trying really hard and they're going beyond their limits, some of them just tie up, and you know the stride shortens, and some of them, you know, just wander around as the effort takes its toll on the muscles. That's what he was doing last time out. Even here, he's just coming to the end of his tether, but the horse that he was chasing had gone really hard from the start, so it helped him just to get his head in front on the right time. And you could see from the overhead that he was just holding on from Lazaz Al-Ali, who never really looked like winning from the shots that we saw, but you look at it from above, you could see that he would have put his head in front in another couple of strides.
Yeah, Adel Al-Faredi would have got quite excited with Saloom Al-Kaladir, because he was bang up there for a long, long way and just end up dropping back to 3rd. But certainly no concerns for the winner, Jamran Al-Kaladir. It's all getting a bit desperate there. I'm never keen on the whip placement when it's straight down the rib cage like that. I'd much rather the jockey was able to put his arm all the way back and use the whip in what I deem is the correct place.
Yeah, see, I think the rule that we got in the UK about not using the whip in the backhand position down the shoulder, I think it's just a bit of a retrograde step. I think I'd rather a horse was tapped down the shoulder with the whip in the backhand position than the horse was getting it down the ribs. And
but
at that stage of the ribs,
with that rule, they've got to have both hands. Just have to bang on the reins,
that's what I'm saying.
But use it down the shoulder.
You can, but only if you're holding. And that's just a little flick. But you know, in the old days, a good jockey would administer a slightly more, I don't want to say severe, because it's not severe with the whip as it is, but I think that can help a tiring horse more than this crack in the ribs. And at that stage of a race, particularly with jockeys trying to keep a horse balanced, he doesn't want to be reaching back, because that's that's counterproductive. You know, the whip may help the horse maintain concentration, but you leaning backwards to administer it at that kind of stage when you're a bit tired and the horse is tired means he's liable to lose a bit in
And
balance.
I would agree with you in part, but I think a lot of these jockeys are taller. I think when you look at someone like Holly Doyle, when the new rules came into place, when someone who's a lot smaller, Franny Norton is the key example as well. Franny said, I simply can't reach back there even when I am riding. But with a lot of the taller jockeys, I'd have a little less sympathy for the idea that you unbalance.
I'm not talking about. As I said, I'm not talking about having sympathy with the jockeys hitting the horses in the, down the ribs at all. Holly's a really good example because she's so small that the stewards in the UK basically sat there waiting for Holly to knowing that in a finish she was liable to catch a horse in the ribs because she's 4'11".
Yes, and that's where you need some sort of balance in decision making. However, one person who doesn't need balance in any decision making is John Blanche. And we have race 8 just on the horizon. We go over 1,800 meters. We're back with the thoroughbreds, and John, you've got a fair amount of horses to get through, so we'll let you get started.
Very kind of you, Callum. Yes, we've got a big field here coming up for this local bred horses maiden. It's not particularly high on quality, but we'll have to try and find the winner somehow. Shakra Al-Bada is horse number 1. That's the man of Ayad Al-Turisi. Al-Mneza, the man of Naif Al-Anazi, is horse number 2. A reasonably good official rating this horse, certainly in the context of a lot of these. Horse number 3 is Blue 1, Abdulaziz Aliyesh. Number 4 is Bihaz Al-Bahare, in the hands of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 5 is Solejan Abdullah Alofi. Horse number 6 is Al Monjanad, in the hands of Abdullah Al Fayruz. Horse number 7 is Malaya Al Rayyan. Nawaf Al Fayruz is aboard that one. Horse number 8 is Sabil Al Khair, Mohammed Al Sharima. Horse number 9 is Bark Najran. That's the man of Asil Al Saidi. Horse number 10 is Kateb, Luis Morales rides. Horse number 11 is Basmat Fard, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 12 is Farid Wagali, Mohammed Al Habib. Horse number 13 is Aiz Nouri, Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 14 is Wesha Al Nasser, Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 15 is Jeffrey, Yusuf Al Hussein. Horse number 16 is Bint Lahad, that's the man of Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 17 is Rayat Alelia, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Sodq Al Wade, that's the man of Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 19 is Thud Al Sharaf, Camilo Ospina. And horse number 20 is Modhel Al Aiz, the man of Abdullah Al Said. So the reserves not required here. 20 do though indeed go to post for this race. Once again, 1 or 2 newcomers to run the rule over as well. So having a check on them in the parade ring is important. And who better to do that than our 2 boys in the studio, Rory and Callum.
Thank you very much, John. And yes, it's a tough contest, this one. I managed to shortlist it down to 3. Rory, I'm sure you've got maybe more than 3 you can get it down to.
Yeah,
I'll
tell you what you'll have to do, because I don't shortlist them when I write all my comments and I move on to the next race.
Yeah.
And in an ideal world, what I'll do is I'll write the race up, have a little bit of break, come back to it, and then go, right, what would be 1, 2, 3 here? We just don't have the time to do that with so many horses. So I write all the comments. So talk me through the horses and I'll tell you my comments, and then I'll think of crossing them off.
Yeah, we'll start from 1 and work our way down. Yeah. So Shakra Al-Bada.
He started off well last year, but went backwards from his debut. So the question with her is whether she can build on what was quite a promising 6th to Sana Nora last week. Beaten 8 3/4 lengths there. She's got a rating of 60, which might be good enough to win this race. But the question is she going to follow the pattern of last year with a good first run and then a poor second run?
Al-Mneza is horse number 2.
Second on debut in March last year, and was a non-stayer, tried at a 1.5 miles last time out, so better than that run, but a little bit in and out in between. But a rating of 63 means you have to have Al-Mneza at least on some sort of shortlist.
Blue 1, number 3.
Didn't show much in Taif. In fact, showed nothing in Taif. Fared a little better here. Did a little better, but not an awful lot. 7th to 12th in 2 runs last season for Blue 1. A rating of 48 suggests he is going to struggle.
Bihaz Al-Bari is horse number 4.
Was 6 lengths third in a 2,000 metre maiden at Taif in October. Mabruk Al Najd was behind that day, and that's won since.
Yeah,
so
that's quite a hot race, wasn't
that's a plus for the form. So his form is trending in the right direction.
Let's go!
Yeah, 4th and 3rd on his last 2 starts. He's only got a rating of 54, but you have to say that's a solid 54. He's in form, and I've written must have a chance in such a weak race.
Solijan, horse number 5.
Yeah, Solijan doesn't have a rating as such, but did show promise. Went 7 3/4 lengths, 5th to Wafi Al Zouk and Fazat in a 7 furlong maiden on debut. Going on nicely at the finish from a poor position. Fazat was a winner. Subsequently, I thought the step up to this trip would suit Solijan very high on the shortlist.
Al Majonad.
Well held in the opening day of the season behind Gloria Flashes. May do better than that, but we decided that was a pretty weak maiden all told, and Gloria Flashes was beaten the other day, so needs to improve for this much longer trip, but hard to fancy.
Malaya Al Rayan on debut.
We need to see Malaya Al Rayan, a daughter of Buratino, who obviously was a very good horse in the UK. Buratino won the Woodcote Stakes and won the July Stakes, am I right in saying
It was a soft round, was it the Woodcote that you won?
Quite possibly, it's going back a little bit.
It progeny tend to have big knees. We had a couple of Buratinos when I was working in New Zealand. So yeah, they tend to be big knees.
Big knees good for dirt?
Big knees, I'd imagine, is that they'd be better for Taif dirt than they would be for Riyadh dirt. That's what you need.
A deep surface,
yeah,
not the easiest to fancy, but not a strong maiden, so it wouldn't have to be too good to get involved. We try to keep an eye on when we see Malaya Al Rayan.
Yes, Sabil Al Khair, horse number 8.
Yeah, second in a 1 mile maiden in June. You'd have to say, rating of 68, you'd almost go top of the list on that. But that was an awful race in retrospect. Nothing from that race has done anything
was
since.
Going wild at that time of the season, chucking everything up that ran well early season. So silly high rating.
Yeah, so he was in the 70s after that. He's just gone backwards in 3 runs since. They haven't been in better company. So that's Solijan we're seeing on screen now.
Looks good.
Lovely. Coat like a seal.
Yeah, lovely. Absolutely gorgeous coat. And you imagine the Red Stable horses are going to come on for their debut performances as well. They tend to. They don't tend to be ready first time.
Well, we saw one earlier on that just walked out the stalls and looked very green. The same here with Solijan on debut, and I think will improve a fair bit for step up and trip.
Let's keep going through them. Bark Najran is horse number 9.
Tailed off on debut, not fancy.
Karteb, horse number 10.
Some promise on debut over a mile, finishing 6th here last week, but was beaten 15 3/4 lengths, and this is a quick turnaround. Here's the newcomer we wanted to look at.
Newcomer.
Malaya Al Rayan in picture at the moment.
It's doing nothing for me from my paddock eye just there.
These aren't even that big.
Yeah.
From what I can see. Sabil Al Khair coming through, as I said, that debut effort gives it a chance, and the ratings give it a chance. I just don't trust the form. It hasn't worked out at all.
Farid Wagali is horse number 12.
We've missed a couple there, haven't we?
No, we've done Kartab and Basmat Fard, sorry.
Yeah, Basmat Fard. Very little encouragement in 3 starts today. I shouldn't have pulled you back at all, really, should I?
Farid Agali is horse number 12.
Yeah, well down the field, 15th here over a mile last week, and hard to see that kind of improvement in such a short space of time.
A's Nori has 2 starts to the name.
Similar sort of story, was well beaten on the opening meeting of the season, a meeting 55. And needs to improve for that. But of course, the fact that that was the second run makes it even less likely that it's going to take that kind of step forward.
14 is Wessar Al Nazar making debut.
Yeah, half brother to a local winner in Worldly. Worldly would be the best of 4 or 5 previous siblings. So there's some promise there with Wessar Al Nazar. We'd like to see it, and we will see it actually very shortly.
Actually, yes.
So let's wait for that and get in line. There it is.
Big type, and that's going to grow into. That's definitely going to grow into itself. You can see why we haven't seen this horse run yet.
I'll jump the fence, won't it? Well, I'm not sure it will. I'm not sure quite how.
One with the Cobb Maiden.
I'm not sure quite how athletic it is either, which is a slight concern.
Yeah. So Jeffrey 15 as we go through them now.
And not disgraced on his return, but that was in a not to 55 handicap. His overall form leaves him with a bit to find.
Bin Lahad also had a bit to find on ratings.
Yeah, Rampad all season at time has rated 45. Hard to see that getting involved either.
I can't wait to see 17 Parade Winner. Just peeked him coming over my shoulder. I think Riyadh Alalia is probably going to be my selection because he's the only one that really took my eye in the Parade Winner. But I think a couple at the bottom here could be interesting. Looks wise.
You need to find excuses for Riyadh Alalia's last couple of runs, but yeah, placed in maidens at Taif over a mile and 2,000 metres, and you'd like to think she was going to go on from that. She looks in good terms with herself. So
Yes.
she finished the ninth season out of form, but she does look like she's at least enjoying herself at the moment. She's got a bit of stamina. She could bounce back. She's one of the nicer ones in the paddock. She's got a rating of 61.
Be slightly concerned she's getting a bit on top of herself there. Sadok Al-Waid is horse number 18, has had 5 starts now, 3 this season.
Yeah, not a bad looker, but maybe a little bit long in the back, and the form that he's shown to date has been pretty poor.
Ooh, there's Tudal Sharaf getting a little bit worked up in the prelim, so hopefully he can calm down. He's had the 3 starts all this season.
He's only got a rating of 50, but at least he's going in the right direction. His best effort when finishing 11 and a quarter lengths, 5th at a 7 furlong maiden won by Muaz last time out. He needs to improve a fair bit more than that, but at least he is going in the right direction.
And the final one, coming out of stall 20, another really big, scopy, strappy type is Model LA's, who's only had the 1 run and makes first start this season.
Yeah, and missed all the Riyadh season last year as well. So his only run came at Taif last summer and finished 12th. So plenty of questions to ask.
When we say that for me is quite interesting. When they've just only run at Taif. That means they were quite early as 2-year-olds. And something's clearly gone wrong, it hasn't been seen since, but there was clearly some thought that this horse was ready to go at quite an early stage of the season. And you can see that's quite interesting considering just how big Model LA's is. He's a big colt and he's still entire. I'm trying to make point for some horses.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, yeah, it might have been. I mean, if this was representing a particularly powerful stable, and a stable with an established pecking order with their juveniles, and it had a run early at 2, I thought, well, I must have been showing something at home. And obviously it had a setback to have been off the track, and there might be a perfectly good excuse for a moderate run on debut. Yes, I think the better operations, the bigger operations, you tend to think there's thinking behind when all their horses start their careers, and it all fits a certain pattern.
Here's Soljan in shot here, looking gorgeous, going down the post like a seal in the way the coat is, and just cantering down there nicely in hand. We're going to see this horse in action. This is the 5th place effort on debut, and I think it's quite easy to say that the jockey gave it a very, very gentle ride. It was a nice introduction.
It was a nice introduction. In about 5th or 6th place coming into the home straight, and he's not. He's showing him the whip here in the closing stages.
Look, he responds to it though. That's the interesting thing. It's like,
he does, yeah. But you can see whip away again. And again, he looks a bit, just looked green to me, and I didn't think he got knocked out, even though the stick got used a couple of times. You see him. What I liked was the last 50 yards, whereas he gives signs that he was a little bit tired there, and he didn't quite know what to do, but he was actually going on again right at the end of the race, and I quite like that.
Here's Bihaz Al-Bari. He's on the rail here with the head cocked to the side. The front 2 are going to pull a long way clear, but Bihaz Al-Bari catches the eye. Just how close he finishes to our front 2 in the end.
Yeah, and this was over 2,000 metres. So there's that concern here with Bihaz Al-Bari. He's dropping back in trip. Looks well held there, out of the picture as we go into the last 100 metres of the trip. And interesting to see how close he finishes when he comes back into picture again.
Look at him! Woo!
Yeah, he's closing the second. The first 2 were retiring late on. Actually, the whole field beginning to close them down. In the end, that was 6 lengths. So, and again, the form, as we said, Mabruk Al-Naj was in behind there, and he's gone on to win a race since. So you can take positives from that form.
Yeah, so you can take positives from the way the form looks on paper, but the way the race panned out, you've got to think, is he going to get another race like that again? Are there 2 horses good enough to be able to kind of run away from the field and then fall back
again,
into
the question is especially over a shorter trip, is he just going to get lost mid-race?
Blue Wood style, I'm going to call that now.
Well, again, it's always the positive and negative. The negative there, obviously, is that he got a very poor track position, and he wasn't quickening at the finish. He was just closing up on horses who were stopping. But he was making good late headway. The positive is this is a pretty bad race. It is over a shorter trip. 1800's a funny one. I think the 1800 maybe doesn't suit the late closers so much, even as a mile. The mile and the 2,000 meters. Absolutely fine if you're coming from off the pit. I think the 1800 is just a slightly tricky one. But maybe, as I said, I've only seen a handful of races over this trip. I've seen quite a number of horses looking through the form figures who throw in bad runs over 1800 when they're capable of running well at either side of that, both at the mile and the 2,000 metres. They'll run well, and then for some reason they run badly over 1800. And quite a few horses whose form reads terribly, except for the occasional standout run at that trip. So it seems to be a specialist trip.
Yes, it certainly does, and it's one of those things where they either go too fast or too slow, and sometimes horses get caught in between.
Yeah, you see odd trips at some tracks that just ride differently. I remember on the 5% of stuff they used to race, they had races over 1 mile and 3 and 1 mile and 4, but nothing between 1 mile and 3 and a mile. And the 1 mile and 3 and 1 mile and 4 races, just to panic, you had to stay 2 miles to win over 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
And milers come in at 1 mile and 3. It was just because of the positioning of the stalls and the speed they got up to before they took the first turn.
Yeah.
It just,
It was deep on the 5% there at Southwark as well, wasn't it?
But you would have thought, both those trips around middle distances should have tested stamina to roughly the same degree, but they didn't. And you're often getting horses who didn't really stay 1 mile and 3 winning, and often horses who stayed 1.5 miles at other tracks who didn't stay 1.5 miles at Southwark. So it was a very odd one.
Fascinating topic, but I imagine you're going to go for Solijan. Am I right here with that?
I am going for Solijan. I had him high on the shortlist on paper, and everything we saw about him on the track and in the parade ring there only would have solidified that. So he might be a slightly tricky one. He's just the fact that he got that sort of kid gloves ride on debut. There's two ways. One is just let's give him let's give him something to look forward to, give him a nice easy introduction, and then the second time up we win. Or maybe this horse is just a little bit of a moody one, so don't be try to humour him.
Yeah, he's cheeky. Don't let him know you're in a race.
We'll see if there's a kink in him today, but we haven't seen any sign of it, except for reading between the lines with a kid gloves ride. Is that because there might be a little kink in the horse?
Not intrigued in any of the newcomers in this contest?
Yeah, I mean,
you're right here. We got done by newcomer last time.
Yeah, I don't like being with newcomers randomly unless I think there's something there to suggest that they will be ready.
We've had 2 races where newcomers can run in, and they've both been won by
They have both
newcomers
been,
too.
yeah, and obviously, the second one was absolutely blindingly obvious.
So you are going for Soljan, who is horse number 5, and I am going to go for Riyadh Alalia, the horse that really caught my eye in the parade ring, horse number 17, hoping that we can take a big step forward from that last run after a string of good efforts. So number 17 for me, and number 5 for Rory. John Blanc, they're circling at the gate. It's over to you.
Yeah, number 5 for me as well here, Solijan. If you look back at that run, and again, Rory's dealt with it in a great deal of detail, but it just the horse's kind of race arc there suggested that the 1800 metres was certainly a step up from the 1400 metres. It's exactly what it was, just good early gate speed, and then was outpaced as they came round the bend and levelled up for home, and then just found a little bit extra in the closing stages. I think 1400 was too short. 1800 could be absolutely ideal here, and you have got that gate speed, which was very good on debut. I think you should be able to take up a very nice posse here in the early part of the race, and if he can, he's going to be difficult to hold out. I think by teletext out of a mare called Swingers Party. All sorts of fun could have been had with that name, but they've gone with Solijan instead. The green colours there of Sod Al Wade is in the hands of Third Al Timyat. See the yellow and black diamonds there of Sabil Al-Khair, who did run a good race on debut and has done diddly squat subsequently, so that would be slightly concerning for followers of that one. Farid Wagali to come forward. Big field here. After that, going in, we have the 4 horse, that's Bihavs Al-Bare. 12 is Farad Wagali. Bihavs Al-Bare goes in. Sabil Al-Khair in as well. Yellow and blue colours there of Bark Najran, who's just had the 1 run so far. Wasn't a particularly good one. I think Malayer Al Rayyan's interesting as well. Not red in the purple like the previous winner we were talking about, but still it's not bad breeding. Didn't look particularly good in the paddock, as the guys were saying, but wouldn't have to be brilliant to play a bit of a part here. This is Al Meza to go in. Still waiting for Thud Al Sharaf to come forward, the 12 still to go in as well, Farid Wagali, the 1, Shakra Al Badr into stall number 1. Horse number 5 is Solijan. Horse number 17 is Riyadh Alalia, the pick of Callum Helliwell. Rory and Callum squaring up to each other here in this spot. Horse number 17, Riyadh Alalia to go in. Look at this massive field down at the 1800 metre start. Not for the faint-hearted, this tipster or caller. Stand by. They're ready and then off and racing. Extremely awkward out the gate was Al-Naser. Didn't help horses to its immediate right as they make their way through the early stages. Pace from Malaya Al Rayyan, one of the debutants with the white cap with the sheepskin noseband. Also good early headway from Bint Lahad, and it's Bint Lahad that goes on here, dark blue and yellow colours. Also crossing from the outside is Sod Al Wade. These two also prominent is Thud Al Sharaf cutting across from a wide draw. They're then followed in fourth position by, it looks like, Mod Alays, who's making good early headway as well. Towards the inside, Kateb in the green sleeves is relatively prominent, as indeed the yellow and blue colours there of Bart Najran. Looking for Solijan, quite a long way back through the field at the moment. Rayat Alelia is very wide on the track. The black cap there with the sheepskin noseband tries to make a little bit of headway. The orange colours of Farid Wagali is also relatively prominent as well, as the field trails all the way back to Bifaz Al-Bahre, who appears to be totally outpaced. So starting to make the swing for home. And the leaders with Thud Al-Sharaf, horse number 19, to in second position up the inside there we have Bint Lahad. These two going at it hammer and tongs. Followed then by Sod Al-Wade. There towards the outside, trying to get a little bit closer as well, is Model Alays. But as they start the swing for home, it's the light blue colours of Thud Al-Sharaf, who's going nicely out in front, leads by a couple of lengths. So on the outside, Model Alays, who's trying to stick on. Sod Al-Wade is getting a little bit closer. Right round the outside now is Al-Naser, who started very awkwardly, but is now building the revs down the centre of the track. So out in front and still going pretty well is Thud Al-Sharaf. Down the centre of the track, Al-Naser, though, is going very strongly. Also from the back of the field is Shakra Al-Bada, but as the race inside the closing stages, Al-Naser is closing on Thud Al-Sharaf with every stride. Al-Naser, Thud Al-Sharaf, these two. Thud Al-Sharaf is battling back the far side, racing up towards the line. Thud Al-Sharaf has beaten Al-Naser, a yawning gap back to in third spot. Shakra Al-Bada looked like Solijan finishing in fourth. Horse number 19, Thud Al-Sharaf, Camillo Ospina. You can't keep him out of the winner's enclosure for very long, and he steered that one to victory and seemed to find a bit more when Al-Naser drew alongside. It was a good performance there from a host of reasons. I think it was a pretty good effort to stay as prominent in the run as he did, and then to have Al-Naser throw down that challenge and then repel it was a pretty good effort from Thud Al-Sharaf, who's now had 4 starts and has won for the first time. Al-Naser, who was very awkward out the gate, has managed to stay on pretty well there. So only go down by a neck in the closing stages. They were well clear of the rest. Shakra Al-Bada 8.5 lengths further down in third, and the fourth horse home did look like Solijan. Indeed it was. Never really particularly prominent in the run, Solijan. Has stayed on okay, but he needs to be more prominent usually at Riyadh, and on that occasion that has been borne out. And the fifth horse home there was Bihafs Al-Bahre, who was a long way off the speed in the early stages, but has also come through to finish pretty prominently as well. But it's Thud Al-Sharaf who gets off the mark at the 4th time of asking, who scored in race number 80 at Riyadh this afternoon.
Khayal Camilo Espina. Well done, Camilo. Good race.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you very much to Aziz for giving me a chance. This race is very important for me, because it's the 900 winner in Saudi Arabia. Thanks, God, Thank you to the Brit Mita bin Abdullah Talal bin Sharain, the trainer of the stable and the trainer in Genadria, for all people giving support, you know. This is very, very important for me, that race.
Camilo, tell me about it.
You know, I rode this horse in Thai in 7 furlong, and I told Aziz, give him more distance, inshallah. He's a very good horse. And today, thank God, he broke very good, and she went in front, thank God, he responded very good. Another horse is coming very strong, but he came back, he won the race. Thank you very much.
Sood Al Sharaf has come out on top here. He's rated 50, which really shows that this race is not the strongest affair, but we got a good finish with Al Manasa running on really well for Nath Al-Anazi, getting into a scrap. But Camille Ospina is just so good from the front, and when he looks like he's beaten, he can just get these horses to find that bit extra.
Yeah, this is interesting to hear what he said after the race as well. He said he thinks this is a good horse. Well, I'm not sure. He wouldn't necessarily be looking at the ratings for this, because he rode the horse last time out and said he needs longer. I think it was 7 furlong he ran over last time out. That was his form improved with each run last season, and he's got a little bit of scope. So yeah, he was. What I got. I mean, we talked this off air. He's rated 50. You think you wouldn't normally even go with a horse rated 50 in a maiden. Certainly not at home. When if you think that horse is well handicapped, you're going to go for a handicap. But of course, we've probably got 5 handicaps a week for horses like that in the UK, and there just aren't the races here. And he showed himself to be much better. And the interesting thing is what mark he gets after this. This is a bad race, generally speaking. But I think the runner-up has probably run the race of his life, even though this is his 10th run. He's rated 63. Now the handicapper decides he's run to something like that and gives the winner a rating of 68. I think he'll win off that again. I know.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
I thought 68 would be a bit harsh, to be honest.
It is strictly on the
£18.
Yeah, but the £18 is irrelevant. The 50 is just an absolute nonsense.
Right. Okay.
50 is a nonsense.
So he's not a 50 rated.
He's only had 3 runs. He's not been able to show what he can do because he's been running. This is a Mark Prescott horse. Essentially, sorry, Sir Mark Prescott horse, essentially. 3 runs at shorter trips and then get a handicap mark of 50. Plenty of those horses show themselves to be capable of running to marks in the 70s, 80s, or even 90s. This horse will win again. What you had to like about this was he's in front. He's entitled to be idling in front as well and tiring. The runner-up comes at him, almost gets there.
The runner-up drifts into him.
When he's eyeballed, he picks up again. That's a really good sign. Not many horses do that. We've seen plenty of good horses with plenty of talent. When they're eyeballed at the end of the race, I guess you can see them sort of curl up a little bit. He didn't. He wanted to fight. So we know this horse will win races given the opportunity. It's a case of what kind of mark he gets for handicaps. And I'm hoping the handicapper goes around 65. But I reckon he can win races of a higher mark than that, even though we're fundamentally saying this was a poor race for a maiden in terms of its depth. But the front 2 have come clear, and he has rallied really gamely to win. I forgot to write down the winning time, which I wouldn't have thought would be very good. And of course, we haven't had too many races over the 1,800 metres, so you'd expect it to be a slowish time. There was a bump between first and second as well. He slightly lost his back end briefly, so I think he's done well to rally. Now, you asked me about notebook horses. that's a notebook horse, even though he's won the race.
I think that the notebook horse is behind. I think your selection, Solajan, will be running in very low-grade races and will absolutely hose up when he realises how to race. He just seems still a little bit green. He got a reminder at the top of the turn and absolutely spat the dummy out.
Yeah, well,
and then went and found on again down the straight.
Yeah,
so there's certainly positives there.
The funny thing about him is he seems to run on when he's left alone, and when he's asked for an effort. As I said, it was a funny ride last time out. It was very kid gloves, and I was wondering if that's because he's resented the use of the stick at home, perhaps. He's a tricky one. I think he's got a bit of talent, but he could go either way. He could go sour very quickly, or he could learn how the game works and turn out to be okay.
And another one that comes flying home is Bihabs Al-Bari. We're going to see a yawning gap. Here he comes. There he is. He was in dead last for most of the race, and just past beaten horses.
Exactly. This is the kind of horse you can look at and go, wow, that was tailed off at one stage. That's a tremendous performance to finish where he is. All he's doing is not exerting himself.
We have a word for
the first part of the race.
We have a term for it. The blue ood. He's doing
this
a blue ood.
He's
doing a blue ood, and if you chant it, it's even better.
He is what some people refer to as a late headway monkey, which is a phrase that gets overused and usually about the wrong horses. But he is very much in that category, a horse who catches the eye with a genuinely strong finish. But it's because he's not trying for most of the race, and then when he knows he's going home, he'll pick up and run past horses. And it always draws you in. It's the stables that makes them want to run. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we move swiftly past race 8 onto race 9, and this time we drop down and trip to 1,600 metres. It's the 0-75 handicap, Rory. Is there anything that you like in here straight away?
Anything I like. I hate the old what do you like straight. I literally told you before the last race what my method was. And
you must find ones that you liked.
I do, but I don't write them down on the card straight. As I said, write my notes for all the runners, and then when you mention the runners to me again, I'm reminded of my thought process, and then I know what I want to be with. Things I hate when people at the start of a card, people say, "What are you looking forward to today?" I don't know. Let the racing start, and I'll find out. Or at the end of it, people say, "What was your highlight?" And I'm like, I really got to think about that. Or if I do a podcast looking forward to the weekend's action, what's your nap of the weekend?
You've just killed your chance of working on Sky Sports racing right there. That's the go-to questions every time. What are you looking forward to? What was your highlight?
You need to be reasonably prepared for those. But the way my brain works is slightly different. It's all what do we say? It's all about immediacy.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's what's about to happen. So ask me.
I think we've got one chucked in here. I think we've got one chucked in here. 14 Kadash, I think is absolutely
Kadash is
in. Oh, is that what you've got?
Kadash is interesting. You've mentioned the horse. That's the point. You mention the name of a horse, and I'll tell you about it. You just go, what do you like? I don't know what I like. Oh, Kadash, yes. Now I know that I mentioned that Kadash's mark looks remarkably fair. He's only rated 63. Normally, when you're looking at these handicaps, you tend to be looking at the class horses at the top. I thought Kadash, given what he's done, he's very lightly raced here. He's won 1 from 3. He was well beaten in Riyadh last season, and then he won a 7-furlong maiden on the opening day of the season here. A few of those horses who were immediately behind him have been beaten further, but about 7 or 8 of those horses behind him have run since. Some of them you wouldn't expect to run well have run well. Some of them that you would have hoped to run well haven't run so well. So there are mixed messages from the form. But I thought the handicapper leaving him on 63 or giving him 63 was dangerous for a horse who's won a maiden here and is clearly in good form. So yes, he is very interesting.
Absolutely chucked in. Another one who I'm quite keen on, Amani Al-Kail, comes here of 66, won on penultimate start and absolutely flew home from an awful position last time out. The only issue is he's drawn in stall 13.
I don't. Again, what's the problem with stall 13?
I just think if you do have a wide fit here, you can be in trouble.
You said earlier on that being in the middle was the worst thing.
No, I said about horses coming across. Yeah, and you end up posted wide. So I would totally agree with you on that.
But, it doesn't really matter when you think about when you actually watch how races unfold. You see horses come wide and do well. And you think, you want to be drawn wide, but you actually need to look at where those horses are coming from. When you get that picture of horses coming into the straight, the horses on the inside weren't necessarily, often those who were drawn on the outside in the first place got across, and the horses who end up coming wide are those who were drawn in the middle, who've had to switch behind runners. So you kind of assume when you see a wall of horses coming around the bend that the ones on the outside were those drawn high, the ones on the inside are those drawn low, and sometimes it's exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
It depends what happens in that first furlong and a half, 2 furlongs of the race.
But again, Amani Al-Khail, for me, I think, will probably run a half-decent race here. John Blance, we've looked at a couple. Take us through the rest of them.
Tell you what, the Callum and Rory show is riveting television. Horse number 1 is Ballisti here. That's the mount of Naif Al-Mudiani. Horse number 2 is Al-Ahaba, Adel Al-Faredi. 3 is Zamarid. That's one of the 2 white stable runners in the race. Looking out for distinguishing caps there. Horse number 4 is Adaf and Jimmy Carrion. Horse number 5 is Min Al-Shakireen, Abdullah Al-Orfi. Horse number 6 is La Tojadel, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Horse number 7 is Mobatana, Naif Al-Anazi. Horse number 8 is Moraded. That's the man of Nawaf Al-Fayruz. Horse number 9 is on the next graphic. Najmat Al-Shaib, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Horse number 10 is Sheba, Luis Morales looking for a treble. Amani Al-Khail is horse number 11. Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 12 is Asma, Ayad Al-Turisi. Horse number 13, Shaman. For all you fans of dodgy 90s dance music, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh is aboard that one. Horse number 14 is Kadash, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 15 is Silk Adjaman, Mohammed Al-Shurima. And horse number 16 is Yusuf in the hands of Yasser Al-Bakawi. 16 go to post for the 9th race on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. It's due off at 7 o'clock local time. They are making their way into the parade ring. And once again, we can hand back to Callum and Rory for the lowdown them in the preparation area.
Very much, John. And again, just a little bit of housekeeping from here. Fresh off the press with the Saudi stewards, Abdullah Al-Yesh, who rides Shayman, horse number 13 in this. He's put up 1 kilo overweight. So Shayman, horse number 13, will put up 1 kilo overweight. We'll start from the top and shall we work our way down again? We'll catch up with the cameras, no doubt.
Yes, absolutely.
Ballisti, horse number 1, breaking 73.
Sort of ticking over here last season, but an absolute shocker from a break here last week, and difficult to see that being turned around so quickly.
Al-Haba is horse number 2, the one in shot now. Looks lovely, got the big strong back end.
Yeah, won a maiden over this trip at Typhon, meeting 40, 3 winners behind him that day. Lesser efforts since, but you can see him bouncing back. And he was in front of a couple of these last time out. La Tojadel and Asma were behind him.
Here's the first of the white stable runners, Zamarid, horse number 3.
7 furlong winner at Typhon in week 20. Well beaten in opens and better races since. Not a 80 handicap here last week. Does at least drop a little bit in class, and that might just help him.
Adaf is in shot, number 4.
Won a 1 mile Typhon maiden in June last year, but he's been well held in all starts since. Not easy to fancy him.
Min Al-Sakareen is horse number 5. 18th and 11th last 2 starts, and doesn't particularly catch the on the parade ring. Looks a bit woolly.
No, those are Typh runs though, and I would say that you got a chance of Min Al-Shakreen coming back to form here. Course and distance winner in March. That was a poor race though, it has to be said, and was absolutely tailed off in Typh. You say it looks a bit woolly here as well, so that's slightly off-putting.
Here's a Typh legend, La Tojadel, right? We saw him plenty of times.
We did, and his form pretty much tailed off, to be honest. He ran a little bit better, had a bit of a bounce in form when finishing 8th in a 0-75 handicap here 2 weeks ago, but he does need to build a fair bit on that.
Mobatana is horse number 7, coming out of stall 12.
Yeah, a Typh maiden winner again last summer, but regressive form since that in limited runs, and didn't do enough on his return here last month. Was been a long way, and that's about last week.
Moraded looks good in the parade ring.
Well beaten all starts this season, did win over 1,800 metres on his final start here last spring. Needs to get back to those form because his Typh runs were poor, and he ran poorly here again last week, so plenty of questions to answer.
Yeah, Najmat Al-Sayeb is horse number 9.
Yeah, a winner over 7 furlongs in a maiden race, and did come back to some sort of form when 6.5 lengths fourth to Ed Dafa in a course and distance open last week for fillies. This is easier, and that would go on the short list.
The Luis Morales, who's had such a good day already with the double, should have been a treble. Shiva is his mount here, number 10.
Yeah, Shiver not been at his best for a while. He was second in a 0-70 handicap over 1,800 metres here in February. Bubbling under in recent starts, you would say, but back to Riyadh here, possibly back to form.
Here's Amani Al-Khail.
Running well, as we've mentioned, second in a 0-65 last week, having won a course and distance maiden, I think, on the previous start. Clearly has to be on the short list as a filly in form.
Asma is horse number 12 and Shaman is horse number 13.
Asman's maiden winner over 1,800 metres, but that run was flanked by two very poor ones. Was behind a couple of these, Al Haber and Al Del, on her return.
Kardash, this is one I think is absolutely chucked in and looks good in the parade ring too.
Okay, yeah, Kardash is definitely interesting. 7 furlong maiden winner on the opening day here of the new season. As I said, the form's taken a few knocks since, but one or two of those in behind have run well enough in maiden races. I think Kardash can do a bit of damage in a handicap of a mark of 63.
Silk Al-Jaman comes here with a mark of 51, distant behind the rest of them.
Well, if running badly in handicaps is a good sign, as it was with our first handicap winner, who'd run, had run okay in some races, but had run very badly on all his handicap runs, and Silk Al-Jaman must have a chance. Form figures in handicaps 9th, 14th, and 16th. Was third in the course and distance maiden in December, but as I said, pretty underwhelming since.
We're just seeing Yusuf getting mounted up there, and going to struggle here, not from 7, still a maiden.
The least likely winner, perhaps, in this field, still a maiden. Austin's running poorly in July last year at Taif, so lots to prove.
Having seen those, I'm going to say something that I haven't said at all in Saudi Arabia yet. I have not seen a group of poorer walking horses that I have been looking in the paddock there. There were so many who were stiff behind, loose behind, weak behind. A lot of them, and it's typical dirt, and you can understand that, but you'd like to see a few of them be better movers than what we saw there. There was a couple there that I just saw, I can't have, but just walking around the paddock like that.
Was Najmat Al-Shaib one of those? Was that one of those who did all right? We're going to see Najmat Al-Shaib in action now in the purple colours in about 6th place, turning into the straight. This was a return to form for her. She finished 4th to a Dafa. And she runs on pretty strongly at the end of the race. That proves that she's got the stamina for this 1,600 metres. This is not exceptional form, but it's a disappointing race. She's not the strongest finisher in the race either, but she is going forward all the way in the latter stages.
She passes one and then gets passed by the
she gets passed by a stronger finisher. Yeah, she's plugging on willingly, and that puts her in the picture for this, because a lot of these are a little bit more disappointing.
Yeah, let's have a look at Amani Al-Khail, who's got a bit warm at the start there. You can just see a bit warm on the top of the neck and on the shoulder there, just jogging down with the pony. It actually just come past us now in our position. Amani Al-Khail was last seen finishing 2nd. This was in early November, so quite a quick turnaround, but I thought it was a good run in 2nd on the back of a win.
Yeah, won the first meeting of the season here, meeting 55, and then backed up pretty quickly the following week with this very good 2nd. In a not to 65. This is a weaker grade than this, but as I said, you probably get more horses in form in these not to 65 handicaps than you do in some of the not to 75s, where a lot of them are dropping in class after disappointing runs. And as we were saying, there are just limited opportunities for the lower grade handicappers, so the races end up being ultra competitive. So I certainly wouldn't be ruling Amani Al-Khail out, even though this is a step up in class.
What is your opinion on horses either stepping down or stepping up in handicaps? Are you looking for a horse that's falling down the ratings, or are you looking for a horse that's on the improve?
Depends. I want to see a horse, if a horse has got a pattern of form and is kept fairly busy and has shown that there's a class ceiling. So a horse, is really reliable in Class 6 company, against pretty weak opposition. When it wins and then goes up into stronger races, then it struggles. I'm looking for that horse to drop back into the class that it wins in. So once a horse shows that he's got the ability, or she has got the ability to win at a certain level, then I want to be with them. Generally speaking, if you don't have that kind of sign, or where you don't have that many handicaps and you can't, the patterns aren't so obvious, then you generally want to be with improvers. But and again, you're mostly looking at more lightly raced horses.
And any of those fitting into your category? Also, Kardash is the most lightly raced of all of these, but are any of the others fitting into your?
Yeah, that's the problem with handicaps here is, although there's more races on a card than there are in the UK, the fact there's only one racetrack operating at once means you just don't have the data for that many horses to be adamant about these, the ideal conditions for a lot of horses. I like to be able to. I'd like to be able to get everything in a database where you can just run the numbers and see how the figures come out. Can't do that with these horses. You just got to do it longhand. So that's harder to identify. The more familiar you become with the horses, the more you're aware of the individual quirks and stuff as well.
Yeah.
So A is about what their class level is, A is what their best trip is. Sometimes it's about where they want to be drawn. And, you know, a lot of horses, you talk about, you automatically assume low draws are good and high draws are bad. That doesn't tend to be the case here. You've got to look at how the track is riding at any one time. But you do often get horses who don't like to be crowded for room, so they often end up doing the best running when they're drawn away from other pace angles. So they actually do better when they're drawn wide, where they're more likely to get a bit of space than when they're drawn very low, because horses immediately want to get across the rail. It tends to get more crowded. So you find those little things that you're aware of, and then when they all come together, then you think, right, this is the day. But as I said, because there are fewer handicaps and less ability to be able to run the figures on horses like this, you just have to look at them individually. And again, because you're looking at the same group of horses on the same track, in your mind you become more familiar with that, so it becomes easier mentally. Whereas when you're dealing with UK handicaps and stuff, I always like to have some kind of database that I can check the numbers rather than just relying on my memory.
I just check which horse is the prettiest person.
Well, that always. Well, again, listen, panic analysis is perhaps maybe a little bit overhyped at times, but it's really important.
Yes, now let's talk about some of these horses circling down at the start, and you can see us all on YouTube. And one of the great things about being able to view us all on YouTube is that you're already online, so you can get access to the Jcsa Jockey Club website, so you can find out runners in the field, you can find out any stewards reports as well, and you can also now find out JCSA stewards on Twitter, which is great when you're looking for any signs of jockeys who are posting overweight or any sort of action happening off the course. But as we like to remind you, we are here Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays. It's myself and Rory doing this week, and next week as well. We'll be with you next week too. So our selections for this race are, I am going to go for the horse that's absolutely thrown in here. Kadash, horse number 14, coming out of stall 16. That's a concern, but I think this horse has plenty more improvement in the tank. Rory, who are you with?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Kadash as well. I'm not sure he's a superstar, but I think the handicapper's taking a chance with him, and he comes here in form. He does the job for me.
So we double up with Kadash, and now it's time to hand over to our man in the sky, our voice from above. It is Mr. John Blunt.
Thanks, chaps. I'm going to go with the 9 here, Najmat Al Shaib. That was a good run over a mile last time. The VT department flagged up. The VT department's been going very well so far, and I think this one will go pretty well. Najmat Al Shaib, if you go back far enough, actually, in her form, you'll find a decent run behind Large Al Thati, who, of course, won earlier on today. That was over a mile as well. I think that's the ideal trip for her. This is not a particularly good race. I think she'll find the line pretty well. So we'll see. Mobtana goes in. Horse number 8 going forward is Mora Dead, of course, handicap company here, so the post position do not correspond to the saddle cloths. Going in there is La Tojadel. Tojadel in the red distinguishing cap there for the white stable, just to clarify for indeed myself and others who are watching. This is horse number 4 going in. This is Adaf. Adaf and Kadash appear to me to have rather similar colours. The good news is, of course, you can tell them apart by the saddle cloths as well. They're nice and colour coordinated and pretty easily seen as well. So there are lots of cheats in this game as a race caller to help you through the day. But certainly, I can flag them up to you as well if you're just trying to locate your horse in the run. Horse number 13 is Shaman. Getting the blindfold put on here. Seem to want to go forward at the moment. Shaman also waiting for Youssef to go in as well. So Shaman, Abdulaziz Aliyesh aboard. Be a stretch to say he's being naughty, very naughty, Shaman, but he's not behaving himself at the moment. Still, Youssef is waiting patiently at the back. Blindfold being reapplied to Shaman. 8th on only start this season. That wasn't so long ago here at Riyadh, so can be expected to probably improve from that run. Now just being taken away to a neutral corner in boxing parlance, and will be tried again. Youssef waiting patiently at the back of the field there. Yasser Al-Bakawi aboard that one. Here comes Shaman going in now. Shaman goes in. No, he doesn't. She, I should say. She's in now. Shaman is in. Waiting for Youssef to come forward as well. Colt by Fun Galore. 1,600 metres. Local bred horses handicap. Stand by. Gates back and away they go. They are racing. La Tojadel a little bit awkward out of the stalls, making their way through the early stages. Min Al Shakareen is showing good early pace. Also there in the early stages, the red cap of Adhab, and it's Adhab who's gone on. Also prominent in the early part of the race is Moraded, the pink saddlecloth there. The green cap of Zemarid is also prominent in the run early as they make their way through the early part of the race. Rather wide on the track is Kadash, who's also got a reasonable posse there, if slightly wide. They're then followed behind that one by Asmar, who's got the sheepskin noseband on, the white sash towards the near side. The purple jacket of Najmat Al-Shaib has got a pretty good position. They're then followed by Ballisti, who heads the chasing group towards the rear of the field at the moment. Your back marker is Alabar. Starting to make the turn. They'll be levelling off for home very shortly, and it's Mil Al-Shakareen who's out in front at the moment. In second position, Moraded. Up the inside now, making decent headway is Najmat Al-Shaib. They're then followed in fourth spot by the retreating Adab, who's not finding a great deal. Now trying to throw down a challenge is Asmar from the back of the field as well, but they've all got a bit of work to do from there as they start to make the swing for home. Min Al-Shakareen is the leader, but here now drawing alongside is Najmat Al-Shaib. Min Al-Shakareen, Najmat Al-Shaib, followed then by Moraded, who races in third. Trying to stay on from the back of the field is La Tojadel, the red cap, and Asmar as well. Finding plenty out of front now, though, is Min Al-Shakareen, who's not for passing and now goes on by 3 or 4 lengths. And it's Mil Al-Shakareen in the hands of Abdullah Al-Orfi, who's well clear and not going to be passed now, and goes further clear at the line. Min Al-Shakareen, the winner. In second position, Najmat Al-Shaib, very tight for third, maybe La Tojadel, but we'll wait and see. Also there was Al-Haba, who was getting going for position towards the rear of the field, but it's Min Al-Shakareen, who was very prominent in the early stages, showed good gate speed, looked a bit vulnerable to Najmat Al-Shaib as they turned for home. The latter was definitely travelling better than the former as they levelled up to the judge, but Min Al-Shakareen in a time of 1 minute 41.70 seconds has gone away in the closing stages to make it 2 wins from 19 starts in all. Fihan bin Faisal Al Mindil and Sons are the organisation that own this particular animal. Najmat Al-Shaib was second, beaten 6 1/4 lengths in the end. He wouldn't have thought that would be happening as they turned for home. Al-Haba was third, and Amani Al-Khail has got going there in the latter stages to finish in fourth. But it's Min Al-Shakareen, another horse who spaced them here at Riyadh this afternoon. Decent run from Najmat Al-Shaib. She's probably run to form there in second. Al-Haba was third. Amani Al-Khail has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 9 here at Riyadh this afternoon. 3 more still to come. You'll get a replay, and it'll be back to Rory and to Callum very shortly.
And Min Al-Shakreen is the winner of race 9 under Abdullah Lorfi, who is now at double, joining Louis Morales with 2 winners on the day. And Rory is now a 2-time winner. They both come over course and distance.
Yeah, this is the, I mean, have you looked at the form that Min Al-Shakreen has shown at Taif? It was awful, absolutely awful. But his form here last season, his last 3 runs here, include a first over course and distance and a 3rd place on his final run of the season. For whatever reason, just did not show. I mean, he's a big horse. You're not surprised he didn't handle
imagine
time.
he struggled with tight turn.
And again, being able to get out in front would be a big plus for a horse like this. He is a big, long striding sort, like a poor man Shergar, wearing the same colours, of course, because Fehan Al Mandil's colours are very similar to the Aga Khan's colours. And big white face and 2 white socks behind. My lord.
Great.
It got me thinking of the 1981 Derby.
It was interesting to see Adath come out from stall 4. There's a great shot we saw there on the tracker cam, and you can just see the way that Adath jumped out across and took out a few horses by the side of him, and then ended up getting, I think, a little bit frightened and just sort of running on fear, like we've seen a few horses do here at Riyadh. If they get a bit of a fright, they're still just sort of running out of control early on and never really getting comfortable. But your race winner is bang up there.
Yeah, he is. He's getting to the lead after a couple of furlongs, and that was the key. He's as a long striding horse, clearly better suited by this track than he was by Taif, and having dropped not that much. You don't drop too quickly in the handicap or getting beat by the margins he was. He's just bounced back to form he was shown here last season. That was good enough to win this race. I don't think you got much of a ride on Kadash. I know he was a big. You fancied him slightly more than we both went for him. But Khaled Al-Mamoni is a very good jockey, but he wasn't where he wanted to be, and he spent most of the race looking round for a better position. He never found it.
No.
And he went up from a wide draw, but he didn't get across to the rail. He didn't know whether he wanted to get across or drop in, and he ended up doing neither, really.
That's what he said. It's all fine when the wide draw works and you've got either no competition for the lead or the low drawn horses have all gone flying and you can tuck in behind them. That works. But if you've got a wide draw and there's 4 of you going head for head towards the bend, Khaled Al-Mamoni had to make a choice. He said, right, I'm going to cut in behind, I'm going to get to the rail. And you can clearly see him looking. But he doesn't go because he knows there's another horse's head is right there and he's too close to come across.
But it was three furlongs worth of dithering about where he wanted to be.
And by that point, the race had already been run. Your winner has never left the front 3 and ended up leading from the majority of the race.
Yeah, which is clearly, there's never a problem doing that, especially if you're, again, with a horse with a long stride, it helps that you're not being dictated to by others, that you're not in behind having to chop that stride. So he's able to use it. Others got in each other's way in behind. And he's ended up coming back to his best form. I don't think this represents an improvement from Min Al-Shakreen. Maybe a little bit, but essentially, as you said...
Najmat saves a decent form line, isn't it, into the race if you use him as sort of a barometer. And he's pumped him, hasn't he? And that's a 68 rated animal. He's rated 71. I imagine he might sneak up to maybe a 73.
Yeah, bear in mind, Najmat Al-Shaib was beaten 6.5 lengths in the handicap here last week when 4th. So, he's reliable, or she rather is reliable, but beating her by a few lengths doesn't make you a superstar. So I don't think Min Al-Shakreen deserves to be going up too much for that. And again, with a lot of horses, the key to getting them to win is allowing them to, not necessarily to dominate, but not be compromised by other horses. And it's very hard if you're amongst other horses, you're getting compromised.
Now we move swiftly on to race 10 after a dominant performance in race 9. Abdullah Al-Orfi might be looking for a hat-trick. Here he is. He rides Israj, who had a massive chance in this contest, and John Blanc can take us through the runners and the riders for this Phillies Open.
Yeah, small field for this, Callum, but could be a pretty select field. Certainly one or two of decent ratings, and there might be a little bit of improvement in a couple of them as well. We will see. Helsinki Heights is the first that we can see there. Es Al Odib rides. Horse number 2 is Arama, Ed Al Turisi. 3 is Mabea, Mohammed Al Habib. 4 is Jazio, the mount of Ahmed Al Azari. Horse number 5, Notation, Camilo Ospina. He's had a winner on the board today, looking for a double. Capitulation. Mohammed Saeed rides that one. Horse number 7 is Israj, a very interesting contender in terms of ratings. Abdullah Al-Orfi is aboard. Horse number 8 is Momtenar. Ali Al-Mutib is aboard. And horse number 9 is Majula. Asil Al-Saidi is riding. So just the 9 got a post here for this Phillies Open race. We're over the 2,000 metres. Got the Jcsa Challenge Cup after that race number 11. And the closing race on the card is the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup. The horses 4-year-olds and upwards 1,400 metres. The trip, contrary to what the producer said to me, I was never in the Boy Scouts. Not too sure if Callum and Rory were, but we can find out now as we hand back.
Thank you very much, John. I was never in the Boy Scouts. I was too busy outside playing rugby and doing sport, so I had no need to go join the Boy Scouts because I was doing other things. Rory, were you a Boy Scout?
Boy Scouts would be a very non-Catholic activity in Northern Ireland.
Would it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are your boys going to be Boy Scouts?
I don't. There's not much. There doesn't seem to be an awful lot of impetus for that kind of thing in my neck of the woods either. So I wouldn't stop them if they wanted to. I wouldn't go around having objections to it because we played hurling and Gaelic football rather than getting involved in the Boy Scouts. That's just the way things were set up. It's not a. There's no.
You got nothing against the Boy Scouts.
No. No, I might have something against a few Boy Scout leaders, but that's a discussion for another time.
You're a terrible person. Helsinki Heights is the first one we've just seen go through shots here as we see a small field of 9 for our Phillies Open contest. This is a nice little race, and Abdullah Al-Orfi, we mentioned just earlier, looking for a hat-trick. He's on board Israj, who had a big chance in this contest.
Yeah, Israj won the Japan's Cup in February. Not the Japan Cup,
no,
but the Japan's Cup in February. Below best on her last couple of starts, but was at least ahead of Notation on both of those occasions. So she doesn't need to run an awful lot better to get involved. She's got a rating of 90, which puts her pretty much top of the pile here.
Yeah, there's others who have got interesting ratings as well. Arma, I thought, rated 87. He landed a valuable 0-80 handicap and then followed it up with a win in the Al Juf Region Government Cup here. That was over 2,400 metres, drops to 2,000 today. First run of the season, might be dangerous.
Yeah, coming back from a layoff, but yes, we're seeing plenty of horses coming off that kind of layoff who've just been laid out for the Riyadh season, so most of them are ready to go. And Arama is certainly very interesting, carrying 61 kilos, so getting 1 kilo off Israj, that would put them within a pound of each other. And the one thing about Arama, very, very adaptable, very consistent, effective between a mile and a mile and a half. And you've already mentioned the races that she won last season. And when she wasn't winning, she was running really well in defeat as well. So yes, Arama must be shortlisted.
Yeah, here is Helsinki Heights in short, getting a lovely long look at her as she's walking out. She's a really nice, well-built individual, but I'd have my concerns about her in this level of company.
Massive concerns, yeah.
Horse number 2, this is Arama, who's just getting a little bit jig-joggy in the prelims, which is no surprise being first run out, but you just don't want to see her boil over too much.
No, the key, well, she threw in a little buck there. That's usually not a sign of nervousness. It's a sign that they're in very good form. As you said, you don't want to see them wasting energy, and sometimes that can be through positive play, but it's still wasting energy they need for the race.
Marbarea is horse number 3, has had 17 starts, just the 1 win, another first time up this season. And here's Jazio, who I know you're not a fan of, but has form in line with Notation and a lot of other of these in previous starts.
Yeah, I thought Jazio was pretty hard to fancy. Notation is a bit of a twicer. Notation's an awful lot better than Jazio in terms of of absolute form, but doesn't always show it. Jcsa is a 60 rated performer and would be interesting, handicapping off a mark of 60, but in an open race like this, you'd expect the winner to be rated at least mid-80. So I don't think Jcsa is capable of putting on a performance. Marbella, you mentioned briefly there, showed very little 2 seasons ago and is coming off a massive absence. Last run was in August 2021, so that makes her exceptionally hard to fancy.
Horse number 6 is Capitulation, rated 64, has the 1 win, not here, 10th on last time out.
Was just ahead behind Notation last time out, but that was a poor run from Notation rather than a good run from Capitulation. Did win a Bellewstown maiden back in the day, I think for Edo McGuinness, but wasn't particularly progressive and doesn't look especially likely to win this race.
We just saw Ithraj in shot there. I was quite disappointed with the way Ithraj looked. She looks a bit fluffy, like she's fully coming into a winter coach. She has been busy this season and has quite a few wins for them. I think she's 6 wins of her 28 starts. She had 3 wins overseas.
Yes, I mean, but on her her record, you'd have to fancy her. But as you said, if she's beginning to go in a coat, that'll be a worry. She's been 5th in her last 2 starts, but the last meeting in Taif, when ahead of Notation, and again in the in that what kind of race was it last time? Was that the Jcsa contest? Anyways, finished 5th there as well.
Open.
Phillies Open. She was below her best form there as well, but not beaten that far. She was the winner of that Japan's Cup. If she's back to that form, she goes close. But you would be slightly concerned that she's showing her winter coat now, and maybe she's one for after Christmas.
Yeah, I think she's just a little bit over the top. Majula was another one who we haven't got a chance to look at properly.
Majula she's entertaining. She's been running around 2.5 miles, and she tends to go miles clear, set a really strong pace, and then fall in a bit of a hole. But she was a winner of a 0-85 handicap over 1,800 meters just a year ago. For whatever reason, she nipped around the bends at times, but she ended up just going too fast for her own good. She doesn't have a great chance in this race, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Majula do better in Riyadh than she did in Taif, particularly cutting back in trip.
Yeah, she's an interesting one. I'm going to be very straight and honest with you. Aramar is certainly my selection, number 2 here. I was really put off by the way Ithraj looked. No doubt I'll probably be made to look silly, but I just couldn't have Ithraj. Looks like she's had 1 run too many. The only concern with Aramar is she's going to get a bit too worked up. We just see the jockey getting on board. She's got a very sweaty on the neck already. She's got the earplugs in too, so there's clearly that she gets a bit on top of herself, and the jockey just said, keep those in.
Is that noseband coming loose as well?
Probably.
We need to get someone over to do a noseband demonstration today.
A noseband check.
I've been impressed with so much about Saudi Arabian racing, but the one thing I haven't been impressed by is that's a fair noseband. Is the noseband situation. Too many of them coming loose in races.
Like a spare thing at a party, as the old riding instructor used to tell me.
Yes. It's something you don't tend to see in the UK at all. So clearly there's a lesson to be learned there somewhere, even if that sounds like a really minor thing. I still want to be with a Rama here, unless by the time she gets to the start, she has absolutely boiled over. Because she is getting hot. But we talked about this yesterday. We talked about, rather than putting a line through horses and saying, oh, this has got warm, it can't win, you want to note that they get warm and then note how they run.
She's getting she's getting really on top of herself at the start, and she's not being ponied down either. We can just see her on screen now.
We'll see her as she comes
Jockey's
faster.
Gone down, feet out the irons, but she's got very warm, hasn't she?
Remember the horse we were talking about the other day, in terms of is this a massive negative, was a winner.
Yeah.
So again, it depends on the individual, and I have not
Here
seen
she
her
is
race.
in action. This is her finishing 3rd last season in Riyadh. This isn't a bad run. It's in much stronger competition than this, and she's just going to end up sticking it out for third. She gets a little bump by the horse that's finishing fast, but she then just plugs on as well and sticks that out quite nicely. Could be dangerous here if she's ready first time up for me.
I think she wins this if she's ready. I know she's not the top rated in the race. And listen, she is ready. There's no doubt she's ready. The question is whether she actually gives a running because she may be boiling over by the start, and that's something you need to watch.
Let's have a look at Ithraj now. We just see Ithraj going out to post. Abdullah Al-Orfi looking for the hat-trick, and Ithraj was last seen finishing 5th. This was at the end of October. Front ranked here, but fades quite quickly.
Yes, this is a slightly disappointing performance from Ithraj, given what she is capable of. But this is probably a tougher race than she's in today as well, and she's still able to finish in front of Notation, who's
In different parish at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, notations are funny, but she's won 6 times, but she is very in and out. I think this is almost a race you look at by process of elimination. You work out who's going to run the race. There's 3 who are clear on the ratings, but you're not certain which of those will be ready. Israel, sure. I thought looked pretty good coming out. You think she's going in her coat, which is a concern. That's the noseband isn't straight on. It's beginning to wind me up now on a Rama. I'm going to leave my decision until as late as I can. I'm not going to be asked for it when they get behind the stalls. But the key for me, how horses behave in the parade ring is important, but what changes between parade ring and start is the most important thing. I've seen horses behave impeccably all the way around. They do absolutely nothing wrong. They go out on the course, and between leaving the parade ring and getting to the start, they've lost their race. That's when it seems to affect them. And I've seen horses get really wound up in the parade ring and look like they're going to boil over. And going from parade ring to start, they calm down. And I think that's always a really positive sign. So the key with a Rama is whether she's getting better at the start or whether she gets worse at the start. She's not getting upset, but she is, when you're sweating this much, you've got to worry about how much energy that's expending, how much that's going to affect your finishing effort. But if she's able to collect herself at the start and she's not difficult to load, I'm still liable to stick with her.
One horse who handled the preliminaries expertly well was Helsinki Heights. She's one win from 18, had 2 runs
almost
already this
too
season.
well, I would
but
say.
she went down nicely. Do you know what? I'm of the opinion I would rather than go down like lambs.
Yeah, I know, but
I'd rather than be
if you knew nothing about that, that you tend to count that as a positive. But then you see horses, you see loads of them. Doesn't this look well? And look at she's behaving perfectly, or he's behaving perfectly. Looks really well, behaves perfectly, and then you look at the form figures. You go, well, this is a quality animal and looks. It's good pedigree. Everything seems to be right, and the form figures are 10th, 9th, 10th. Because what they do is they behave themselves. In the race, they behave themselves by not running too fast because that's vulgar. And essentially, they just carry themselves in the same. Look at me, everything's dainty and perfect, but I don't want to spoil this by getting sweaty and running faster than I should do.
So I'm going to, it's really hard.
We haven't even got to the start and he's making me do it.
Yeah, I'm almost tempted to just hold on until I can see a shot of them just at the start and just to see if Aramar's calmed down. So if that's possible.
Oh, you played the same game as me here.
Yeah, I've gone the same way as you. I called it early. I did call it early, but it's really hard for me to go with Israj with the way she just looked. But if Aramar's got 2 worked up, who we can just see giving us a beautiful extended trot down to the start, if she's got 2 worked up, I will go with Israj. But like you said, I think Israj is over the top now. I think she's going the wrong way. Aramar is fresh, but is she too fresh? She is still tanking her way down.
We've got to make a decision. I can't make a positive decision for Arama, so I'm going to go for notation in the end, even though we've seen very little of her in the
You're going to go for notation. I'll stick with Aramar. Someone has to do it, don't they? I mean, it's hard luck if she runs no race, but I'm going to stick with Aramar because I can't have Israj, and I think we've already drawn a line really through notation. But notation can bounce back.
Notation's capable of winning whenever she wants. She's a course and distance winner in December of actually 2021. We know she handles this. She's just in and out, but the other 2 might not be running.
Yeah, they might have blown their chances. So Aramar for me and notation for Rory. John Blant, who do you like?
I mean, there is a problem with the breeding. I think she's by Israj is going to be the one for me. She's by Helmet out of a mare called Nozar. So she's really bred to be a sprinter, and the run style that she's exhibited so far would suggest that 2,000 metres could be a step too far for her. But once you get past Aramar and notation, it's not a desperately good race. If she is to win a 2,000 metre race, today could be the day. Obviously, the paddock assessment doesn't necessarily fill me with confidence, but the last run wasn't too bad, and I think she could well be the way to go here, but we will see. Obviously, there are question marks about her, but there are question marks about every horse in this race. So we will see what transpires as they load up. They should be loading pretty quickly here with only the 9 to go in. In fact, I think they're just about all in. Oh, we've got one's gone through. I think we have. Looks like Mabea has gone through the starting stalls. So we've got a red flag at the moment. Has been quickly caught by the outriders, one of the musketeers. And it's all sorted out very easily, as it is usually in jurisdictions with outriders. And Marbella going back to the start. All the rest are in and waiting patiently. You can see Jcsa in shot there in the background. But it won't take too much longer to get Mabea behind. 17 runs for 1 win thus far. Filly by Garswood, out of a mare called Regal Silk. Mabea being trotted back behind the starting stalls. Also waiting for Helsinki Heights to go in. But there's no whole scale backing them out here. So Mabea comes back in. There's Notation, Camillo Ospina aboard that one. A best effort from her, or something like her best, but definitely good enough here. And this is her sort of trip as well. But she was well beaten by Israj last time. Helsinki Heights to come forward. 2,000 metres, which is right at the back end of the back straight. Full extended back straight to run down there. On and racing for the 10th on the card, this open race for fillies over the 2,000 metres. And a good start from Mabea, who was eager to get away in the preliminaries, and she's translated that eagerness into a good start here. Notation is also prominent. Majula from the outside has come through to get into a prominent position as well. They're then followed by Momtenar towards the outside there, the grey in the black and silver colours, just looking back to the rear of the field at the moment. Capitulation is at the rear of the field and headed by Helsinki Heights, who's last but one. So they're making their way onto the racecourse proper, and the lead is held by Majula, who's got across from a wide gate, to Mabea racing in second. Notation is in third, the black and white colours. They're then followed in fourth by Israj, the green jacket, who's got a nice posse just trailing the pace. Then Momtenar towards the outside there. We have Jcsa, who's in danger of taking this turn on the wide side. Then Momtenar, who's still there as well. But the one that's poking through into a prominent position is Arama, who does stay a little bit further. Bit of a gap back then to Helsinki Heights. And at the rear of the field is Capitulation. Down towards the end of the back straight they go. And the leaders with Notation. Israj is now rushing up the inside to go and join that one, making a bit of a mid-race move here. Right round the outer, Jcsa. They're then followed by Arama, who's trying to box on. So as they start to make the turn for home now, and up the inside it's Israj that's gone on to Notation, who's battling on round the outside. These two to Arama, who's racing in third. Those are the best official ratings have come to the fore here. Israj the far side, the green colours. Notation the black and white colours towards the near. They're well on from the rest, headed by Arama. Down towards the closing stage as they come inside the final 400, and it's Israj the far side, but now Notation with the stamina kicking in has come through to take it up. Notation to Israj, who's trying to battle back over on the far side. These two are paired off from the rest, but it's Notation who's now going on here. Camillo Ospina looking for a double, and it's Notation by 3 or 4 lengths in the end to Israj, whose stamina is given out and racing up towards the line. Notation is going to score pretty comfortably in the end. Notation wins, Israj in second, staying on third, Capitulation, who didn't do that and finished third. Fourth horse home was Momtenar. Notation, Rory Delaghi, he knew, and of course a look at the form would tell you that this horse does her best work under these sorts of conditions, over these sorts of trips, and she was quite a long way behind Israj last time out, but the form has been comprehensively reversed here. And once they turned for home and she was on the shoulder of Israj, if Israj was going to win this race, she needed to be quite a long way ahead of the likes of Notation, and she wasn't. And in the end, this horse had just too much stamina in the closing stages. Notation, who's now won 7 from 10, so it's a very good strike rate. Camillo Ospina at the double today for everyone's favourite Colombian. Second position there goes to Israj, just ahead of Capitulation, who came on from the back, and Momtenar has run a pretty good race to finish in fourth. Arama has finished in fifth, so it's Notation in a time of 2 minutes 9.03 seconds, who's beaten Israj by 5 lengths in the final analysis, with a further head back to Capitulation in last position. That was the 10th race on the card. 2 more still to come. Notation, though, the comprehensive winner, and we'll be back to the boys in the studio very shortly.
this first time with him. How is he? From the start, he want to go.
Yeah, you know, the first thing, thank you very much to Fawaz Al-Garaban for giving me support, you know. And yes, he told me, Camilo, try to go in good position. If somebody go fast, leave, and you come in second, third. And that's really, you know, she's coming very good, you know. She's coming very comfortable, and thank God when I asked her in the last 400 meters, she responded very good. And she keep going until the wire.
And last one furlong, he changed.
And then she changed the hands, and then he's coming again, yeah. Very good, yeah. Thank you very much. أنا ما في هو طبعا أنا تكلم كميلو ما في مشكلة أنت شالويك موجود
Camillo Ospina is our race-winning jockey. We're going to try and grab him for a quick word here. Camillo, you're at the double, and notation just outstayed them.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, you know. Thank you to Fawaz Al-Garaban for giving me support, you know. I have very good people here, they support me very good. They bring me Tabin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, Bidin Al-Subai, Baden Rasi, because that day is very important for me because it's my 900 winner in Saudi Arabia. Now it's 901. And you know, I'm very thankful with the people in Saudi Arabia, you know. It's my second country, and I'm very happy here, you know.
Well, congratulations firstly for 901 winners now. But a lot of people know you for just riding for the White Stable. But the reason you're at the top of the Jockeys Championship is because you ride for these other yards.
No, yeah, because I ride many horses from my stable, the King Abdullah stable, thanks God, very good horses. But I have many people from outside, he's giving me support, you know, for Fawaz Al-Garaban, Bidin Al-Subai. Always they give me 1-2 horses, very good horses, and I appreciate it with this thing, you know.
And I'm sure Bedin Al-Sabai appreciates you. He's slowly climbing up the Trainers' Championship.
Yeah, because, you know, I work with him in the King Abdullah stable. I won with him the big races. Also with the Fawaz Al-Garaban, you know, I'm thankful with all people here in Saudi Arabia, you know.
And how have you found being out here for so long? What have you seen the changes since you rode your first winner here?
Oh, because my first winner is 15 years ago, you know, he's different. But until now, it's big difference, you know. And I'm very happy because the horses racing in Saudi Arabia, they changed the last 4 or 5 years. When they come in the Saudi car, they change, and the people, they buy very good horses from outside, from England, from USA. And the breeder here improve, you know, it's very important for the people in Saudi Arabia.
And you rode Kaflahan yesterday. You talked about the breeding, how wonderful it was that you knew this horse's mother. You're seeing that standard just improve year on year now.
You know, I rode the mother also, you know, I won the first time, the second time, you know, the mother, and I told to the Prince Mita, this is the best filly we have in that year. And thanks God she won the big race for her, the King Abdulaziz Cup. And the son is coming similar to the filly, or maybe better, inshallah, you know. I just say, inshallah, keep sound, inshallah, and this horse is going to be champion.
You've been here for 15 years. We've been here less than a year. But we have to say, the support that you get on our channel from Central American viewers, South American viewers, people that know you from North America as well, is unbelievable. And our viewership always goes up when you ride winners. So we just want to tell you, thank you very much and keep doing what you're doing.
No, thank you very much, Kaju. You know, I'm very appreciative when the people give me support, you know, and especially my family, you know, my wife, my daughter is here with me. My brothers in Colombia, you know, I have one brother, he like the races, you know, and he gonna be jockey, but it's difficult, you know. He say, no, I can't, you know, but And the people in my country, they see the races, and they are very happy with my races here.
Well, congratulations on 901 winners, and best of luck with the rest of today.
Oh, thank you very much, Junior. I will try to do more winners today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, wonderful stuff there from Camilo Ospina. I haven't realised he hit his 900 winners, but this was number 901, 16 years on from his first winner in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And you'll notice every time we speak to Camilo post-race, the first thing he wants to say, he wants to say thanks to the connections for giving him the ride, and thanks to the people of Saudi Arabia for giving him the opportunity to pursue his career here. And it clearly, every winner seems to mean a lot to Camilo, but the opportunity to be able to do this and earn his living here is something that he's very thankful for, and he makes sure that he never forgets to say that. And his humility is something that touches us every time we hear from him. So it's wonderful to see, and he is enormously popular here, and for very good reason. He's a guy who does rides to the best of his ability every day, and his ability is exceptional. He's a world-class jockey riding here, but also he is in no way arrogant about it, and that's absolutely wonderful to see. We're seeing the replay of the race again. We didn't get to see too much of Majula going clear and giving us a bit of fun in front, but Majula did show a little bit of early speed. Murbeya was up there as well, and from an early stage, Notation was in a good position. Now, Notation she's a multiple winner. She won 4 times on the flat for Mark Johnson before coming out here, and she's won several times for Current Connections as well. She doesn't have quite the strike rate that she looks to have there. 6 from 9. I think she won 4 from 21 or 5 from 21 maybe for Mark Johnson before coming out here. But she's talented, but she's just a little bit tricky, and you do need to treat her with kid gloves, which is what Camilo has done through this race. So although she travels really strongly early on and sits on the speed, he doesn't want to commit her for home too soon. You see the early front runner, Majula, as she always does, blazing speed and then dropping out very quickly. And at this stage, Notation goes on, but soon comes a challenge from Israj on the inside. I think Camilo was delighted to see Israj come alongside him here, because he knows that his mare is just a little tricky, and she could do with something to aim at. And having Israj come alongside, who's a bit of a short runner, is absolutely perfect in this scenario.
Yeah, I think she just been nursed into this race. And I just want to follow up the words that you said, and wonderful words about Camilo being so just thankful for everybody else, because you remember it's a big move for him. He moved his family here.
Yeah.
So they came 15 years ago, and that's a big plunge to take, because you're coming to a country that 15 years ago, not everybody could even get in. So it just the fact that he came out here to a country that was quite closed, started riding here, built up a life for himself and his family, and is now celebrating his 901st winner. Hopefully we'll be here when he hits 1,000, because that will not be far away.
Would love to see that. Yeah, he took a leap of faith, didn't he, coming here? But that faith has been not just rewarded, but it's been repaid as well by the people that he rides for, and that's the way that relationship works. It's not just with one stable, as you said. He's riding for a lot of different trainers, a lot of different owners, and the fact that they know they can put absolute faith in him repays his honesty, his faith in coming out here, and again his humility in doing his job and not getting above himself for doing it.
And he is such a talented rider, as you can just see in this final replay. And he's just so efficient with his movement. Whenever he's in a battling finish, whether he's been in front all the way or he's sweeping past you, it's very, very rare that he doesn't get the head in front. We've got a cracking contest coming up, though. It's another Jcsa Challenge contest. This time we go over the mile, and this one is for 3-year-olds and older. And John Blance can take us through the runners and riders for race 11.
Yeah, we've flown through the cards this afternoon. It's been highly entertaining stuff, and horse number 1 in this race is making movies for Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 2 is Expressionist. Asad Al Saadi is aboard that one. Horse number 3 is Indemnify for that man Camilo Ospina, in the same colours in which he was successful in the previous contest. Uncle is next. Franklin Peralta rides that one. Horse number 5 is New Pursuit, Ryan Al Toesh. Horse number 6 is Al Zaim, Eddie Castro. Horse number 7 is Starcat, Fahad Al Furedi. And horse number 8 is Al Jabri, Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 9 is Ford Maddox Brown, Adil Al Furedi. Horse number 10 is Alukal, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 11 is Morshwa, Naf Al Mudiani. Horse number 12 is Path of Thunder, Abdullah Al Orfi. And horse number 13 is Mustango, Ahmed Al Azari. Let's get across to Callum and Rory.
Thank you, John. And yes, we see making movies, and this is the horse I know you want to talk about, has cracking back form.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown very little here, but it's worth pointing out the 2 runs in Riyadh last season, 15th and 13th. 2 runs, sorry, 1 run in Taif, 10th, and then 10th back here in the first week of the season. This was a horse who, not that long ago, in the last year, he finished in front of both Vidani and Onesto in a Group 3 in France. He was placed in races like the Prix La Rochette, the Prix Thomas Byron as a 2-year-old. I mean, he was not far off the very best in France as an early 3-year-old, and you'd like to think he would have done really well here, but he has not adapted thus far. The fact that he's able to take this kind of drop in class means he could bounce back at any moment, but you wouldn't. If you looked at his form figures, you'd wonder how he got a rating of 91. But essentially, he would have been rated 105, 106 thereabouts in France. And of course, some of those races he was running worked out remarkably well.
We've just seen Uncle there. I think it's worth bringing up that Uncle has been beaten by Commissioner King, Final Destination, and Honky Tonk Man. Now, we've spoken to Jimmy Jerkins recently, and he said Honky Tonk Man is one of his best horses over this trip, and even over 1.5 miles. So he's run into some good ones, of poor Uncle.
Yeah, Honky Tonk Man's been the horse I'm most of the older brigade, or the experienced brigade, I've been most impressed with in Riyadh thus far. I've won before we were out, but yes, he does keep running into Uncle. You think he's still got scope to improve? He's young enough, but I think he should. He's a flashy type. I think he shows a lot at home, and then there are certain races where he hints at better. I just think he struggles a little bit in this kind of company. But yeah, his 3rd in the Taif Derby and 2nd in an Open here last week. I just think this is a harder race for him. I think he comes up short at the very top level.
This is Al Jabri we're just seeing the back of, and then we'll get a shot of Ford Maddox Brown, who was an absolute Taif legend. He only finished outside the top 3 once in 6 starts and landed the Makkah Al Makhtara Cup on penultimate start as well, and he ran a cracker to finish 5th last time out. This is Ford Maddox Brown. He's been on the go for a while, and I imagine he's probably a horse who's done well in Taif who may struggle here.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I thought he was a bit below his best last time out.
That was a good race though, wasn't it?
He's behind Expressionist and New Pursuit. That was a King Khalid Racetrack Championship.
Path of Thunder.
But he was a really easy winner of the Makkah Cup, I'm going to call it, in his previous start, where he had New Pursuit and Starcat behind him. He won that by a big margin as well. I thought that was an impressive run. I think he's better than he showed in his final start, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him bounce back here.
Yeah, I thought it was a tough ask for him in the last start, considering he's had such a busy season as well. We just saw Monchois go through, certainly one for the shortlist, operating for a team who is on fire.
Yes, I mean, he didn't do particularly well at Riyadh last season, but he did bounce right back to form for the stable when beating Path of Thunder by 8.5 lengths. And that looks like good form, because Path of Thunder ties into a lot of these form lines. And if he can back that up, his overall form just looks a little bit iffy, but he was very impressive last time. You see Path of Thunder in 2nd place, completely unable to go with them, and Monchois was really impressive this day. As I said, the rest of his form doesn't really back it up, but with the yard in such good form at the moment, I think he's turned the corner.
I have to pick one hole in this form. I was here with Tom Collins on this day. I'm pretty sure I was here with Tom. You don't remember this, do you?
I don't remember.
Nah. No. Nice. I was here with Tom Collins, and this was the day where Tom was getting more and more wound up because they were all winning from the front, and Monchois got the run of the race and won't get that easy sort of lead in a track that favours front runners so much today.
True, but he also beat Starcat over this course and distance a year ago, so this track is not a problem for Monchois. This is Ford Madox Brown we're seeing in France.
Ford Madox Brown and a ream of others who are involved in this one as well. But Ford Madox Brown is the one to keep an eye on. This is him winning his cup race before he was
There's a
beaten
lot of collateral
by,
form in here, isn't
New
there?
Pursuits, Path of Thunder. There's a lot of horses in there as well that will be all meeting up again today. This is the top level of the race.
He did drift out and he did flash his tail here. And although this was an impressive performance and he's beaten the right kind of horses here, he did disappoint a little bit. I know it was the King Khalid Racetrack Championship. It was a good race, but. The question is whether he's, having had a reasonably busy spell, whether he comes forward or not.
This is Uncle who we're seeing now, and this is Uncle's performance where he finished. Oh, where did he finish?
He finished second.
Finished second. This was in November. So this. I keep thinking back to what form am I looking at here? This is the honky tonk.
This is the 7 furlong open.
And we're talking about a really good horse in front here, aren't we?
Yes, exactly. This is a very, very good horse. This is the most recent piece of form on offer. Honky Tonk Man almost broke the clock this day. This is the best furlong for furlong time that anything has achieved in Riyadh this year. So good performance to finish second that day, and of course he'd finished third in the Taif Derby in his previous start. So that's all good.
We're having a look at New Pursuits now, finishing in fourth. Now, New Pursuits have a habit of being absolutely out the picture. You can just see him on a group on his own here, and he's going to come flashing by. He passes Path of Thunder here, and Starcat as well, I think, is the white face in the middle too. And Path of Thunder is just being eased off here. He ran no race this day. You'd hope he does better today, but New Pursuits is going to make up all his ground late, just like he did on his penultimate start.
This was the General Intelligence Presidency Cup. Which is an interesting title. Yeah, but he's caught the eye doing good late work, and that tends to be the way with him. He was also third to Path of Thunder and Expressionist on his previous start. So again, all these form lines are tying together, and it's kind of who gets the run of the race with that bunch of horses. So go on.
The Expressionist Path of Thunder form is really fascinating for me because they were right clear of everything else in the final race at the final meeting of the Taif season. They must have been highly respected coming to Riyadh first time up, and they ran no races.
Yeah, that was.
It's really weird. I thought
that was an odd one. I know it's easy to sort of form the conclusion, the Taif horses and the Riyadh horses are just different kinds of horses, but we're seeing horses coming from Taif and running really well. It's just I thought of the Taif horses coming over, those horses were well established in tough races. I thought they'd run well, but that was a little bit of a head scratcher.
Let's go for some selections then. Rory, who do you like in this one?
It's a tough one, but I think Monchois beating a Path of Thunder in an open at Taif last time. I suggested he's turned a corner. I think he can prove that for a yard that's really impressing at the moment.
I think Monchois will be very hard to beat. I am going to go for Expressionist, hoping he can refine that old form. I thought he was very unlucky not to beat Path of Thunder on that occasion. I think he might be a better horse than Path of Thunder, so I'm going to hope that Expressionist can bounce back to form. So it's number 2 for me, the horse just in shot there, and number 11 for Rory. We're jumping out of stalls 2 and 11. This is a cracking contest, and John Blanc will take us through it.
Yeah, thanks very much, lads. This is a good race. I like Uncle here on the back of that run last time out. It was a nice effort. Obviously, didn't get anywhere near the very impressive winner, but still, there was a lot to like. Came via the scenic route, I think it's fair to say, as they turned for home, had to get right round a whole wall of horses, and I think we'll stay on pretty well here at this level. We will see. As ever, they're very efficiently going in. Alu Kal to come forward to there in shot is making movies, that horse with the very interesting form lines, if you go back far enough. Indemnify to go in, Ford Madox Brown to go in, Monchois to go in as well. Just really almost load too quickly here. It's incredibly efficient. There's New Pursuit in shot. All lined up. Stand by. Al Zayem looks like he's just causing one or two problems in the starting gate. They're off and racing now, and Al Zayem was a little bit awkward out the gate. Starcat could have broken quicker as well. One that's showing good early pace is Ford Maddox Brown. In the dark colours, also prominent is Monchois. In the early stages, Expressionist is trying to poke up the inside into a posse. Indemnify is up with the pace as well as they sort themselves out through the early stages. The green jacket of New Pursuit not too far away. Uncle is camped out a little bit wide at the moment. In fact, sorry, Uncle's making a bit of headway towards the head of affairs. One that is camped out wide is Path of Thunder. Towards the back of the field at the moment is Al Jabri, and also towards the back, the big wide face of Starcat, and not far in front of them is Alu Kal as they make their way down towards the end of the back straight, going 63 kilometers per hour, and it's Monchois just about the leader to Uncle, who's now moved up the inside of that one into second spot. Expressionist is burrowing through up the rail. Indemnify is racing in fourth, then Making Movies is making a bit of a move as well. They're then followed by Ford Maddox Brown towards the outside. The rest all struggling to stay in touch, starting to make the swing for home, and it's Uncle and Monchois and Uncle, followed then by Making Movies, who continues to make headway around the outside, then Expressionist in fourth, and then try to box on as well as Ford Maddox Brown. But it's the red colours of Monchois just about hitting the frontier. Uncle is trying to battle back. Here comes Making Movies right down the centre of the track. Uncle the far side, Making Movies down the centre. Monchois in between the pair, down towards the closing stage as they come. It's Making Movies with all this French back class who's now gone on by a couple of lengths, and Making Movies with one or two closers from the back, Ford Maddox Brown and also Starcat. But as the race up towards the line, Making Movies has won it. Starcat in second. I think Uncle just about clung on for third there, but we'll await confirmation. But Making Movies, this horse who had, as Rory and Callum were saying, all that class in France, but hadn't really done much so far in Saudi Arabia. Well, that's what Making Movies and Connections have just won. The Jcsa Challenge Cup for this particular race. And, well, it was a very nice performance indeed from Making Movies in the hands of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 10th place finishes this season, one at TAFE, one here. Didn't really look like he was ready to finally hit the kind of heights he hit when being trained in France, but has done exactly that here. Making Movies the winner. So in second position, Starcat, who was away quite slowly but stayed on well. Uncle was in the teeth of that gallop for most of the way. Tried to stay on from last time or the time before today, so maybe those tactics might have been better employed today. I'm merely surmising. And then Monchois has finished in fourth there. 2 lengths the distance at the line between Making Movies and Starcat. Uncle was third, Monchois was fourth. Path of Thunder has finished there in fifth. But Making Movies has taken a while to get to the kind of form he'd shown elsewhere, but he's done it now. Seems to have settled nicely finally into Saudi Arabia, and has won in a time of 1 minute 40.01 seconds. 1 minute 40.01 seconds there in our penultimate race on the card. Still one more to come. It's the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup. I'm well prepared.
there's a phrase in sport that says form is temporary and class is permanent. And making movies has always had class. He just hasn't always shown the best form, but finally he seems to have settled into the Saudi way of life, and wow, he has laid down a marker there, and that is a marker for this mile division that he is someone to keep an eye on as we move later on to this Riyadh season.
Yeah, this is a horse who we mentioned was keeping very good company as a 2-year-old. Won his first 2 races. Like you mentioned yesterday, La Testa.
Hey, La Testa Bouche, of course.
And then he was placed in Group 3s, the Prix La Rochette and the Prix Thomas Byron, which often sees some of the better French 2-year-olds running on the horses looking to go to the Grand Criterium, the Jean-Luc Lagardère as it is now. And then he won again first time out as a 3-year-old, and then finished in front of 2 exceptional horses, Ernesto and Vadeni.
Oh, yeah, Ernesto just ran in a Breeders' Cup race.
Yeah. So remarkable. Again, he didn't represent big connections either. He was trained by Didier Guillemin, who, you may say,
well, you can understand why he was sold, can't you?
Yeah.
That makes total sense why he would be seen as a financial prospect.
And his owner was Pierre Pilarski, not exactly a particularly well-known trainer. No stud there to send the horse. He's not big, you know, by European standards, is he?
He's not a particularly attractive horse.
He's not particularly attractive. He wouldn't make an awful lot of appeal as a sire. So he's come over here instead to do, but he would make an appeal as a sire in Saudi Arabia.
Over here, suddenly, I just checked that he was still entire.
He is indeed.
Over here, he's a massive stallion prospect because, like you say, a dual winner at 2, a group competitor at 2, and a winner at 3, and now a winner at 4 in Saudi at Riyadh, with the potential to go forward because he swung into the race. He made a big move, and John called it very early with his brilliant call, making movies.
Yes.
But as this horse has swung into it, it's just like, is he going to find anything despite getting into it?
Well, the thing about it is, he is genuine. He does find for pressure. He just hasn't adapted to this surface. You know, we do have a couple of different all-weather surfaces in action in France, but he never raced on the all-weather in France. His form was both on heavy and on goodish ground, on turf, and the dirt has been a new thing for him. He's taken his time to get a handle on it, but you can see from the way he carried himself through this race that he's a proper trier.
That's it.
You know, if you knew nothing about him, you'd have said, "Oh, he's a brave little thing, isn't he?" He's maybe not the best horse in the race, but he's the most determined, and he did tough it out. But we know that he could do that in France. He didn't have a particularly fancy pedigree. He's by Dabersay out of a Mutathere mare. Mutathere is producing more jumps horses than he is flat performers. I suppose at this stage, but he's probably finished his
He was covering extraordinary books as well. If I remember rightly, he was covering up to like 212 mares a year.
Wouldn't be a surprise. Well,
crazy numbers.
A lot of the jump sires, particularly doing those kind of numbers, and it's scary, really, as you said. But yeah, making movies, not sexy, but you know, he is a trier. He's got lots of ability, and he's going to be an interesting horse for connections. Should they want to send him to stud? And I thought you probably would do. You don't have to worry too much about the commerciality of that because you've got the. He wouldn't have been a massively expensive purchase to come here. He wouldn't really have had the scope to go into training as a 4-year-old in France. He was never going to develop physically.
They would have him, wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. They would have. He wouldn't have developed physically from 3 to 4, so things would have been harder for him having to carry more weight in those conditions races. But yeah, he's definitely a horse you'd want to have on your side in the battle. And although the dirt hasn't been ideal for him so far, he just seems to be adapting to it, and I think he can go on from this. And obviously, when we have the turf races later in the season, he'll probably find his niche there as well. I wouldn't have thought he would want very, very quick turf based on his record, but he was fully effective and good. So, and the cover of grass that we tend to get here is very good. So, Connections will be absolutely delighted with that. They took a punt, bringing a horse with that kind of profile here. I'm not suggesting that the prize money for this really, you know, would only be roughly similar to winning a minor listed race in France. The prize money in France is very good, so it's not like it's a triumph in that regard. But in terms of the profile of the horse, in terms of what he might go on to, and in terms of what he might do as a stallion here, that's all very positive.
Yeah, he was on the correct lead as well. He had a very mature performance. Talking about some of the runners in behind, Starcat finished like a train and actually sort of got in the way of Pastor Thunder, who was trying to make some late ground. He ran on very well to finish second. Uncle, what a performance from Uncle. He stuck on nicely to finish third. That was one of the... he was up in the firing line all the way through. Bonchoir ran a very good race, a big race. So clearly a lot of Jimmy Jerkins fans would have been hoping he could get the head in front completely,
Yeah,
but he didn't get to dominate. Like
No,
he did last
I think
time.
you're absolutely spot on there. I mean, he showed the speed and he looked very comfortable, but he probably does want to dominate, and he wasn't able to do that here. He's run very respectably in fourth, but in a smaller field or a race with less early pace, he'd be a lot happier. But this was a really solid contest, and it was tightly handicapped on paper, and it ended up looking that way as well in reality.
Yes, and we're going to see the presentation to the winning connections of Making Movies, whose investment in this horse is being rewarded. Not colours that I recognise too much, but we have seen them dotted about throughout the day today.
Yeah, colours we pretty much didn't see at all in Taif, but we've seen half a dozen of them since we've been here in Riyadh, and clearly the owners.
Hayes
want to race
Mohammed
horses here.
Aboud Al-Kanti and Sons there. So
Yeah, and that no doubt would.
that's certainly only we never came across in Taif.
Essentially, the H on the front would
Yeah.
be for Hayes. Quite a simple design there, but eye-catching and easy to spot.
Yes, very easy to spot and very good. I thought Ford Maddox Brown ran an absolute corker as well. A much better bounce back to form than we saw the last time.
Yeah, well, we have different views about this last run. You thought he ran a cracker
I
last time.
thought he ran a really good
that
race
was a very
last time,
good
but
race.
you were absolutely right. He stepped up from there, and he bounced back.
He'll be fine. Yeah, he will win races here. I've got no issue with him racing at Riyadh rather than Taif, and he's a big horse as well. So that the bends will clearly suit him. He just needs to find the right spots. This was a really solid race. We'll be seeing a lot of these horses clashing with each other again. The winner is behind 3 or 4 of these last time out in that. The General Intelligence Presidency Cup 2 weeks ago. But he's, making movies, hard to see, but we knew that he had the back class.
Yeah, so let's talk about our finale. This is race 12. This is the headline on our card. It's over 1,400 metres. It's the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup. And John Blance, were you part of the Boy Scouts?
No, I didn't. They were spared my membership. Pretty bad work on the Boy Scout front. None of us were involved. Shibal Al Harak, horse number 1, Ahmed Al Taya. Horse number 2 is Taj Al Elia, Khalid Al Mamoni. 3 is Yamari, Camilo Ospina. 4 is EJB, that's the mount of Victor Gutierrez. 5 is a non-runner. 6 is Thalik, Adel Al Faredi. 7 is Al Amawi, Luis Morales. 8 is Al Azra, Fahed Al Faredi. Number 9 is Toronto, Ayad Al Turisi. Number 10 is Seodad, Eddie Castro. Number 11 is Al Kasani, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 12 is Mortaje, Abdullah Alofi. Number 13 is Saif Al Falah, Ali Al Memoni. And horse number 14 is Bazan, Ali Al Mutib. 13 got a post for our lucky last over the 1,400 metres.
Thank you very much, John. They're heading into the pre-parade. They're heading into the parade ring from the pre-parade ring now for our lucky last. And this is it's a tricky contest here. When I first saw the field, I thought, oh, Lazarus got a bit of a chance here. But then you look at the back form and suddenly go, well, he's got absolutely no chance here. Lazarus, a horse who really caught fire in Taif and started stringing together quite a few nice performances, but was found out behind the likes of Seodad and others.
Yeah, again, this is a race where you've got 8 or 9 horses who are very close to the sort of mid-90s mark. They tend to be more reliable than those we see even in open company where you get a mix of ratings. It looks a really, really tight and really difficult contest on paper, but one very much to look forward to.
Yes, it certainly does, and there's plenty of horses here who you can give chances to, and plenty of horses who you think might be in a little bit too deep. Taj Al Alia, for me, is an interesting runner. Was running in those series of cup races where they were all finishing in blankets at Taif. I don't know whether you remember the Taif University Cup, and I think it might have been the Al Shafa or one of those other cup races over a mile where the same horses kept bumping into each other and they kept finishing on top of each other.
Yeah, and he was only beaten half a length behind Akhtar in the Taif University Cup on his latest start. A picture of consistency in Taif. First, second, fourth, second. His last 5 runs there, and when you consider how big the fields were in Taif, how competitive the races were, and how luck and running often played a part, to be able to hit the frame on all those competitive races marks him down as a really reliable performer. His wins came in a 0-90 handicap Jcsa contest over this trip, but he was very competitive in better class races after that. And if he adapts to Riyadh as well as he did Taif, then he's a player, but he's one of multiple players in this race.
Yes, horse number 4, EJB, is owned by Connections, who had a big winner yesterday, and Victor Gutierrez getting back on board again. He had the big winner yesterday, and we've just seen the colours of horse number 11, Al-Qassani, who will also be taking his chance here. So plenty of owners who have had a good week already going again.
Yes, who do we want to talk about?
EJB.
Won the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup over a mile here a year ago. Was 4th in the Jockey Club Cup behind Shibble Al-Harak, who's number 1 here. Didn't fire in Taif, but how many horses have we seen already who showed really moderate form in Taif, but are just Riyadh horses. So given he's got very good form here in Riyadh, EJB would not be as big a surprise as his form figures suggest he might be.
Shibble Al-Harak, number 1 horse, has already made an appearance this season, and not a bad 5th place effort.
Yeah, that was a good warm-up behind Al Washmi in a course and distance open 2 weeks ago. His best effort last season was finishing 2nd in the Jockey Club Cup over this course and distance. If he's back to that form, he will be thereabouts.
Sayodad, probably the horse that a lot of people at home will be going with, the horse that's shown very good form, 17 wins to the name. He can't be taken lightly.
He can't take it. 17 wins from 39 career starts here. Includes this race last year as well, which is significant. He was back to form when beating Toronto in Jcsa award contest over 6 furlongs last time out. He's at least as effective at 6 as he is at 7, but he does stay the 7. In a really competitive race over this trip, you might wonder about how he would get home in the last few yards. But he's waited to confirm the form at Toronto. Toronto ran really well to be second to him last time out, but he's 4 kilograms worse for being beaten half a length. So really he should be several lengths behind Sodad on that basis today.
But we do know Toronto will handle this trip.
Yes, I mean, well, we know that Sodad handles the trip because he won this very race last year. But yeah, Toronto wouldn't have a problem stepping up from 6 furlongs to 7. But he'd be doing well to reverse form with the horse who beat him last time out.
Camille Ospina will be looking for winner 902. He rides Yamari.
Yamari, number 3, won a 7 furlong nominals of 4 meeting 49 at Taif. Won by 2 3/4 lengths from Fanar. Was then 5th to Pagan in a 7 furlong open last time out. Finished 10th in the Shubra Cup going back. There was a couple of these ahead of him. I think this is probably a little tough for Yamari for all he arrives in form. The balance of his form when he steps up this kind of grade suggests that he's going to crack here.
Yes, Saif Al Falah, horse number 13, will now be ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Just a little bit of housekeeping for everybody there. Naif Al-Anazi aboard number 13, Saif Al Falah.
He'll be doing well to ride another winner on Saif Al Falah, who seems to be pretty much the least likely winner on paper. Will win races, just not at this level.
You had a brief shot of Mortaje, the dashing grey in the red stable colours. Do you give Mortaje any chance? Comes here race 83.
Listen, he's a smashing horse. He's won 11 times in his career, but to be honest, in Taif he looked like he was just on the downgrade. He didn't quite have the gears that he had. He's a wonderful horse. Always stands out in the parade ring. He's the first horse you want to take home as a hack. But that he's kind of looking like he's becoming a hack these days. He just doesn't have the speed that he used to have. Perhaps a return to this different track. I don't think Taif would ever have suited him particularly well compared to Riyadh. He could have a minor bounce back, but I don't think a bounce back even here would be good enough to win a race of this nature. But it'd be good to see him show. He still has his enthusiasm. He showed that at Taif. He just didn't look as effective as he was in the old days.
Yeah, Yamari just going down to post there. Certainly one for the shortlist. Sarlik, who's horse number 6. I was really impressed by the way this horse absolutely blitzed them in a hand and heels contest last time out.
Yeah, he was impressive in that, but that was not the 75 handicap. He's against horses nudging 100 here, so it's like the handicapper got carried away and put him up 20 pounds.
Yeah. It's a hard ask.
Again, he could run above himself. He could finish amongst them here, but he surely can't be winning.
Let's have a look at Sayodad in action. Toronto is finishing just behind him, and if you watch Toronto, he comes absolutely flashing home. Sayodad looks lovely going down to the start. Like you mentioned, won this race last year.
Yeah, he's a very reliable sort, Sodan, and we'll see that that he's game as well as talented with the way he wins this race. He's the bay in the white cap and the red blinkers here. A number of horses in the red stable colours in this race, and you'll see in the other red colours with the red cap and the hoop sleeves. That's Toronto, who comes with a strong late run, but Sodan puts the race to bed here.
On a better ride.
Well, he finishes like a train. And I think we thought he was going to get up on the day. Sodad is, you can see that he doesn't want any further than this trip. The stride shortens just in the last 50 yards. So he's the 1400 is as far as Sodad wants to go. That's set up nicely for him. I just think there's too many horses of a similar ability to him today, so it's going to be very crowded.
This is Taj Alalia finishing behind Akdar. Now, Akdar's the horse in the yellow colours. Watch Taj Alalia out-battle everything and then forget to reel in the winner. It's a fascinating race.
He's the one with the red noseband and the black cap who's under pressure here and only in about 5th place, but he does rally very strongly towards the finish and goes on coming between horses here to get a fight. I think it helps him challenge between horses to rally. He looks sure to get up. He's repassed the horse who's passed him, and he just can't reel in the winner. The winner looked incredibly vulnerable a furlong out, and none of them actually end up getting to him.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful contest, and it just shows the sort of strength and depth in competition at this level. We're going to have a look at Alka Hassani, who is in front at the moment in short, but ends up finishing 3rd. This was a run from July the 15th, so this is back in Taif. Comes back here, you'd be hoping for a better performance than this, because this level isn't enough to win here. The Lazarus coming along here behind.
Yeah, one of two in these cutters in the race. Alka Hassani just pretty weak in the finish here. It's not a bad performance. The best of his form give him a chance here. I don't think this
it's behind Lazarus there, isn't it? Lazarus beats him. What a superstar. That was the start of the Lazarus good run of form when the Lazarus around that second and then started just banging in good performances. So, yeah, he was just really building up to that. So he's got form behind the Lazarus, which is slightly because this is Alamawi, who is winning here in Riyadh. This is last season, as you can see, with the turf on the inside. This was a decent performance.
Yes, Alamawi was actually behind Alka Hassani in the Shubra Cup last time out, but this is going back, as you said, to a race where he beat Shibal, Al-Iraq, EJB and Taj Al-Lelia in the Jockey Club Cup over this course and distance in March. So you see the collateral form coming in there. Several of those who oppose him today, I guess. So he was a little bit disappointing, as I said, when finishing 7th in the Shubra Cup, which we saw on his most recent start, but his form at Riyadh is better, and the fact that he's able to beat 3 of these who've shown very good form in that course and distance contest earlier in this year suggests he's going to be a major player.
Let's do some selections as the loading process begins. I am very keen on Toronto here. I know he's given 4 kilos, but I just loved that run last time.
I can't believe you read the form book that way, but there you go. 4 kilos is a huge amount of weight. I am going to go for Alamawi, who we just saw. I think he'll bounce back to his best form at this track.
So I like Toronto, Rory likes Alamawi. For the last time today, over to you, John Blanks.
Many thanks, guys. Yeah, like Seodad to hopefully repeat the trick from last year, of course, winning this race 12 months ago. Eddie Castro is aboard. He doesn't ride many winners, Eddie, but when required, he can step up to the plate. There's Seodad going in. Horse number 7 is Alamawi to come forward as well. At the back, Mortaget to come in as well. Yamari to go forward too, as they are making their way in. Mortaget goes in, the grey there in the white distinguishing cap. There's horse number 3, Yamari, to come forward. Yamari moving in. Just a little bit of a problem there with Taj Al-Elia. We're ready. All in, all out, they are racing for the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup, the 12th and final race on the card here today. And Alamawi has shot through into an early lead, followed by Yamari, the green cap, the white stable colours, followed then up that one's inside by Taj Al-Lelia, who's pretty prominent in the run as well. That's the black cap. Towards the outside there, the blue sleeves of Alamawi just been taken back a little bit. Then after that, towards the outer, the white cap of Mortaget. But as they make the turn, it's Alamawi that leads them to in second position Yamari. They're then followed in third position by Al-Qassani, the 14 horse. Then towards the outside, Mortaget. They're then followed by, on the inside, the black cap of Taj Al-Elia. Towards the rear of the field at the moment, Bazan is the back marker. Another one who's got a lot to do is Saif Al-Falah, as they start to make the turn for home now. And over on the far side, Alamawi has been tackled and passed by Yamari, and it's Yamari now, the green cap, that quickly goes on to in second position now Al-Qassani, who's taking aim from the back back of the field. Seodad is trying to get involved as well and finishing off strongly as he did in this race last year. But it's Yamari that leads inside the closing stages to Al-Kasani, then Seodad, who's still trying to get a little bit nearer as they make their way inside the latter part of this contest. It's Yamari with Camilo Ospina on a treble, but here comes Seodad as they race up towards the line. Yamari, Seodad, it's going to be very tight. Seodad over Yamari, I think, but don't quote me on it. The 11 Al-Kasani has finished in third. It was tight fourth, but that was a really good rib-tickling finish for the end of proceedings. And it looks like Seodad, in the hands of Eddie Castro, may well have just reeled in Yamari and Camilo Ospina there. Yeah, as I'm looking at it, Seodad has won. Seodad, who won this race last year, has only done it again. Yamari has finished in second. That was your 1-2 there at the line. Official margin is ahead, but looks like a short head to me. But anyway, Al-Kasani has finished there in third, 2 3/4 lengths further behind. And it was Toronto who was getting going late to finish in fourth. But Seodad has won in a thriller to the Saudi Boy Scouts Association Cup. It's beaten Yamari. They were well clear of Al-Kasani in third and Toronto, who's finished in fourth. That was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the last. It's been a tremendous day's racing. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We're not done yet. We're going to get back to Callum and Rory very shortly, but that's it from me in the commentary box. We'll see you again soon.
And we've just seen Seodad get up in the dying strides of our lucky last here in Riyadh. Rory, you talked him up earlier a lot today at the top of the show. He was a really nice performance last time, and he's just doubled that up, and he's run nicely.
We had that discussion about weights and measures and how your fancy couldn't beat him on 4 kilos worse terms than last time out. Toronto ran a cracker to be fourth, but the weight differential told us exactly where they should have finished according to the handicapper.
No more questions about this race. We've got a very special guest with us, Nath Alanali, firstly.
Good to see you,
My friend, all day of the week, all in. We're here to talk about one horse. Rory, take it away.
Yeah, we saw Wisdom Keeper make a really impressive debut in race 6. This is a very, very impressive looking horse, a very interesting horse on pedigree. His dam was very smart, won at the Breeders' Cup, so the pedigree suggested he could have been very good. Doesn't always work out that way, but he looks very special.
Actually, Rory, this horse, first time this horse is racing. The trainer, he told me about this horse, maybe just a little scared, and he's have a good base. If you can't come step by step, because this horse needs all the way, you have to push him. But actually, he opened the gate. This horse, different horse. I think for this horse, he's coming best. Big future for this horse, Rory.
Do you think he's going to improve a lot for that run?
because the time he did was as good as some of the very good horses we're seeing in open races. So he looks like a horse who might be rating 95 already.
Yeah, actually, Rory, after this race, this horse, I think he's coming more better. Like this horse, you know, Rory, that with open racing, he's sure, actually, he's coming good, inshallah, and good future for him. Congratulations for the owner and trainer Mamdouh Al Ali. I hope, inshallah, for this horse with 3 years horse age, inshallah, perfect future for the.
We're getting the race on the replay on our screens now. If you could tell people how the race panned out for you.
Sorry?
How the race worked for you. We're watching the race now. So how did the race work for you?
Today, after this, I love this horse, Rory. He's gentle horse. He's class horse. You see the body of the horse. I think this horse and have a good pedigree. You say quality road. Have a good brother, Scotland Yard, Emblem Road. You know this horse is champion in Saudi Arabia. I hope so. Inshallah, this horse coming with the brother. This horses and good future for him. And you know the 3 years, not too much horse strong. Just maybe Commissioner King like this and one horse for Bedanis Bay. Yesterday he finished second. I think this very good horse. And today this horse also.
You're getting all the good horses right now, but as you cross the line, it was a real punch to the air. You liked him, don't you?
Yes, my brother Cal. Thanks God, first thing. Today I know maybe 3 or 4 horse with Winders and this horse, but actually I am like surprised from this horse. He's have a big power. After the finish, he no need to stop. I think this horse 1,800, 2,000 is easy for these horses.
Now, you ran in this race. Everybody else ran away.
Yeah.
Had you ridden him in the morning before racing?
Yeah, just maybe one time. But I told you, Cal, this horse is slowly. I said today maybe I need to push him from out 1,000 and more. But actually he surprised me. He coming too much strong and tough. From 1,200, I know I win. Because the best horse is different. He's class horse, I told you. Thanks God, my brother.
How does it feel to ride a horse when you know with 1,200 meters left, you're going to win?
Yeah, like I'm proud when I ride like this horse. He's class horse, brother. This horse, inshallah, again race. Next race, you know, maybe coming, inshallah, more and good time for this horse.
You are a star here in Saudi Arabia. You've got the looks, you've got the beard. I'm very jealous of the beard. But you're a real star here in this country and you're flying the flag for an entire nation. And you and Adel Al Furedi are both doing magnificent work. Would you like to ride in other countries and show everyone the talent that you guys have here in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, actually, Kalm, I ride before in Abu Dhabi. I ride in Qatar. I win the Sprinters Cup for all jockey from the Asia, you know, Asia. I win this cup. I ride again in Qatar. I hope so, inshallah, I ride in the Maidan and America, the best racing in America, you know, my brother, and UK. I hope so, inshallah, Adel Freddy, my brother, and all the jockey Saudis, my brother. Inshallah, I hope so. God, first thing, God save him, all my brother, Adel Freddy, Camilio, all the people, like one team. Inshallah, I hope so, inshallah, more future for all the jockey, and God save him.
We're getting to see the cup here. We love when we talk to you after you've won a race. You always talk about your brother jockeys. You talk about a win for you is a win for all your brothers, and that is something we love to see. We see a lot of competition between jockeys in the UK. Sometimes it's a brotherhood, sometimes it's a little bit more a bit more of a needle. But it's wonderful to hear the way you talk about your brothers and how you're all a team here, and that's great to see.
Yeah, my brother Rory. All the jockey here like one heart, one team, not big problem. Maybe sometimes, you know, there is, sure, actually coming problem there is inside the race. But finally, thanks God about all the team, the jockeys, one heart for him. First thing I told you, the save brother, all those in the race, and thanks God.
And hopefully what happens is with our channel and with everybody at home, you can see how talented Nath is, and then you can understand the talent levels that are available all across Saudi Arabia. And hopefully you won't just be riding in Qatar and Abu Dhabi, and we can find you in other places, because you deserve the opportunity that maybe one day we'll see you at Royal Ascot.
I hope so. I hope so, inshallah, my brother, and you talking like my brother for me, and Rory also. I hope, inshallah, next week for me and all the jockey, more future and big race, and God save him, inshallah, all the brothers.
And you are climbing up the top of the table now. You're sneaking up a little bit
I
further.
think now 3.
Camilo is flying.
Yeah, Camilo, brother, he's champion. His championship. I respect Camilo from when me young, you know. Camilo is championship, and Wiggy also, and Iggy Castro. And also for Arab, Adil Afridi, Muhammad Ham, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz, the best jockey here. Thanks God about first thing, God save all the jockeys. And inshallah, hope inshallah for Saudi racing, more future inshallah this year.
Yes, and that is just part of the wonderful brotherhood here in Saudi Arabia, which Nath is a part of. Rory, I've had a wonderful 3 days so far. I think it's been highlighted by Wisdom Keeper, a horse that you headlined right at the top of the show, and there's plenty of others we've got to look forward to. One of the other things that I need you to remember is that you can tune in to watch us on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, 3:05 Saudi time, 12:05 UK time. Be there or be square.